Have you paid your Trauma Corp taxes yet? Are you behind? You better start paying those taxes before Trauma shows up at your door. And no one likes when Trauma shows up at their door. It's always a bad day. You're evading? You can only evade for so long before he finds you. You can only hide for so long. Ah! Yow! Hello everyone, how you doing? Well, I mean, he always finds me. He lives with me. I can't escape. I can never escape. Although I don't pay with trauma coins, I pay with just existing. That's me suffering. That's my payment. Well, how's everyone doing today? It's Saturday. Stop hitting me. Don't be mean to me. No bully. Yeah, run away before you get spoilers, because we're in pretty deep over here. There's a lot going on right now. A lot. Speaking of which, I didn't pull on stream, but I did end up pulling for Vita, and I did end up getting her, and I'm super close to pity for the weapon, so I'm really hoping I can get that too, which I should be able to. There's plenty of time, and I think I'm 24 off, so as long as it's not super mean and doesn't make me go clear to hard pity, should be getting it soon. But speaking of Vita, I don't know. I have a general idea of what happened towards the end of, well, right at the end of this last chapter, chapter 38. But like, excuse me? Hoyo, I need to have a word with you. You can't do this to me. You can't end on a cliffhanger like that. I don't like this. It's not fair. It's not fair to me. And so I had to sit all week just going, what happened? What are they gonna do now? Well, actually, I think I know what's gonna happen now. And it's gonna be a lot of bad stuff. Things that I don't want to happen. A lot of despair. Despair Impact is back with a vengeance. Why do you need the leaderboard? You're not in the lead. I don't even know if you're on there, Cross. Do you even have any points? I don't know. The end is nearing. Oh, yeah. I love when the description is the end is nearing. Oh. Nope. You didn't win. You don't win those. Oh, I get gems for it. Nice. I'll take that. Yes, please. I need those. Ooh, okay. Gonna be over in Iron Sand to start off with. This should be interesting. All right. I'm not ready for despair, but here we are. Here we are. What is reality? It is something that can't be denied even if you try.
僕はビタ。
Oh, hi Vita.
みんなのことを
Oh,
I
okay, this
stay.
is what she said towards the end. I love you all. The girl's body faded quickly, melting into the air and ultimately dissipating like salt snow. Everything happened so quickly that even the two well-informed witnesses found themselves momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, that's the natural order of things. Death rarely comes with a warning. It strikes suddenly, leaving a cruel outcome for the wishful mortals. It is unreasonable, unsympathetic, and unequivocal. Survivors would naturally try to search for a reason that didn't exist. Was it because she was closest to the passage of the stigma space at the final moment? Or did her powers trigger some unknown laws when she predicted the path? But they had no way to be sure. The only girl who could give them a clear answer was gone. Perhaps she had the chance to glimpse the truth hidden in the shadows at her final moment before disappearing. But her last words were, "I love you all." Instead of leaving the truth she found, her will, or advice, she only left behind a confession of her love. Isn't making such a romantic exit exactly something that Vita would do? She's not gone.
ビ
I
タ
won't
さ
say
ん、
she's gone.
彼女は
Vita,
つま
she...
り接続が切れたさっきの通信はやっぱり
So that means the communication that was just cut off really
ええ、
was.
ごめんなさい。私たちがいたのに彼女が消えていくのを見ることしかできなかった。
I'm sorry. We were right there, but we could only stand by and watch her vanish in the blink of an
キラ先
eye.
輩たちのせいじゃありません。たとえ賢者の力を手に入れた私でもこの世界の内部からは何の予兆も感じ取れませんでした。
It wasn't your fault, Kira. Not even someone like me, who has inherited the sage's power, could sense anything in advance in this
とにか
world.
く一旦経緯を整理する必要があると思います。
Anyway, we need to figure out what happened. Their plans had failed, and an important companion was killed suddenly. Even so, as enforcers tasked to save the world, everyone present managed to keep their calm as befitting of their
元の計
role.
画通り、スーサナさんは役目を果たして、ミステルの作った道を通って固有世界に戻った。
According to our original plan, Susanna would return to the proper world through Mistella's passage after she completed her
で
mission.
もその後、固有世界へとつながる道が一瞬で消えてなくなって、それを強化しようとしたビタさんも。
However, in the next instance, the passage connecting us with the proper world disappeared, and Vita, who was about to reinforce the passage, also. Tilo? I know it's you. Man, I'm right, it is you. Hi, Tilo. Lows of teas. Ow. Stop hitting me. Rude. How's Tilo? Even though you're throwing things at me. Everyone's attention naturally focused on Mistel, who was both a witness and involved
ビタ
party.
と道が同時に何らかの影響を受けたということですか、ミステル。
Vita and the passage were both affected by something at the same time. Is that right, Mistel?
そうかもしれないわね。
I think so.
異変が起き、道が切断された瞬間に私も大きな衝撃を受けたの。でも幸いにもすでに建築素材へと変換した部分と私自身のつながりは限られてた。でなければ今の私も消えてなくなってたかもしれないわね。
There was a huge shock when the situation changed and communication was cut off. Fortunately, those parts that had been converted into building materials had a weak connection with me, or else I would have dissipated
この目で
too.
見てなければまたこの女の仕業だと思ってしまうかもしれないけど、これは事実よ。ビタ、そして道は私たちの目の前で消えた。
If I didn't see it happen with my own eyes, I might even suspect that this woman is playing another trick. Yeah, it's true. Vita and the passage disappeared before our eyes.
切断されたと言ったなのですね、ミステルさん。
You used the words cut off just now, Miss Del.
私の理解が正しければ、ビタさんと道の消失はとある外部の力の結果だとあなたはそう思っているなのです。
Unless I'm mistaken, are you more inclined to believe that the disappearance of Vita and the passage is the result of some external force?
はあ、博士は話し方が遠回しすぎるよ。
Geez, Doctor, you should just get to the
つまり
point.
はめられたってことだよね。もしかしてあなたたちが言ってたあの社の仕業？
Can I say that someone set us up? Was this the work of that Saw you mentioned? The mysterious power in the Sea of Quanta, Saw, is comparable to the Kakuna finality. The party only learned of this existence recently because of Kira. Things are really
社
unpredictable.
の仕業かどうかについては証拠がないわ。ただ道が切断される直前に何らかの力が介入してきたのを確実に感じたの。
I have no evidence to prove whether it was Saw or not, but I did feel some intervening force that the moment before the passage was
私た
disconnected.
ちの推測通りね。もし私たちが社の世界を連
Mommy?
れて逃げる
Sorry,
つもりなら、
Mommy?
奴は見て見ぬふりをしない。
Mommy? I'm Lori. That's in line with our previous guess. If we plan to flee with Saw's world, it definitely won't just sit there and do
私の
nothing.
計算にミスがあったな
How
の
you
です。
doing today, Mori?
できるだけ社を回避しようと
Just
した
woke
なの
up.
です
Good
が、
morning.
相手に気づかれるとは思わなかったなのです。
Good morning. Oh yeah, it is Sunday for you. Happy Sunday. You drinking more coffee? I miscalculated. I was hoping to avoid Saw as much as possible, but I didn't expect that we might still alarm it anyway.
その社とやら、いっそ出てきた
Yeah,
ら
back
ど
to
う？
work, back to the grind.
あなたたちの話を聞く限り、
I hate
奴は不
Mondays
思議ですごい
with a
存在な
burning
のに、
passion.
臆病者みたいに隠れて奇襲をかけてくるなんて、一体どういうつもりなんだろうね。
I hope this Saw shows itself. You've made this Saw sound so amazing, but it is hiding and playing us like a coward. What's up with
わかり
that?
ません。力があるだけではなく、非常に慎重に動くタイプなのかもしれません。
It's hard to say. Maybe it's not only powerful, but also very cautious.
だからビタさんだったんでしょうか。
So, is that why it targeted
社
Vita?
は影から私たちを止めるつもりでした。だからまず 未来演算の能力を持つビタさんを狙ったのかも
Where
し
is
れ
your
ませんね。
maiden?
そうでも
Is
しな
that
いと
equivalent to
介入しよ
asking
うと
if
し
you
ても
have a date
絶対にビタさん
or
に気づかれま
significant
すから。
other? Where is thy maiden? Do thy have a maiden? Saw wanted to stop us from the shadows, so that's why it targeted Vita, who had the power to deduce future events. Otherwise, Vita would have noticed its
確か
intervention.
にその可能性もあると思うなのです。
That's quite
つま
possible.
りこれは始まりでしかないなのです。これから私たちはシャという終焉の眉と同じタイプの存在と対峙する必要があるのかもしれないなのです。
But that also means this is just the beginning. From now on, we might have to fight Sa, an existence on par with the Cocoon of Finality.
だったら奴と会ってビタの敵を撃ってやろうじゃん。
I did too today. It was pretty bad. I mean, I went to sleep pretty late too. But I still think I got 8 hours or around there. But I slept in until 12. It was pretty bad. I just did not want to wake up. Oh, I see. That wasn't me. I stay up late reading. That's my problem. I tell myself, oh, just one more chapter. It's never one more chapter. It's never. Oh, I see. That would give us the chance to fight it and take revenge for Miss Vita. Her share of Sentience's heroic words were interrupted by some kind of sudden noise. Meanwhile, everyone noticed her projection had somehow changed. Senti?
ってあれどういうこと？ゼレ？
What's wrong, Sully? Why is it?
式の律者ゼーレ。
Why do we have to go to Hardy's? Why? Hardy's is so greasy. Very grindy? Do I even know? Do I even want to know what you would grind in an 18 plus game? What is this, Honey Pop or something? Where'd you send it to me on? You just want the donut, you weirdo. Go yourself. Get your little Fruit Loop donuts. You and Fruit Loops. That's very intense for an NFSW game. Interesting. Her share of sentience?
写
Sally?
真が切断されました。
Our communication has been cut
通
off.
信だけじゃなくて私も影響を受けてるみたいです。
That's way too intense. It's not just our communication. I also feel something affecting me.
何らかの力がこの世界に直接干渉してます。おそら
If
く
some
相手は
power's directly interfering with this world, I'm afraid it'll be... Alright. We're just ripping the band-aid off, aren't we? It seems that the meeting must end now, but that's not all. There isn't much time left for them to act. The countdown to the end of this world has started. Devour, merge, and annihilate. Apocalypse, doom, and death. No matter which word they use, that thing will come as promised. And those who try to turn around the fate of the world, their real suffering begins now. Yay, I love suffering. Not really.
どうしたのゼーレ？やっぱりダメ？その賢者とやらの権能でなんとかできないの？
You can't avoid taxes in the game? Oh, bad game. You have to pay taxes? Boo. The only taxes you should have to pay are to Chama. You pay your Chama Corp taxes. What's wrong, Sele? Is it not working? Can't you do something with the Sage's authority you have?
うるさいわね。力になれないならおとなしく黙ってなさい。
You're so noisy. Just keep your mouth shut if you can't do anything to
ちょっ
help.
とあなたの代わりに怪物を倒してフォローしてあげたのに。
Who do you think took care of the monsters for you just then?
こいつら、
Oh.
さっきからどんどん増えてる。
That's too realistic. I don't like that. Hi, Goose. How you doing today, Goose? Yeah, pay those taxes. That's
Pay
what I'm
your
talking
Charm
about.
Corp taxes.
Oh, there have been more and more of these since
何体でも
earlier.
倒せるけど、さすがに一人じゃ二つの作業を同時進行できない。これ以上グズグズしてたら、あなたを崇める鬼火たちがどうなるかわからないよ。
Barbecue tonight. Hell yeah. That sounds awesome. That's wild. Mori, why are you playing this game? The R-rated stuff better be peak. That's too much work. Although I can handle however many come at us, one person can only do so much. If we wait any longer, those little wisps who worship you won't be able to stay out of it.
仕方ないわね。ゼーレたちとの通信は切断されたみたい。
It can't be helped. Our communication with Sele is probably jammed.
まだその切断のタイプを確定できないなのですが
Ow, ow,
普通のジャン
ow.
ピングならまだ回復させられる可能性
So
が
did
あ
you
る
have to run and go get more? That's the worst. That happened to Cross and I. One day we were like, oh, we're gonna go cook out on the grill. And we pulled the grill out and we were out of propane. I was like, guess we're not cooking out today because I don't feel like dragging the propane tank somewhere. But we can't confirm how it's been jammed. It might be possible to restore the signal if it's just an ordinary jamming
だったら簡
method.
単でしょ。あの月の下に戻ればいいじゃない。あそこは口頭に一番近いし、
Hi,
きっと信号
Techno.
だって一番
We
いいに
sell
決まって
propane
る。
and propane accessories at Shammer Corps.
Oh, do we now? Do we? Mori, I'm assuming it's just like a normal, like, cooking out on the grill, like many people do over in the States. I know Goose is in Canada land, but I think they do the same thing. And a lot of people call that barbecue. And most of the grills run on propane. You're already suffering? Oh boy. Well, we're suffering here today, I'm assuming. It already started off pretty rough. Yeah, it's just hamburgers and hot dogs. That's what I figured. Yeah. Yeah, unless you like have what are the other grills that have coal or charcoal? A charcoal grill, and then you don't really need propane. But most grills now use propane. Easy, let's return to the place under the moon. That place is closest to the tower, so the signal should be the strongest there. Unless you have Chama, and then you just use Chama to cook everything.
いいアイデアね。ついでにわけのわからない奴らを
I
片付けておく
finally
ことも
got
できるし。
to use
じゃあ足手まといにならないようにちゃんとついてきて。
in Elysian Realm, and like, holy
あ
crap,
なた
she's
は
so
ちょっ
much
と
fun
脳
to
死なだ
play.
けでしょ。私についてきて効率が何なのかを勉強してみたら。
Yeah, whenever we cook out with my family, we have leftovers all the time, and I take them home, and I eat them for lunch and sometimes dinner. Oh damn, nice. I'm gonna be able to get the weapon here soon. I think I'm like 24 pulls off from the pity. I don't think I've seen gameplay. I've seen some animations. I don't think I've seen gameplay though. But I've definitely seen the animations. She looks really good. Now I want to do barbecue as well and coal applewood. Slow and low heat cook. Oh boy, don't say that. That sounds so good. I have some hamburgers that I need to make, but I'll probably make them inside, not on a grill. Just make them on the stove. You have brisket. Brisket sounds amazing. Wait, did you have to go almost to pity for all of yours, Techno? How many do you have to pull for SS? I know it's quite a few, right? Stuck in the corner. Didn't help. 3 of them? That's rough.
言葉よりも事実だ。喧嘩に関しては私の方が先生だよ。
That's real rough. You haven't gotten Ling Sha yet? Oh, yeah, that's rough. She doesn't have too much longer on her banner either. I really hope you end up getting her, dude. She's a lot of fun. You're gonna go play some Epic 7? Yeah, Rappa's coming out soon. I'm definitely skipping Rappa because I need to pull Sunday. I am praying my luck is good for Sunday. Hey, what's that?
さあ、あの怪物たちと一緒に出てきたみたいだ。
I thought you didn't know yet, though. You're not? You're actually gonna try? Oh yeah, Forgotten Halls just got reset because I did the first one, which was I think on the 7th stage, and I need to do the rest now. Rappa comes out on your birthday. Hopefully she comes home early for your birthday. What's it called? Afternoon Soak One. Let me check. Afternoon Soak One. Oh, her design's really pretty. I love that. You're right. I do love that. That looks really good. I really like the colors. I love that. Men don't skip waifus. It's true. Cross doesn't skip his waifus. I have to stay strong though. For husbando. I don't know. I think it appeared at the same time as those monsters. No, but he did get her. I don't know if he's pulling max limit break because the skills were pretty bad. Think he changed his mind? Cross, did you end up going max limit break? Will Sunday come out on Sunday? Every day is Sunday in Sunday's world. So yes. In Sunday's ideal world, every day is Sunday. The mist seems to have gotten thinner after we defeated those monsters. I have so much that I need to get through on Nikkei. So Tuesday's gonna be jam-packed. It'll probably take 2. I still need to technically pull on Phantom, which we may do after I finish Act 1. Since we probably only have time to get through Act 1 today, we may pull for Phantom at the end. See if we can't get her painlessly. Because she's gone in 3 days. So I won't make it to Tuesday, or if I do, it'll be the last day. for her. And then we have second anniversary stream coming up next week. I think it's next week. Oh, did you stop playing on the 26th? It's the 19th, the 20th is tomorrow. So yeah, it'll be Saturday? Saturday, right? Ow. Yeah, I gotta hydrate. Sorry, I was thinking. Just trying to plan things out. I'll figure it out tomorrow when I actually sit down and look at the schedule. That'll be super early in the morning, so I won't be able to stream it, but we'll watch the stream another day. We'll have to watch the stream another day. Because I think that'll be... Actually, it might be Friday.
Nuts.
Friday for us. Huh. I'll figure it out. I'm thinking too hard. Next Nikkei patch is the last day in the reserve soldier training. Oh. I see. I really hope they tell us who the unit is for the anniversary event. Please just confirm it's Cinderella for me. Please and thank you, Nikkei. Just do me that favor. Don't make me wait any longer. What's cooking? What you cooking? Yeah, I do. I streamed Pinnacone's story. I haven't streamed the recent ones just because it's hard to tackle so many gachas, at least for me, streaming only 3 days a week, so I end up falling behind on stuff. So I may stream it if the next patch is really good. This current patch, while it's good, isn't quite Pinnacone level for me. So there may be random streams of Star Rail every once in a while, but I do play it. Yeah, I am. I'm on current story. Yeah, I did catch up. I am caught up at the moment. Yeah, the last patch was pretty good for story. It still wasn't quite Pinnacone for me, but like I really liked Pinnacone's story a lot. But I am excited to see where the next patch takes us. Yeah. I finally, because I just sat down one day and I was like, I need to get through story and I need to get through these events, and I got them all done. I think in 2 days. I think it took me 2 days to get through. Both the monsters and the black mist appeared after our communication was cut off. That means...
待って、何をするつもり?
Pinnacone made me cry a lot. It was really good though. Yeah, I'm hoping to see teasers soon. I really am excited for 3.0. I needed gems. You were desperate. You need to get Lingsha, and you need to get her right now. Wait, what are you doing?
先だけなんて偽物の技でしかないでしょ。何なの
There's
か
no
わから
point
ないなら
guessing.
調べてみればいいんだ。
Let's go and find out
そんな
directly.
正体不明なものに触るなんて怖くないの?
To touch something of unknown origin so casually. You're too happy-go-lucky, aren't you? I mean, how else are you gonna find out? Best way.
私を誰だと思ってるわけ？ただの霧だし、別に私は。
Everyone does need a dragon waifu. Who do you think I am? Mere mist can't do anything to me. Senti? That definitely did do something. Fei Zhao was brutal 95 pulls. Ooh. I had to skip Fei Zhao. I definitely want to get her when she has a rerun. But I really wanted Lingsha, and my funds were already pretty minimal after Firefly and Runmei, so I had to conserve.
ちょっと
Hey, you.
何 何これ。
What's this? Oh, okay, she backed away in it. And she went back to normal.
あ、
Ooh, yeah, I think all your luck went away right there, Goose. You used
どう
it.
やらあなたの本物の技も少しは役に立ってくれたようね。
It looks like your direct approach
この
worked.
国務も社の罠だと思うわ。怪物たちと同じように世界の辺境からどんどん広がっていってる。私たちを追い払おうとしてるわね。
I'm afraid this black mist is part of Saw's trap. Like the monsters, it's constantly spreading over here from the edge of this world and is determined to drive us away.
いいでしょう。触れなければ大したことはないしね。
Fine then, we won't fall for its trap.
あのさ、もう一人のゼーレみたいにサエーとやらを召喚できないの？
何？もう倒せなくなったの？あれだけ大口を叩いたのに？
急いでるから優しくアドバイスしてあげたんでしょ。
今は喧嘩してる場合じゃない。もしサエが時間稼ぎをしてくれるなら。さあ、私を。サエもあの国務に捕捉されるわ。
まあいいよ。やっぱり私を頼るしかないんだね。
The taste is milder than Monster Energy. I used to drink a lot of Monster Energy drinks, and then I cut myself off. Hey, what are you doing over there? Yeah, yeah.
逃げられないの。
あそこは
I
私
don't
たち
know
が
if
最
this
初会った場
monster's
所だね。
just stuck there.
鬼火たちの町みたいだ。
まずいわ。怪物と国務がすでにあの一帯に侵入してる。
Yeah. I just noticed I was becoming super dependent on it, so I weaned myself off of it and just caffeine in general. I'll drink Red Bull if I want an energy drink, but I usually only have like not even maybe like 2 cans a month. That's about it. I don't drink it that often. Unless I have overtime. And then if I have overtime and I'm working like 11, 12 hours days, then I might drink it more. That's about it. Explosive. I don't think I've ever tried C4. I see it at the stores now, but I have never tried it. Those wisp theme.
何の反応もないね。
They aren't reacting at
こ
all.
んな言葉で表現するのは良くないと思う
I
けど。
think
見た
I've
目だ
never
けだ
fought
と
Prime
この鬼
crossed
火た
it
ちは
to
ま
try
る
it
で
when it first came out,
結晶になった
and I
みたい
just
だ。
don't think it tastes that great. If I'm being honest. If I'm being completely honest, I just don't feel like it's all that good compared to like the hype it gets. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Cross was just like, I want to try
Burn the
this, see how
witch.
it tastes. But he tried it and he let me try it, and I was like, oh, this is gross. And then now I never tried it again. Because I mean, I think it was like their first flavor or whatever, and if your first flavor is bad, then maybe I'm gonna assume all the rest of them are just as bad. Prime is ass. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks that. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Logan Paul. Man's just not a great person in my opinion. Although it doesn't seem appropriate to say this, don't these wisps look like they
Haru's
have
feet flavored
crystallized?
GG gamer subs when ?
No, if I was ever to get partnered with any drink, it would not be it would not be feet flavored. Please, no. That's not what I want to be known for. Although it doesn't seem appropriate to say this. Don't these wisps look like they have Don't they look like they've crystallized? As she said, countless wisps were suspended in midair like an eerie painting in the night. They've crystallized. I don't know what I would name a drink flavor after if I got one. I know that G Fuel's coming out with an Akatsuki flavor, and it's strawberry matcha, and I really, really want it. Yeah, Lily's is Blowhole Blast, but that makes sense for her. No foot sweat. No. Yeah, it is their drink, unfortunately. Okay, I think Cross has tried the avocado one and said that it was okay. Fire Magic Mango? Oh my god, Tilo, you're so smart. Yes.
あんまり落ち込まないようにね。心残りではあるけど、私たちは急ぐ必要がある。それに、彼らはもう死んだ人間だし。
Although they have like a pixel magic, and it's sour grape. Maybe I could do like a sour cherry or sour strawberry, and just be like something magic as well. The avocado flavor. Cross said it was okay. I haven't tried it though. Hey, try not to be so depressed. Although it's a pity, we need to continue on our way, and there are just dead people. Strawberry and passion fruit? Ooh, that sounds good. My favorite from G Fuel are mostly their sour flavors, if I'm being honest. That's not certain.
ほら、今までは月の光を得られない状況だと、彼らは結晶になるんじゃなくて、ただ消えたでしょ。でなくちゃ、すでに結晶だらけになってるはずよ。
Although Cross orders Sage mode all the time, but I don't remember what the flavors are exactly. Cross would have to tell you guys. All I know is it's pretty good. Think about it. They will only disappear in the air if they can't get any moonlight. They won't become crystals like this. If that were the case, who knows how many crystals we would have encountered along the way.
この鬼火たちにはまだ復活する機会がある。
So it should be possible for these wisps to recover. White peach? Okay, yeah, that's Sage mode flavor. It's good. Has a sour personality. Yeah, you could say that. Have you been doing your union raids? Yeah, we finished first day. I cleared out the last two bosses for our union. And so it was blacksmith and I don't remember the other one. I downed those two by myself. And then I got material H to half. And then someone else finished it off a little bit after. We were in 95th place for Union Raid. There's some sense to Sally's analysis.
その凍結を止める術がないなのです。あの怪物たちは国務をもたらしますから、ここに長くとどまるわけにはいかないなのです。
You don't know what my sweat smells like. How dare you? However, we currently have no way to stop the crystallization process, and we can't stay here for long because those creatures will bring the black mist endlessly.
騒ぎが落ち着いた後に何とかしてあげましょう。
I do love sour flavored things though. Sour flavored candy is the best. Of course I know that. Let's think of a solution after we resolve this communication or commotion, sorry.
気にしてないわ。ただ 答えもよくわからないまま軽率に動いてもこれからの行動に何のメリットもないから。
Don't misunderstand that I care a lot about their existence. I just think that being rash and cursory won't be beneficial for our next moves.
もう一人のゼーレの真
I
似が
like
どんどん上手
warheads.
になってるね。
I don't think I've ever had as toxic waste to candy. I don't think I've ever had that. Warheads are okay. I think the flavor overall isn't the best. They're sour, which I like, but the flavors aren't usually that great. But I haven't had one in a while because normally that's like a Halloween candy, or I'd only get it on Halloween. And normally I'd get like the worst flavors. You're getting better at imitating the other
そんな
Sele.
話はいいから急いで口頭の下に向かうわよ。
Stop fooling around. Let's hurry over to the foot of the tower. Passing by the sand servant, who was also crystallized, Sele and the others arrived at a place opposite the tower and immediately tried to reconnect with their companions in the other world. A very special and skilled informant who, Tilo? Is Tilo your informant?
絶対に成功して。
Please work.
ゼーレ、そっちは大丈夫？
Sele, are you
し
okay?
ばらくは大丈夫です。どうやらそちらはようやく通信の突破口を見つけ
Techno,
ら
are
れ
you
たよう
telling
です
me
ね。
you know what my smell is? That it's sour? I feel like that's a Tilo thing. Everything is fine for now. It looks like you've finally found a way to make contact
こ
with
こが
us.
空間的に2つの世界
Oh,
が
I
最
mean,
も接
I feel
近
like
している
Tilo
場
would
所
pay
な
a
ので
lot
す。
of money for that.
簡単な
So
理屈で
Tilo's
す
the
が、
informant,
ちゃ
and
ん
you're
と
the
効果があ
informant
るようなのです
of Tilo. The informant's informant. After all, this place is where the two worlds are the closest spatially. It's a simple but effective
つまり
principle.
私たちの通信が切断されたのは超自然な規則のせいではなく、2つの世界自体の不安定さが原因だったなのです。
Now it seems that our communication wasn't cut off due to any supernatural laws. It was simply caused by the instability of the two
ですが
worlds.
それは1秒すら争う状況を意味しているなのです。今はゼーレさんたちの接続すら安定しておらず、いつでも切断される可能性があるからなのです。
However, this also means that we have no time to waste. The connection between the two Seles is also unstable and can be broken at any time.
もう理屈だらけの長
That
話はや
makes
め
me
て、
feel so
早
sick.
くこっちの状況を伝えた方がい
That's
い
so
よ。
gross. That's so gross. Why do you like that, Tilo? I'm not judging. I'm just curious. I just need to know. Why? Why is it appealing? I don't get it. In that case, you should stop ranting on like that. Hurry up and brief them real quick. Everyone shared information quickly.
怪物と国務がそっちの世界を襲ってるなんて。
Monsters in a black mist attacked your
それに
world?
比べればこちらの状況はまだ明白に悪化しているわけではありません。電力と通信システムに広範囲の障害が出ているだけです。
In comparison, the situation over here hasn't deteriorated significantly. It's just that the power grid in the telecom system has been paralyzed on a large
世
scale.
界を安定させる口頭がそっちにあるからかしら。
Maybe it's because the tower that can stabilize the worlds is on your
そ
side?
れはまだわからない。でも私たちがこうして連絡できるってことは、口頭の賢者の権能はまだそっちの世界にも
Oh,
効
damn.
果があるはずだよ。
Wait, I thought Tilo lost all his points the last stream. I don't think he has anything, so he's not really paying that much. I don't know about that. However, since we are able to make contact like this, it means that the authority of the sage is also effective in the world over
だから
there.
この権能を使ってそっちであった異変を抑えてみることもできると思う。
Well, Sally, we can try to use this authority to suppress the changes on your
Yeah.
side.
一理あるわね。
That makes sense.
つまりまたあの異例の儀式とやら
And
を
he
始めるっ
lost
てこ
them
と？
all again. Hilo, can you win for once? So what you're saying is that we need to do that consolation right again?
はい、ゼーレと同時に儀式を行います。
It was nice knowing you, Tilo. Salutes for Tilo in the chat. He gambled valiantly, but in the end, he lost everything, including his right to chat. That seems like a fitting payment, honestly. Yes, Ellie and I will perform the rite at the same
その間
time.
は引き続きゼーレのことを守ってください。指揮の律者さん。
During this time, it's up to you to protect Sele, Hersher of Sentience.
また私をこき使うと思ったよ。はいはい、早く済ませて。終わったら教えてよ。
Geez, you certainly like to boss me around. Hurry up and remember to let me know when you're done so I can take a break.
早速始めましょう。
He could have. Instead, he wanted to gamble big. He could have given you 44k if he won, but he didn't. Ivy, thank you for paying your taxes.
Pay your Charma Corp
And
taxes.
for my glasses. As always, the Twin Tower sages focused their power and spread it throughout the world. Everything went especially smoothly this time, with nothing getting in their way.
何かがあるよ。
I need my
Zere,
glasses to
hayako mite.
read. I can't read without my glasses. Sele, something is happening. Look. Oh, and short hair. I can do that. How's Ivy today?
ほら、彼らがまた動き出したよ。効果はあるみたいだ。
Look, they're starting to move again. It looks like it worked. How could you steal my hat and my hair? How could you do this to me? Oh, ow! Ow, and I'm being bullied. I'm doing pretty good today. I got a lot of sleep. Woke up. Just kinda played games all day. Just kinda like a chill day. So I can't really complain. It's been okay. Just one of those days. Look, they're starting to move again. It looks like it worked.
ねえ、大丈夫？話せる？
Hey, how are you? Can you speak?
月の光、
The moonlight. What about it?
賢者様。
The moon. Lord
月の
Sage.
光が欲しいの？でも、ここならずっと月の光を浴びれるじゃない。
Is it craving the moonlight? But isn't this place always illuminated by the
月
moonlight?
の光。寒い。寒い。
The moonlight. So cold. So very cold.
なんか変よ。離れて。国務がまたやってくるわ。
Something's wrong. Stay away from it. The black mist is returning.
寒い。月の光が溶け合って。
Oh, they are not okay.
賢者様。
They're fine. It's fine. They're fine.
Pay your Charma Corp taxes.
Ah. Thank you for paying your taxes, Walker. It's so cold. The moonlight is fusing. Lord Sage.
ゼーレ、そっちは大丈夫？
Where'd you come
平気よ
from?。
ただ異例に効果がなくて、むしろ敵の数が増えただけ。
あの鬼火も不意打ちするための罠だったのかもしれないね。でも私たちを舐めすぎてるんじゃない？
油断は禁物よ。相手があの底の見えない者なら、おそらくキリがないほど怪物たちが現れるでしょうね。
I couldn't hear the
その
yata.
話もまずは目の前の敵を倒してからにしよう。
ゼーレのおもちゃになってくれる？やっ。 とりあえず一段落ついたわね。でも遠くでまた国務が出てきてるし、新しい敵もすぐここに来るはずよ。
We're safe for now, but more black mist is appearing in the distance. I feel like a new wave of enemies will soon get to us.
まさに獅子孫々途絶えぬってやつ。
There really is no end to these monsters, eh?
シャとやらには失望したよ。やつの性質は終焉の眉と似てるんでしょ。この程度雑魚ばかり使うだけのやつ。
Oh no, Ivy, is your sleep schedule still really bad? I know you always say that you're going to sleep and then I see you like an hour or two later. That's so awful. I'm so sorry. I really hope your sleep schedule gets better. But I really do feel bad for that saw. Isn't its nature supposed to be similar to the Kakuna finality? Is that all it can do, throwing minions at us? I don't know if I really want to find out if that is all it can do or not. I don't want to provoke it. An unending wave of minions is also dangerous. Tilo, welcome back. Hey, had you won, you would have had more points to give. Although you can still manage easily, you won't be able to fight like this
ちょ
forever.
っと味方のテンションを下げるようなことを言ってどうするの。
Hey, who are you belittling? Why are you belittling us and demoralizing us like this? Doesn't concern you.
残念ながら彼
Rain.
女たちの
Hello,
話は
wake up.
一理あるなのです。
I'm sorry, but they make a good
石
point.
博士、プロメテウスとプライベートトークでもしてたの？
Oh my god, that sounds awful. I'm assuming you just can't sleep for super long periods of time. Like you wake up after a couple hours. That's awful. Professor Rock, were you having a private chat with Prometheus just now?
事実私たちにはある共通認識があるなのです。
Yes, in fact, we've reached a
とにか
consensus.
くまずはこちらの世界に来てください。つまり砂鉄の国から離脱することをお勧めします。
In short, we recommend that you come to the world on this side, which means you should retreat from the country of Iron Sand.
時間をかけて考えた案が逃げることなの。
What? The best strategy you came up with is for us to run away?
単純な闘争ではありません。今のセントソルトスノーも砂鉄の国より安全というわけではないのですから。
You won't be running away. In fact, Salt Snow Holy City isn't much safer than the country of Iron Sand right now.
私が説明するなのです。キラさんとビタさんの情報を元にすると、シャという存在が影からこの2つの世界の泡に影響を与えていると考えてもいいなのです。
I'll sum up the situation. According to the info we got from Kira and Vita, we can basically assume that an existence called Sa is secretly influencing these two bubble
以前、
universes.
シャがした行為も判明したなのです。宇宙の捕食者を作ったり、霊落の星を潰したり、そして
Prior to this, we learned some of its past actions, including creating interstellar predators, blowing up the fallen star,
ミステル
and
さんが推測したようなセントソルトスノーと砂鉄の国に融合と破滅をもたらした法則もあるなのです。
according to Miss Mistel's speculations, it has also established the laws of fusion and annihilation for the Salt Snow Holy City and the country of Iron
その
Sand.
行為に隠された目的はまだ不明ですが、
I want to
少
know
なくとも
why.
性質上、
What
シ
are
ャ
they
が文明の
after?
破滅に夢
What
中
does
に
it
なってい
want?
るのは確かなのです。
Although we don't know why these actions were taken, at the very least, we know that Sa is passionate about destroying civilizations.
それはもう知ってるわ。
Yes, we already know all
問
that.
題はそこにあるなの
But
です。
why? Just for fun? Or is there an actual reason?
砂鉄の国の住人も左衛たちも一時的に凍らされていて消滅していないなのです。
But therein
霊
lies
落
the
の星と同
problem.
じ結果が
According to
シャ
your
の最終目
words,
的なら、
Both the country of iron sand and sand servants have only been temporarily crystallized and not directly annihilated. If Sa is attempting to do something like blowing up the fallen
砂鉄の
star,
国が凍ることも2つの世界の泡を破滅に向かわせる一歩に過ぎないなのです。
freezing the country of iron sand would only be one step in the annihilation of the two bubble universes.
は？どういう意味？まだ始まったばかりってこと？
Huh? What do you mean? Is this just the beginning?
ごめんなさい。私の説明が悪かったわね。
Sorry, I didn't explain things clearly
ある
earlier.
規則の影響により、2つの世界の泡は溶け合い、消えてしまう。そう言ったでしょ？でも、溶け合うことの具体的な形については、細かく分析していなかった。
Governed by certain laws, the two bubble universes will merge with each other and eventually perish. I said so, right? However, I didn't elaborate on how this fusion would take
というよ
place.
り、溶け合うという言葉をみんなはこんな風に想像するでしょ？桶にある2つのシャボン玉がゆっくりと互いに近づいていき、表面張力の限度を超えると、パン。
That's a good example, honestly. For example, when asked about what fusion means to you, the image of two soap bubbles approaching each other slowly in a basin of water until the tension of their films exceed the limit, causing the bubbles to
事
burst.
実、最初に2つの世界の泡に起きたのは、そういうゆっくりとしているのに致命的な融合なの。でも、この1時間で状況は突如変わった。
In fact, it was this type of slow and deadly fusion that took place between our two bubble universes in the first place. However, the situation changed suddenly in the last
どうや
hour.
らシャはこれ以上待ちたくないみたい。奴は直接介入して世界の融合と消滅を加速させるつもりよ。片方のシャボン玉を押すという形でね。
It looks like Sa doesn't want to wait any longer. It intends to directly intervene and accelerate the fusion and annihilation of the bubble universes by pushing one of the soap
押
bubbles.
されたシャボン玉が砂鉄の国だってこと？
So, the soap bubble that is being pushed is the country of iron sand?
ええ、だから砂鉄の国の住人
Oh,
を
okay, okay.
凍らせる必要があったのよ。
Yeah, we'll try it out. I usually take a break after a couple hours. To at least get up for a little bit longer and stretch. Stuck with wild rift blows. I don't, other than gachas, I really don't play any other mobile games. Yes, that's why it needs to crystallize the residents of the country of iron sand first.
住人を凍らせることとシャボン玉を押すことに何の関係があるの？ここの人たちのことが邪魔だとか？
What's crystallizing the residents got to do with pushing the soap bubble? Are they in the way?
これは世界レベルのシャボン玉だもの。たとえシャでもこれほど大きいシャボン玉を動かすには相当消耗しないといけないでしょうね。
This is a soap bubble that is the size of an entire world. Even Sa would need to use up a considerable amount of energy to push it around. Hey, I allowed that yesterday because it was your birthday, Tilo, but not today.
とにかく終焉の眉を模倣してる相手は砂鉄の国自身のエネルギーで世界の泡を押すことにしたみたい。
Maybe it isn't willing to expand the energy, or maybe it isn't willing to expand this amount of energy, or maybe it just can't be bothered. In short, this being seems to be leveraging its power by pushing the country of iron sand with the energy of the bubble universe itself.
へ
It is not your
ー
birthday
だから
every
卑劣な
day.
やつは鬼火たちを消さずに
Not
まず
true.
は彼らの
Cross
動
can
きを封じ
verify.
てそのエネルギ
You
ーを
sent
抜
him
き取る
proof?
ことにしたんだ。
Oh, so that's why that despicable scoundrel froze the wisp and sucked their energy instead of directly annihilating them.
そいつケチすぎるよ。 ますますシャがクズに思えてきたんだけど。
That's too stingy. Why do I get the feeling that this Saw is more and more
別
underhanded?
にクズな手段ではありません。私たちに比較的馴染みのある終焉の眉だって文明を利用し崩壊を蓄積することで律者に審判の代行をさせていたではありませんか。
It's not that the means are underhanded. Didn't the Kakuna finality we're more familiar with also pass out judgment through the Hersher by accumulating and destroying
それ
civilizations?
に手段に上も下もありませんよ。まさか荘園のない戦争は戦争じゃないとでも思っているんですか。
Moreover, what makes a means underhanded or not? Do you think a war without the smoke of gunpowder is not a
ちょっ
war?
とその喋り方ますますメイ博士に似てきてない？
Hey, why are you sounding more and more like Dr. May
とに
now?
かく状況は大体分かったわ。シャは国務を使って砂鉄の国を支配し、そしてそれを道具にしてセントソルトスノーとの共倒れを狙ってる。
Anyway, I roughly understand the situation now. Saw is intending to control the country of Iron Sand with the Black Mist first, and then use it as a tool to make it perish with the Salt Snow Holy City.
そして今のところ私と四季の律者は永遠と湧いてくる国務に対処することはできない。そうよね。
On the other hand, the Hersher of Sentience and I are currently unable to deal with this black mist, right?
シャの力が高等の賢者の権能を押さえつけてるかもしれないから異例の効果は発揮されなかった。
Hey, Saw may very well have the power to suppress the sage's authority. That would explain why the consolation rite didn't
各
work.
々で戦うよりも一箇所に集まって力を強化した方がいいと思う。今までの状況から考えると賢者は高等にいる時の方がよりうまく世界を守れるから。
Rather than fighting alone, we should join forces to be stronger. After all, based on past events, it seems the sage was able to protect the world better in the
これは
tower.
前進するための交代なのです。賢者の権能を持つもう一人のゼーレさんが砂鉄の国から離れることができれば、世界の泡が国務によって全部覆われたとしてもすぐには破滅しないと証明できるなのです。
We'll take a step forward by retreating. If Sele, who has the sage's authority, is able to leave the country of Iron Sand, we will have a negative assurance that the bubble universe won't be destroyed immediately, even if the black mist has covered it.
むしろシャがこの世界を支配するには賢者の権能を回避するための時間が必要なのです。
On the contrary,
私たちが
the
次
Saw
の
will
行動
need
を考
some
え
time
る
to
時間に
bypass,
もなるのです。
bypass the sage's authority and take over this world. This will buy us critical time to consider our next
も
move.
ちろん鬼火たちのことは心配ないわ。経済的な視点から考えれば利用価値があるうちはシャは彼らを殺したりしない。この点に関してはみんなも分かってるはずよね。
Of course, you don't need to worry about your wisp friends. From an economic perspective, Saw won't kill them until they are no longer useful. Haven't you witnessed this with your own
分
eyes?
かったわ。確かにここに残ってても何もできないし、そっちに行く方法を考えましょう。
Let's go. It's true that we can't do anything even if we stay here. We need to come up with a way to get over there.
は？このまま逃げるの？私の面目が丸つぶれじゃない。
It's a tactical retreat, Senti. Really? We're going to run away just like this? How embarrassing.
でもまあ命がけって言葉のように少し顔がつぶれるくらいどうってことないか。
But as they say, I would do anything for you. So what if I lose face?
なったね。
You're such a
で
rascal.
もどうやってそっちに行けばいいの？ここの規則を参考にしたら私たちは2人合わせてもせいぜい半人前の賢者だってのにこの距離をちゃんと飛べるわけ？
But how can we travel to your side? According to the rules of this place, we will only count as half the sage even if we join forces. Will we be able to travel that
こ
far?
ういう時は私の出番よ。
This is my moment to shine.
さっき一度見せたじゃない。私の橋を架ける技術を。
Didn't I already show everyone my bridge making skills?
本当にもう一度やるつもりですか？
I was gonna say that took a lot out of you the first time.
先ほど消耗した
Alright,
部分は
Ivy, I hope you
大して
get
回復してい
some
ません。
good rest. Are you sure you want to do that again? I must remind you that you haven't recovered all the energy you used up.
安心して。限界は理解してるつもりよ。こういう世界ほど遠くはないし、二つの世界の泡をつなげるのはそんなに難しいことじゃないから。
Don't worry. I know my limits. Compared with the distance back to the proper world, connecting these two bubble universes won't be very
それ
difficult.
に、さっきの経験のおかげで、私の技術も上がったのよ。今回の作業は、シュレーディンガー博士が位置の特定に十数分ほど付き合ってくれれば問題ないはず。
I've also become more proficient after the previous attempt. I should be able to get it done if Dr. Schrödinger spends 10 minutes helping me determine the coordinates.
切断された部分の道を利用してそのまま砂鉄の国へとつなげるつもりなのですか？
Are you thinking of using the passage that was cut off earlier and reconnecting it to the country of Iron Sand?
もちろん、時間の節約ができるし、素材の消耗も最小限に抑えられるもの。
Of course. This way we'll save time and minimize the consumption of materials.
善は急げ。早速始めましょう。
Okay, without further ado, let's get started. What could possibly go wrong? Actually, I hope nothing goes wrong, please. Please.
位置の特定はもう終わったよ。もうすぐミステルが橋をそっちにつないでくれる。
The coordinates have been located. It won't be long until Mistel can reconnect the bridge over
彼女
here.
の体の状況を考えると今回の道は長時間維持できないので
No.
急いで通
No,
過
I
して
want to
ほ
be
しいなのです。
optimistic. I want to be optimistic and ignorant to all things that are going to happen. I'm living my life in denial. Even though I know something's gonna go horribly wrong, I'm gonna suffer. Given her current condition, I'm afraid she won't be able to maintain the passage for very long this time. You must pass through it as quickly as you
わかっ
can.
た。
Understood.
また来たわね。
Here they come
あ
again.
の怪物たちが橋の接続点に近づかないようにしてください。現状ではミステルの体はその攻撃に耐えられませんから。
Be careful not to let those monsters get close to the connection points of the bridge. Mistel's body can't withstand their attacks in her current condition.
まだ聞こえてるわよ。17号。
Hey, I can hear that number 17.
衝撃を緩和する時間を数分ほどくれれば大丈夫よ。タイミングさえ見極めたら、二人は簡単に来られるはずだから。
I'll be okay. You two just need to give me a few more minutes. It'll be easy for you to come over here as long as you get the timing right.
そんなの楽勝だけど。
That's a piece of cake. Easy peasy.
なんですって。
やはり私に頼るんですね。
まずいわ。この数逃がした敵がいないなんて保証できない。そういえば
ジェーレ、何をするつもり？あのサエーたちは国務に封じられるんじゃないの？
それでもすぐにそうなるってことはないわ。どうせ持っていくことなんてできないし、十分に役に立って時間稼ぎをしてもらいましょう。
We sure got a lot of people here.
別に私は構わないけど、戦いながらサエーを操るのは大変なんじゃないの？
あなたは自分の心配だけをすればいいのよ。
ねえ、道 理はまだ終わってないの？もう何分過ぎてると思ってる？
あと1分くらい必要です。準備しておいてください。
まあそのくらいなら。
式の律者、あなたは石博士を連れて先に行って。左衛にしんがりを務めてもらうわ。
Pursuer of Sentience, get in front of me with Professor Rock. I'll get the sand servants to bring up the rear.
半人前だけど、一応私は賢者よ。そもそもこの橋はあなたのために作ったものでしょ。それに、あの怪物たちはあなたについていくのが好きみたいだし。
For what it's worth, I'm half the sage. Wasn't this bridge built for you? Also, I feel like those monsters love chasing behind
誰かの
you.
奴らを止めないと、どうやって橋を渡るつもり？
How will you get on the bridge unless someone blocks them from you?
はいはい、わかった。今は遠慮してる場合じゃないし。
Fine then. This isn't the time to be
気をつ
courteous.
けてください。空間の橋がもうすぐ完成します。
Pay attention, the space bridge is almost complete.
カウントダウン。3、2、1。今です。
向こうが見えたよ、ゼレ。
I can see the other side, Sari.
話はいいから急いで。
Just get moving.
ええ、すべてが順調です。次はあなたの番ですよ。
Good. Everything is going well. It's your turn now, Sele. After the Hershey of Sentience disappeared from her sight, Sele also stepped onto the bridge. However, after running a few steps, she could hear the crisp sound of the bridge breaking under her feet.
ゼーレ、急いでください。
Sele, get over. This was the first time Sele had heard this sound, but she could guess what was happening. Before she could make a sound, her body was mercilessly enveloped in a feeling of weightlessness that reminded her of drowning. In a trance, she remembered how she felt when she was drifting on and on. Now, what could possibly happen? Oh, who would have guessed? That was the time when she drifted hopelessly and aimlessly with no end in sight. She wouldn't let this little incident intimidate her. She felt like a certain crybaby was more cause for concern than this situation. In the past, she had to go to great lengths to dispel her confusion and fear. But this time, the hand that she once held was now far away and out of reach. Should she feel relieved or uneasy? Countless thoughts surged through her mind instantly like tidal waves and retreated just as fast as they came. All she had was falling alone, but her loneliness was somewhat a misperception. Saved. Just in time.
ゼール、どうして？
Sele, why are you...
ニステルが作った道は長時間維持できないから、保険のために彼女が命綱を作ってくれてたの。
Although Mistel's passage can't sustain for too long, she can still create a safety rope for us. Remember this? Okay, I'll try. I'll do my best.
何？私ってそんなに信用ないの？よかったわね。これじゃあ向こうについてもあの女をぶん殴れないわ。
What? You have that little faith in me? Now I can't give that woman a beating after
で
this.
もどうしてもミスがないように、みんなが無事に戻ってこられるようにしたかったの。
But I really want to make sure that nothing would go wrong. I wanted to ensure you would all return
そうだ
safely.
としても危ないでしょ。いきなり漁師の海に飛ぶなんて、もう一度沈むつもり？今回は私も一緒にいられないかもしれないのに。
Even so, isn't it too dangerous to jump into the Sea of Quanta head first like this? Do you wish to sink even deeper in? Maybe even I won't be able to stay by your side this
でも
time.
ゼーレだって
Is
同じ
it
行
earlier
動をしたよね
chapters?
お互い様じゃないかな
Because if it's reference to when Sully was in the Sea of Quanta originally, that would have been a long time ago. When they first merged. Okay. But about that, you just did the same thing, Sully. Aren't we pretty much the same?
まったく本当にバカね
Jeez, you idiot. As the bridge built by the idea disappeared, the passage between the two worlds was completely cut off. Those who fled to the Salt Snow Holy City finally got a chance to catch their breath. However, there was probably not much joy in their reunion, as it came at the cost of the other world being completely enveloped in black mist. While they were fighting just to survive, their enemy had taken another step forward. Energy powerful enough to devour another bubble universe would soon be mobilized. This also implies that the countdown to the annihilation of both worlds would soon start. Oh joy, I love annihilation. Not really. There they are. Or... there she is. Let's turn our gazes back to the tower. At this moment, the two genuine stages had finally returned to their territory, a place where they will continue to face their heavy and futile mission.
本当にびっくりしたよ。振り向いたらいなくなるところだったんだから。
That really gave me a fright. I turned around just to see you almost
私が
die.
しんがりを務めてたらそんなこともなかったのに。
Everything would have been
本当
fine
に
if
強
you
が
let
り
me
なんだから。
bring up the rear. You just like to act tough.
別に私が橋を切断したわけじゃないでしょあなたがしんがりを務めても同じようにゼーレに拾ってもらうだけよ
It's not like I broke the bridge. Even if you took my place, you would also need Sully to save you.
それでさっきのはまた社の仕業ですか
So, was Saw also responsible for that?
そうだと思うわ。少なくとも体感的にそう変わらなかったもの。
I think so. At least it felt like
わか
that.
りましたこのままだとあなたは社専用センサーになってしまうかもしれませんね
Okay, if this keeps happening, I'm afraid you'll become our Saw
橋
detector.
を作ることだけでも困難だと知りながら追加の建築素材まで分けるとはあなたのチャレンジ精神には感心してしまいます
It was hard enough building a bridge, yet you even allocated extra building materials. I must admit, your love for challenges is very admirable.
結果オーライなんだからいいじゃない。
Things turned out well in the end,
とに
though.
かく皆さんは無事ですし、セントソルトスノーも一時的に安全なのです。
No matter what, now that everyone is safe, the Salt Snow Holy City will also be safe for
です
now.
が先ほどの出来事で、社はいつでも介入できると確信できたなのです。現状を分析し、次の行動計画にすぐ着手するべきだと思いなのです。
But what happened just now is enough to convince us that Saul will interfere at any time. I think we should analyze our situation now and plan our next course of
は
action.
い今のところ社は非常に慎重で手を出すことはめったにありませんですが社が2回だけ手を出したのはどちらも私たちが作った道を断ち切る時でした
Yes, so far, Saul has been extremely cautious and rarely taken action directly. The only 2 times Saw stepped in were to destroy the passages we
その視
created.
点で考えると、私たちの中で最も発言権があるのは
So, based on this, the person who is most qualified to share their opinion
ミス
is...
テル。そうよね。
あら、どうやらキラの中で私に対する評価が少し変わったようね。
It looks like Miss Shigure's opinion of me has improved
事
slightly.
実に基づいて話を進めただけよ。どう？何か手がかりはない？
I'm just stating a fact, so, what do you
手
think?
がかりというより感想の方が近いかしら。
Rather than saying I have any thoughts, it's more like I've got a
し
feeling.
ゃ、奴が初めて手を出した時、道を断ち切っただけでなく、そこにいたビタも消した。それで私は察したの。もしかしたら、シャはそのやり方に気づいてほしくないのかもしれないって。
The first time it acted, it destroyed the passage I created and eliminated Vita, who was in the passage at that time. That made me realize that maybe Saw didn't want anyone to discover how it acts.
だから、ビタの犠牲を無駄にしないために、道をもう一度作った時に、わざとあることをしたのよ。シャが干渉した瞬間を捉えて、人に知られたくない一面を暴こうと思ってね。
To not let Vita's sacrifice be in vain, I paid extra attention when I built the second passage. I wanted to find out exactly when Saw would act to expose its deepest
それで
secrets.
結局何をしたの？
After saying all that, what did you actually
道が
do?
2回目に壊された時、あることを確認できたのよ。
When the second passage was destroyed, I finally confirmed one thing.
シャは単純なエネルギーの操作で私たちに干渉した。出どころがわからない以外、特に謎に包まれたところはないわ。
Saw's interference is simply energy manipulation. There's nothing mysterious about it other than the fact that we don't know where it's coming
エネル
from.
ギーと直接関係がある権能なのですか？
Its authority is directly related to energy, huh?
わかりました。先ほどセントソルトスノーであった停電と通信障害もそういう攻撃の一部でしょう。
I see. The power outage the Salt Snow Holy City just suffered was probably part of this
それは
attack.
二次事故じゃなかったの？
Shouldn't this be considered a secondary
私
disaster?
もそう考えていました。何しろ、そんな微視的な操作を社がわざと行うなんて考えられませんでしたか
You
ら。
quit? Why'd you quit?
よく考え
I
る
thought you
と
were just getting into
私は
it.
事の本質を見逃してしまっていたようです。
That's what I thought too. After all, it's difficult to imagine Saw would handle something this small itself. But now that I think about it, I think I've overlooked the nature of this
はい？
incident.
本質って？
Is using monitor controls? Is it really that bad? I mean, I feel like Cross ran into a handful of them, at least while I was listening in while he was playing, but I don't feel like it was everyone. Maybe it's just the rank that you're in, Tilo? Huh? What's its
私
nature?
とミステルがこの世界に来たばかりの頃、セントソルトスノーには電力や通信環境がありませんでした。当たり
When
前です
Mistel and I first
ここ
came
の
to
技
this
術レベ
world,
ルは
there
原
was
始的
no
なものでしたか
electricity
ら
or network here, which was normal because the technology here is quite
今
primitive.
の電力システムは私が作りました。その中で効率を最大化するために通常のものとは違う発電とエネルギー貯蓄技術のシステムを採用したんです。
Fireball spamming with one button hurts my brain. Yeah, I've heard Cross talk about the nightmares of modern control. But maybe it really is just the rank that you're in, and maybe once you get out of it, it'll be a little bit better. I built the power system here by myself. During this process, to maximize the benefits, I used power generation and energy storage technologies that are different from those used in other
この世
worlds.
界にのみ存在する明国の言葉という古代の力を借り
It's
て
not even fun to win against them either.
送電配電線路
Yeah, I think Cross got to the
電
point
池のコストを圧縮し
where
ました
he wouldn't rematch anyone who is playing modern controls.
基本的な法則と関係があ
Break
るのか
time,
もしれ
drink
ません
time. So I definitely know what you're saying, because I saw Cross go through it too when he was playing. He's taking a little bit of a break too from Street Fighter after getting to Master, though. He's been playing a lot of League. He's grinding on the League now. We've lost him. He's gone forever. They probably just don't want to dwindle down the queues so that, like, one queue doesn't suffer because of the other. That would be my thinking on it. Because that's why they don't do it for things like shooters where you have all the different consoles and PCs. Really? Are they that long? I feel like Cross didn't have that long a queue, so that's wild to think that your queues are super long. I thought his were only like a couple minutes. It's a good sign? How is it a good sign that he's playing League? One toxic game into another. Could never be me. I used an ancient power called inscribed whispers that only exist in this world to reduce the cost of generation, power transmission lines, and batteries. Looking back now, the basic laws of this world are most likely to be
待っ
involved.
てつまりさっきの停電って霊落の星の
Also, I'm
星
sorry
間
if you
抽
see
出
me
みたい
yawning a
な
lot. I'm not tired. For whatever reason, I keep yawning. I can't stop. Someone out there is cursing me. Wait, are you saying that the power outage is actually similar to the Star Rock extraction of Fallen Star? Oh, please don't say that.
まさか
You don't think.
社が何らかの形でこの世界に影響を与えようとしたとき、明国の言葉は炭鉱のカナリアのように一番最初にそういう干渉に反応したから停電が引き起こされたなのですか？
When Saw attempts to influence this world in a certain manner, the inscribed whisper is the first to react, just like a canary in a mine. Could this reaction be the cause of the
でもそうな
blackout?
ると
What are you playing now,
明国の
Tilo,
言葉
since
に
you're
よ
not
って
playing
おかし
Street
な動き
Fighter?
を調べれば社が世界に侵入した痕跡が見つかるかもしれないってことでしょうか？
If that's true, doesn't that mean we'll be able to find traces of Saw's attacks on this world by investigating how the inscribed whispers has changed? Crying? You're not allowed to
霊
cry.
落の星の歴史を考
Not
え
allowed.
ると
Not here.
あまり楽観視はできないわね。
Suck it up.
確かにそれで
No, I'm kidding.
社の
I
正
can't say
体を
that. I
発
cry
見
all
でき
the
るかもしれない
time
け
on stream.
どチャット博士たちのように何の収穫も得られないかもしれない。そうよね、キラ。
Considering the history of Fallen Star, we can't be too optimistic. We might be able to find Saw, but we might also find nothing like Dr. Charter and the others. Isn't that right, Miss
え
Shigure?
でもそれならなおさら
You're gonna go back to Tekken? Will it be any better, though? Indeed, but since things have come to
動き出
this,
すべきじゃないかしら。
there's even more reason for us to do something about it, right?
雑談はここまでにして早速電力システムを調べてみてはいかがなのです。
Yes, without further ado, why don't we investigate the power system
もちろ
now?
んです。問題ありません。
Of course, we have no objections. What if I object? Not really, I don't.
やっぱりそうでしたか。
As
何か
expected.
発見はあったの？
What did you discover?
何かを発見したというより、これから何かを発見するかもしれません。
To be accurate, I haven't discovered anything yet, but I might discover something soon.
実験をするので、落ち着いて待っていてください。
Hang tight while I conduct an experiment. Sure thing. I'll just
すぐに
hang
調
out.
査結果が出ることはないみたい。他の人たちとお話ししてみようかな。
Time to chat. I sent D. Oh, wait, never mind, I guess.
プロメテウスさんはすごく忙しそう。ところで、石博士はこの世界の中にいるの？それとも外にいるの？
Speaking of it, Professor Rock, do you belong to this world or somewhere outside this world? Welcome back again? Weeba again?
いい質問なのです、ゼーレさん。
Tilo, have you ever played Diablo? I've been getting back into Diablo with the new expansion. It's pretty fun. Nice game that you can turn your brain off to. That's a very good question, Sele.
見ての通り、今まで私は月の岩を媒介にして一緒に行動してきたなのです。私の本体、もっと正確に言うと、私が思考可能なエネルギーとしての主な部分はここから離れた場所にあるなのです。
As you can see, I've used a piece of moonrock as a vessel to stay close to you. My true self, or to be precise, the main part of me, as a wisp of thinking energy, is actually far away from
例える
here.
なら、私は離れた場所にいる爆弾処理専門家で、あなたたちはハサミを手にした作業員なのです。二つのよその世界のために、あなたたちは命を懸けて行動しなければな
You
らないな
played
ので
League
す。
for 12 years, Tilo? How did you manage? How did you not just disappear into the void? That's wild. For example, you think of me as a bomb disposal expert who is communicating with you, a professional holding the scissors remotely to disarm a bomb, and you're the ones who will risk your lives to complete the
それ
mission.
も仕方のないことでしょ？
That's
それ
wild.
とも何か逃げ道があるとでも？
Tilo was a pro, but he gave it up. He walked away. There's no way around that, right? Or do you have an escape
そう
route?
言われてみると、理論上確かに逃げ道が一つ存在しているなのです。
Well, theoretically, we do have an
ど
escape
ういう
route.
意味？
What do you mean?
もし死者が本当に終焉の眉と匹敵する存在なら、ここにいる私たちだけではなく、こういう世
Like it's
界も
worse than
長期戦の
smoking.
準備をしておくべきな
Well,
の
okay,
です。
listen, I don't know about the side effects, but it's probably that addicting. If Saul really is a being on par with the cocoon of finality, then we, and even everyone in the proper world, should prepare for a drawn-out
価値の
battle.
ない犠牲に意味はないなのです。もし本当に止められない事態なのでしたら、少なくとも抵抗の火種を残すべきなのです。
There's no point in making unnecessary sacrifices. If there's no way around it, we should preserve the spark of resistance, just like Vita
分
once
かって
did.
ます。高等の賢者の後継者としてできるだけ2つの世界を守りたいと思ってますが、最悪の事態に備えて博士の考えに同します。
I understand. Although I am the current sage, I still wish to protect these two worlds to the greatest extent possible. However, I agree with you if I have to prepare for the worst.
ミステルに新しい道を構築してもらうことは難しい上に、シャも私たちを止める手段を把握しつつあります。こういう状況の中で博士の言う逃げ道とは何ですか？
It's just that it'll be very difficult for Mistel to create a new passage. Thaw also seems to have some words. Sa also seems to have become proficient in stopping us. In that case, what is our escape
しぐれ
route?
キラさんなのです。今話したようにあくまで理論上なのですが。
It's Kira. Bear in mind that everything I just said is theoretical. Kira?
あまりいいことじゃないんだけどね。
This isn't anything to
お菓
brag
子の家
about.
を出た時に万が一に備えてシュガーズ一族の秘宝外の鍵砂糖の鍵を持ち出したの。実を言うと世界の泡の外に放り投げら
I
れた
only
時に
played COD with
元の道をたどって
Cross, and I
戻れ
only
たの
played
そのおかげだっ
Huh?
た。
Mommy. I only played COD and I only played it with Cross and I did multiplayer. That's the only thing I've done. It was fun. I liked multiplayer. I like the smaller maps where it's just like complete chaos running around. Before I left the candy house, I secretly took the key of the Beyond, also known as the Sugar Key, the secret treasure of the sugars, as a precaution. In fact, I was only able to find my way back after I was thrown out of the bubble universe thanks to its assistance.
外の鍵
The key of
神の
Beyond.
鍵に似たもう一つの武器だと思って。その能力は空の律者の剣能と似てるの。
You can think of it as a weapon similar to the divine keys that has similar powers to the Hersher of the
だから
Void.
空間を操ることもできる。例えばこの世界の一部を梱包したり外の世界とつながる他のルートを探したりとか大規模なことはできないけどね。
It can manipulate time and space to some extent. For example, it can be used to pack up a small part of this world, or to search for other paths connecting to other worlds. However, it can only operate on a small
で
scale.
も外の鍵にもそれなりのメリットがあるわ。例えば精魂空間とつなげられない次元を操作するとか。とにかく道を開拓する責任を私が背負う可能性がある以上。
That being said, the key of the Beyond has some advantages of its own. For example, it can be used in dimensions that can't be connected with the stigma space. Anyway, since it's likely that I'll be the one to open a path,
アイドルとしてファンをがっかりさせないようにベストを尽くすしかないでしょう。
as an idol, I naturally have to do my best and not disappoint my
キラ先
fans.
輩お願いします。
We're counting on you
え
then.
え、機会があったらだけどね。楽しみにしてて。
Yeah, if we get the chance, please look forward to my performance. I will always look forward to your performance. Senti.
おかしいな。本当にありえるの？
Strange. Is this really possible?
私は意識の律者だよ。さすがにこんなことで。
I'm the Hersher of Sentience. I can't.
何があったんですか？
Something happened?
一目見ればわかるでしょ。ますます薄くなってるのよ。
Why do you look like that right now? Isn't it obvious? She's fading again and feeling bad about it. Trying to liven up the depressed mood, she chose to start a conversation in a way unfamiliar to the one she talked to.
あなたね。
You.
どういうこと？あなた、どうしてまた生きてるみたいになったの？
What's going on here? Why are you looking so alive
使い
again?
方がわからないなら使わなくていいから。
I hope you are happy for me.
見えないかもしれませんが、今体は私の方にはありません。
Although it's not obvious, I'm not in control of my body
どういう
now.
意味？
What do you mean?
セントソルトスノーに戻れましたが、まだいつ
Oh,
もみたい
okay. I
に
get
同
what's
じ体に
happening.
存在することができなくて。
Although we've returned to the Holy City, we can't exist simultaneously in the same body like before. We can only,
交代？
take
よくわ
turns.
かりませんが、交代するたびに私たちは 薄くなる影響を消せるんです。
It's really strange, but it seems possible to avoid fading by doing
だから
so.
悪いことばかりではありません。
So it's not entirely a bad thing.
まあいいや。ますますこの世界の規則がわからな
When
く
you
なって
look
き
up
た。
Shigarek era, Google shows a Reddit post, which says, Shigarek era is an A-rank Valkyrie of Shikzol, joined thinking it's an idol program following Salome, but it turned out that the idol program has already ended. She met Cecilia there and she simped Cecilia a lot. Era became friends with Cecilia, Shub-Niggurath, Salome, Teresa and more.
It's true. She did shrimp Cecilia a lot. A lot. Whatever, I can't seem to understand the rules of this world.
もし
Excel
深さ
should
ん
bring
もこっ
back
ち
the
にいた
idol
ら
program.
もしかして
Please and thank you. We do need an idol group right now. Oh, if was here, then
はいはい、
maybe.
もうその辺にして。別にあの僕年人の体は好きじゃない。
No, stop right there. I don't like the body of an old antique like
雨の
that.
日に関節が痛まないかどうかわからないし。
That's like part of the reason she doesn't like Mistel a lot. Like, at all. Did my first 1v9 and ranked on League went from 21-3 with Gwen? Goddamn, nice. Story idols? Hell yeah. Who knows if her legs will feel sore on
そ
rainy
れに
days?
私は律者だよ。
Why are
あ
you
なた
making
た
fun
ち
of
とは
old
状
people,
況が
Senti?
違う。
Sometimes our bones just know when it's gonna rain. Moreover, I'm a Hersher. The situation is different for me.
そんなことができるなんて。さすがにあのミステルと同じような精魂人間ってわけじゃないよね。一体どうやって交代して体を離れて単独行動ができるの？
But to think this is possible, don't tell me you two are also something from Stigma, like that Mistel. How could you switch out and act independently?
偉大なる式の律者
Yeah,
様
I
が
saw
自分の
it.
キャラがどんどん薄くなってると
Where
でも
did you
思ってる
get
の？
it? Where'd you get it from? It was super cute. We're not all like that. What, 2 years old? Wait, what do you mean? Etsy? Ooh, I'm gonna take a peek then. What do you mean, Goose? I need to stretch. 1 second. What? Is the great Hersher of Sentience feeling more and more
キャラ
ordinary?
が薄いのはそっちでしょ？複数の人格が一つの体を共有してる例はいろいろあるじゃない。
You're the ordinary one, who doesn't run into someone with multiple personality disorder on the streets nowadays.
でも
God, Senti.
私の考えが間違ってた
I'm
と
not
したら
900 years old.
今のあ
300,
な
thank
た
you
た
very
ち
much.
は実体だったりしないよね。
Listen. 300. I'm not that old. Come on. Come on. So rude. I'm not ancient yet. But if I had the wrong idea earlier, is it possible that you both have a physical body now? She stepped forward and reached out She stepped forward and reached out as she talked, as if she wanted to verify her conjecture for herself. Don't doubt me. Welcome back, Ivy. I'll hydrate. Thank you. Although honestly, my bones I don't feel sore when it's gonna rain or weather's changing. I do get headaches though with like the pressure systems and stuff, but 'tis life. Is 9,000 years old? I am not that old. Come on. Come on. I'm not like super ancient. Welcome back, Ivy. I hope you got a little rest. However, when she realized the other party's intentions, the black-haired girl grabbed her other self and pulled her towards
さ
herself.
せないわ
How dare you?
へえ、意外と過保護。
Oh, you're so protective. She shifted her gaze to their clasped hands, something the two girls could never do in reality outside this room that belonged to the two of
はい
them.
はい、勝手にイチャイチャしてて。
Fine then. You two can keep being lovey-dovey
知りたい
here.
ことはもう分かったし、細かいことなんて別に興味ないよ。
I already found out what I want to know, and I'm not interested in knowing more details. Why are we zoomed in
プロ
on
メテウスさん
feet?
もう成功したのかな
そろそろです。
Almost done.
さあ、効果があるか見てみましょう。
Come, let's find out whether this will work. I mean, I guess you're right. Why not? Why not zoom into feet? Nothing really wrong about it, I guess. Look, we got another feet shot. Everyone's shoes are looking really good today.
Konnichiwa. セントソルトスの住民。何か手伝えることはありますか?
Hi, citizen of Salt Snow Holy City. Is there anything I can do for you?
これは
This is...
何を入力したなのです。今回の停電はハードウェアの故障によるものではなかったなのですか?
What did you enter just now? Was the power outage not a hardware failure?
二人とも馴染みのあるものです。もちろんソースコードを暗唱することはできないと思いますが。
This is something you two are familiar with. Of course, you shouldn't be able to recite its source code from memory.
あの機構に虚数繰り込み群に関する処理モジュールを入れ、外部の力による干渉を遮断しようと試みました。その結果は成功です。少なくとも今は。
I implanted an imaginary renormalization group processing module into that mech to see if it can shield itself from external interference, and I succeeded, at least for
虚
now.
数繰り込み群
Imaginary renormalization group.
いわゆる崩壊の意志なのですか?
Is that the so-called will of
そ
Honkai?
の通りです。そしてこの成功は、あなたが口にしたある仮説の検証にもなりました。
That's right. My success just now proves one of the hypotheses you put forward before.
方法はともかく、世界を丸ごと破壊できる爆弾を作る。あるいは真新しい世界の泡を作る。
But rules are not. Making a bomb enough to destroy a world or creating a new bubble universe requires massive energy.
これほどのエネルギー量となると、羽化を経た律者が個体として放てる最大出力をはるかに上回っているなのです。
Energy of this level can easily surpass the maximum power output of most metamorphed Hersher individuals.
それに、複数の世界の泡でそんな大業を成し遂げられる。そんな神業とも言えることを実行可能な存在といえば。
And to pull it off in multiple bubble universes, as far as I know, such divine feat can only be accomplished by
終焉の眉でしょ?
Kakuna finality, right?
当時、それは検証しようがない推測でした。類推とはいえ、常識的に考えて、量子の海の異例であるシャワー、終焉の眉とは何の関係もないはずです。
This is just an unverifiable conjecture at the time. An analogy is just an analogy after all. Based on common sense, an abnormal or an anomaly of the sea of quanta should have nothing to do with the Kakuna finality.
今の実験により、社もしくは社が持つ権能の稼働原理が終焉の眉と完全に一致していることが分かりました。何しろ
The previous experiment proves that Sa, or at least some of its authority, has an identical logic to the Kakuna finality. After all, I used the same methods I used on the Kakuna
その
finality.
点は特に注目すべきです。
This is worth
だから
pondering.
あなたは終焉の眉を制限するための火を追う蛾のコードでこの世界に対する社の干
Did you
渉を
solve the
解除
mystery
し
of
たの？
Sa's interference with the code that the moths used against the Kakuna
解除
finality?
には程遠いですね。所詮私にできるのはこの停電を一時的に抑えることくらいです。
I'm nowhere near solving the mystery. All I've done is temporarily stop the power
ですが
outage.
今私が注目すべきと話したように社が有する権能は終焉の眉の権能と同じ原理を持っているのです。
Like I said, the thing truly worth pondering is that Sa's authority and the Kakuna finality's authority follow the same underlying
社
logic.
がずっと終焉の眉の真似をしているのかもしれませんし、ただの偶然かもしれませんが、とにかくそのおかげで私たちは適したプランを考えることができます。
Perhaps Sa is imitating the Kakuna finality, or perhaps it really is just a coincidence. But in any case, this is enough for us to develop some targeted solutions, just like what I did.
ねえちょっと待って。いろいろ分析してるんだけど、私たちが薄くなるのは一体どういうことなの？
Hey, wait a minute. I know you just said a lot of analysis, but why were we fading earlier?
それはまだわかりません。
I don't know
落
yet.
ち着いてください、式の律者。社の基本的な性質が終焉の
No
前と似ている
maidens.
と分かった以
I
上、
have plenty of
世界
maidens.
を融合さ
Lies.
せようとしているやつの行為に対してきちんとした方向性のある観測と調査ができるようになりました。
Have patience, Hersher of Sentience. Now that we know Sa and the Kakuna finality are extremely similar in nature, we can conduct targeted observations and investigations on how it merges the
あ
worlds.
とは、セントソルトスノーの境界に行きましょう。すでに融合が発生している雪上区域では
It's
興味
true
深い
though.
発見がたくさんあるはずです。
Before finality, I do have no maidens. Next, yes, let's go to the border of Salt Snow Holy City. You may make many intriguing discoveries at the border where the fusion process has already started.
手伝えることはありますか？
What can we do to
そう
help?
ですね。今の状況から考えて
Let me think. Based on the current
おそらくない
situation,
と思います。
probably nothing.
調査の性質を考えると
What if I want to do
シュレ
something?
ディンガー博士が同行してくれれば十分だと思います。他の人
Given the
は
nature of the
セントソルトスノーに
investigation,
残って
I just need Dr. Schrodinger to come with me.
秩序を維持
Everything
したり
else
して
can
ください。
stay in the holy city to reassure the residents and maintain basic social
秩序の
order.
維持は確かに大事な仕事だけど社に関する調査任務に私も入れて。
It is indeed important to maintain social order, but can I also participate in the investigation of
一
Sa?
応私はあなたの保護者みたいなものだし現状二人にはボディーガードが必要でしょ。
The fact that I am essentially your guardian, as far as the current situation is concerned, you do need a bodyguard.
保護者、
Guardian?
それって保護が必要なものということですか？
Do you think you're the one in need of
あ
care?
らそれが反抗心ってやつかしら。
Ah, is this the thing they call reverse psychology?
あなたたちのプ
Well,
ライ
I
ベー
don't
ト
know
に
if
興味はないんだ
they're
けど
their mommy
ミ
yet.
ステル
We don't know if
あなたは
it's
今
Mama
日だけでも
Saw.
社からの攻撃を2度も受けてるのよね。
For all we know, it
そう
could
いう
look
状
like the
況で
cocoon.
ボディーガードが務まるのかしら。
I'm not interested in your personal relationship, but Miss Mistel, unless I'm mistaken, you were seriously wounded by Saw twice today. Do you think you'll be a competent
あ
bodyguard?
らじゃあキラはどうすればいいと思うの？
Oh, what do you think then, Miss Shigure?
目的地は違うけど 私も外の鍵のテストをしておきたいのよ。
Although our destinations are different, I want to conduct some tests with the Kia Beyond at the
だから
border.
ボディーガードの仕事は私が兼任するわね。
So, I should be able to be their bodyguard
それが
too.
いいと思います。
That also works.
そういえば少し来てもらえますか、式の律者。二人きりで話したいことがあるんです。
Oh, right. Can you come here, Hersher of Sentience? There's something I want to discuss with you in private. In
ねえ博士
private?
みたいな話し方はやめて。何がしたいの？
You started using Dr. May's tone again. What do you want?
安心してください。ボディーガードになってもらう
Two
わけじゃありません
supermarket
から。
games? Like just simulators? I know right now the TCG shop simulator is super popular. I know there was a supermarket version recently too. Don't worry, I won't ask you to be our
医者の
bodyguard.
性質について初歩的な判断ができている以上、あなたにしかできないことがあるかもしれません。
Since we now have a basic understanding of Sa's nature, perhaps there is something that only you can do. I think the only other games that I've played on mobile that aren't gachas would be rhythm games. But even then, I'm not a huge fan of mobile rhythm games over like something like Osu. With slightly different and complex emotions, everyone took a brave and crucial step towards uncovering the truth of Sa. However, right after everyone left, the scene became slightly delicate. Delicate? Uh-oh. You two gonna be okay? Every time I open TikTok, there's a case of video opening cards. Oh, is that on mobile or is it a console PC game? At this moment, the only people here are the two girls who share one
紳士たち
body.
の話による
I
と
think the last
セントソルトスノーの
Miku
秩
game
序
I
は
played was on
まだ彼らの
the
支配下にあるんだっ
DS,
て。
and it was pretty fun.
結局のところ
Mobile rhythm?
力に慣
Okay,
れてない
okay.
のは私たちだけだね。
The seers say that they are still in control of law and order in the holy city. In the end, we're the ones who can't do anything to
構
help.
わないわ。ここがど
I
んな
think the
風
last
になっても
mobile rhythm game I played was a gacha, and it was the DJ one, and it had a collab with the Quintuplets anime show, because you could play like certain sets for whichever girl you wanted to win, and you had to play those sets to earn points towards them. It doesn't matter. Whatever happens to this place has nothing to do with us anyway.
むしろ暇の方がいいと思うんだけど。
I'm quite happy to stand idle.
私たちがこういう状況になったのもここと関係があるよね。
But something here must be responsible for what's happened to us, right?
別にそれが悪いことだとは思ってないけど。
Although, I guess this isn't a bad thing.
本気？
Are you
私も
serious?
今気づいたんだけど。
I just
今まで
realized
と違っ
this.
て今の私たちには2人分の力がある。
Unlike before, we now have the power of two.
別に昔は違うって言いたいわけじゃなくて。
I'm not saying that we
分か
are...
ってるわ。
I know what you mean.
どういうことかわからないけど、定期的に体に戻ってチャージしなければならない以外、確かに私たちは一時的に違う個体になったわね。
I have no idea what's up with this place. If it wasn't for the fact that we need to return to this body to recharge, we're definitely two separate entities for now.
そう言いたかったの。
Oh no. Hopefully it's not too bad. Nothing too serious. Yeah, that's what I
でも
meant.
一時的にって
But it's temporary.
こういうことを考えてる場合じゃないけど、
I know this isn't the time to think about
私
this.
たちにとってここに来たのは いいことなんじゃないかな。
But for us, is coming here a good
そ
thing?
のここを離れた後もこうしていられる方法はないのかなって。
I wonder, do you think there's a way for us to stay the way we are now after we leave?
どうしてそんなことを聞くの、ゼーレ。
Why would you ask that? You wish to separate from me? I don't know if this is a discussion that we're ready to have. You won Vita with the free 10 pull? Oh my god, let's go. Icy Raven. That's awesome. I did not win Vita with the free 10 pull, but it did help me. It did help me get her. Because without it, I would not have been able to get her. I think I got her 5 or 6 off from Pity. As she was about to say this, she forced herself to swallow her
なんでもない
words.
わ。続けて。
Nothing. You were saying? I wouldn't say it's
たまに思うんだ。
nothing. You guys need to talk about this. This is pretty serious. Oh, because I sometimes
他
think...
の人と比べてゼーレは半分というか半分以下の時間しか持
I
って
need
な
to
い
get
で
the
しょ。
weapon now, but I'm like 24 off from
あ
Pity.
まりにも不公
But I
平な
have
んじゃ
quite
な
a
い
few
かな
things
っ
that I
て。
could still get some crystals from. You only have half or less... You only have half or less than half of the time compared to a normal person. Don't you think that's unfair
あ
to
なた
you?
は私、私はあなた、私たちはどっちもゼーレ。
You are me, and I am you. We are both
確
Sele.
かにそうだけど、でももしチャンスがあるとしたらゼーレも独立した個体として生きてみたいと思わないの？
I know that's true, but if you have the chance, wouldn't you wish to live as an independent person in this world?
そうした方がいいと思ってる。
Do you think that would be better?
私はわ
I...
からないの。
My domain expansion is gamble? Imagine domain expansion and then it just becomes a casino or like a bunch of computers with gachas just ready for you to hit the button to roll. You're stuck here forever, never to hit Pity, never to win the 50-50. You'll never get your waifu or husbando. That'd be awful. Actually, I don't know.
ゼーレはいつも自分のことよりも私のためにいろいろと考えてるから。
Because you always think more for me instead of
そんな
yourself.
チャンスがあったとしても私のことを放っておけないって言ってわざと諦めるかもしれない。
Even if you get a chance like this, you might take it because you worry about
で
me.
もゼーレがもっと独立した完全な人間になりたいなら
And boost my luck to get Vita. I wish that were me.
もっと考えてほしいとも思ってる。
But if you really want to become independent and complete, I think you should consider yourself more.
それに私たちの間
Yeah,
の
this is
何
the
かが
first time
変
that
わる
they've
ことはないも
actually
ん。
been separated into independent entities, and which is why this conversation's coming up now. Not to mention, nothing will change between us.
そんなことないわ。
There's no such
それ
thing.
に本当に別れてしまったら私たちがどうなるかなんて誰も知らないでしょ。
Also, who knows what will happen to us after we really
もしか
separate?
したらどちらかが消え
I
なけ
feel
れ
like
ば
this
な
is a
らない
really
可能
hard
性もあるわ
conversation
ね。
for Celia, especially
そ
after
ういう子
the
供騙しなおとぎ話は
future
そんな展
she
開が
saw.
大好きだもの。
What if one of us must disappear? Isn't that usually what happens in those fairy tales that make children
Demo.
cry?
そうだとしても
But even if that's true,
きっとそうはならないと思う。
oh, no, it definitely won't
ゼーレの
happen.
言う通りだね。今から将来のことを考えるなんてまだ早すぎる。
You're right. It's too early to consider the future right now. Let's not talk about the future.
これでいいのよ。これで。
Everything is fine like this.
そうだ。
Ah,
少
right.
し戻ってもいいかな。
Can I go back inside for
あら、
now?
もう違和感があるの？
Huh? You already feel
そ
unwell?
ういうわけじゃないけど、
No, not
その
yet.
一つ忘れたことがあって。
It's just, I forgot something.
別に面倒なことじゃないし。おいで。
It's not much trouble anyway. Come over.
それで何を忘れたの？
So what did you for... Her words were cut off by the sensation of a gentle grasp. The girl in front of her had grasped her hand gently with a smile on her
これだよ。
face. This is what I forgot.
こんなのわざと交代する必要なんてあったの？
Well, do you really need to switch bodies to do this?
さっきだって。
Didn't we just...
私もさっき気づいたの。
I only just thought of
だっ
it.
てこうしてやっとあなたの手を握れるんだもの。
Because only this way am I holding your hand. Oh. The girl looked down at their clasped palms involuntarily. Maybe she was mistaken, but it felt like warmth was being continuously transferred over from one palm to the other, and she could feel her fingertips trembling slightly from time to time. Everything was perfect. Although the black-haired girl wanted to say something, she also felt that she had better remain silent at this time. Goose, you okay? Are you alright? It's too pure. It is very pure. But then again, they're like... sisters with the same person, so... At least this moment was real and perfect.
私たちが二人になったとしても
Even if we become two people in the future,
別に悪くないわね。
that wouldn't be a bad thing. Indeed, she even started imagining what it would be like at that time to make her thought sound more convincing. While standing in front of other people, she would be able to watch Sele introduce her as the most important person to her. She would be able to touch Sele just like how she touched her now. She had a hard time thinking of any downside to it, but whenever she thought of that wonderful future, for some reason, although she couldn't tell what it is, there was no question that she was experiencing a strange feeling, an indescribable fear. Well, I mean, after that future that you saw, I also would be kind of afraid. The world is caught in endless tremors. If the bubble universe is a giant crystal ball, the girls are like butterflies trapped within. Will they be able to find a chance to escape when everything is about to collapse? We'll find out. It's interesting that those portions are
本当に彼女たち
italicized.
の話した通りだっ
I
た
wonder
と
if that
は。
has any significance
急
for
ぎの
later.
掃除が必要みたいだ。
Let's go, Senti.
いや、弱すぎ。 雑魚ばかりなのにキリがないとはね。力の無駄じゃない。
Yeah, yatta.
ない。ウォーミングアップだと考えよう。 や に匹敵するとか、この程度で。こいつらもあのシャトやらの仕業だったら、奴は本当に王様になりすぎて自分のポジションもわからなくなったんだね。変えます。ちょうどいい。この機会にリツシャとは何かを教えてあげる。気のせい。
The Hersher of Sentience had a strange feeling. A nameless fire flared up inside her heart, just like when she encountered someone she couldn't see through. It's restricting your strength? Ooh. Don't like that.
いくら私に制限を加えても雑魚は所詮雑魚。裏に隠れて攻撃する臆病者が私と勝負できるとでも思ってるの？どういうこと？制限が消えた。Oh, make sure I didn't... Okay, no, I didn't miss anything. The events that just took place made the Hersher of Sentience hesitate. Before this, she was certain that a special existence hidden in the shadows had suppressed her strength. However, the moment she thought this, the mysterious feeling of suppression disappeared without a trace. The restriction has been lifted? Or was I just imagining that feeling? It's evident that this Hersher, who is good at manipulating other people's thoughts, is not a good thinker. So she forgot about this strange feeling after wondering about it for a while. Ah, forget it. Everything feels the same. I'm just not used to the climate here. The warm-up is over. Time to finish this quickly. After all, I still have a lot on my plate. 本当に苦労しすぎ。あいつ、メイ博士のいいところを一つも覚えてなくて、人をこき使うところだけを覚えてきた。でもまあ、私にしかできない任務だし、有能な人ほど。
Again?
何？
What did the Hersher of Sentience see? No one knows. Everything she experiences at this moment is like footprints in the sand, vanishing in an instant without leaving a trace. The result isn't unexpected. After all, humans have never really been known for their insight. What they are known for is their hope. So let's turn our attention to another group of people who are searching for hope in a world that is facing destruction. Will they find a chance for survival? Me when I have sleep paralysis. Oh, Senti, what have you gotten into? Are we just going to be picked off one by one? It looks like my theory is essentially correct. The fusion of two bubble universes is progressing slowly, but surely, and no one can stop
ここの
it.
エネルギーの波動は霊落の星とまるで同じ。
The energy fluctuation here feel the same as that from the fallen
この
star.
2つの世界がこんな風になったのもやっぱり社の仕業なのね。
So, is Saw really responsible for the two worlds becoming like
有
this?
効。じゃあこの先にあるすでに量子化した区域を通り抜けるともう
They are
一つの世界の泡に
Does
その
that
まま
mean we
入
can
れるの
enter
かし
another
ら？
bubble universe if we pass through that quantized area in front of us?
ミステル、
2度も重症になって今にも死にそうだと思ってたのにまだそんな冗談を口にできるなんて本当に感心しちゃうわ。
You were seriously injured twice successively and look half dead, yet you can make a joke like that? Your mentality is amazing.
力を使えないからこそ冗談を言う余裕があるのよ。
It's exactly because I can't use my powers right now that I have the time to joke around.
それにただの
Can't they do
冗
the
談じゃ
Dragon
な
Ball
い
fusion
か
and
も
get
しれな
the
いでしょ？
best of both universes? No, not really. Because it'd be like having an external force holding on to one and making them go through the motions, and the other one's just kind of standing there. So you just end up running into it. It'll end up failed no matter what. Also, what if I wasn't joking? It's so infuriating when she deliberately acts mysterious like this, Shigeru Kira couldn't help but thought. Yes, she's the idea born from her. Yes. She is like the stigmata given form. However, she didn't make him retort this time like she usually does. After spending some time with the sharp-tongued idea, she finally realized that no response was the best response to
もう
her.
いいわ。勝手にして。
Whatever you say.
ここまで特に困難と言えるようなこともなかったし、そろそろ私も砂糖の鍵に適した空間座標を
No,
探
she
さな
doesn't
い
like
と。
her at all.
運が良ければ少なくとも安全に世界の泡から出る方法を見つけられるはずよ。
Since we haven't been challenged by anything during this time, it's time for me to find a suitable place to use the sugar key. If we're lucky, it might open up a safe passage for us to escape from the bubble
シュレ
universe.
ーディンガー博士、プロ
It's
メ
part
テ
of the
ウス、
reason she doesn't like
ここは
her.
2人に任せたわ。
Dr. Schrodinger, Prometheus, I'll leave it to you two here.
はい。キラさんが戻ってくるまで、できるだけ社の弱点を見つけ出すなのです。
Yes, we'll do our best to find Saw's weakness before you
もちろん
return.
ミステルが無茶をしないように見張っておきますから。
Of course, I'll keep an eye on it. It's all
キ
good,
ラが
Mori.
私たちを救ってくれる方法を見つけられるように祈ってるわね。
Valkana casually using hammer. Oh yeah, just casually. I don't think I could ever play hammer. Although the gameplay looks awesome from people who know what they're doing, just bonking the monster on the head, but I don't think that's for me. I hope Miss Shigure will be able to find a way to save us. One of the elder dragons and worlds. You just can't wait and see. And so, after confirming their respective tasks, they divide into 2 groups again to find a way to change the status quo. But will things go as well as they hope?
さて、偵察員さんはすでに自信満々で出発したし、私たちも彼女を迎えるためのプレゼントを用意しないとね。
Okay, since our scout girl has left brimming with confidence, we should also prepare a gift to welcome her when she
ここだ
returns.
と視界があんまり良くないわ。17号。
The
もう少し
visibility
融合
is
区域
trouble
に近
here,
づき
number
ましょう。
17. Let's move closer to the fused area.
わかりました。
Let's go. They hate it.
こういうタイプの融合は臨界面で大量のエネルギーを放つかもしれません。
I don't think I know anyone who plays hammer as their main weapon
まだ
in
私
Monster
の慎
Hunter.
重さが足
I've
り
only
ないっ
watched
てことか
streams
しら
where the streamer
どうや
plays
ら
it.
慎重という言葉には
Like, I have a
新た
lot
な
of
定義が
respect for
必要な
them.
のかもしれません。
They're the ones who have to get super up close to right in front of like the faces
本
to
当
break the
に圧
head.
迫感が強いわね。まるで私たちが向き合ってる敵はこの世界だって宣言してるみたい。
変ですね。このエネルギーは
どうかしたの？
より多くのデータが必要です。別の位置に行ってみましょう。
どうやら融合区域に近づくほど崩壊エネルギーの密度が高いようなのです。
しかし世界の泡の融合という現象にしてはエネルギーの分布が均一になりすぎていませんか？まるで動きがないような。待ってください。少し違和感があります。気をつけて。
ほどほどにしな。どうやら相手は私たちの調査を歓迎してないみたいね。歴史の海を沈む。いや、伝説の再び目覚めなさい。この大きな生物を再現
推進反応。
焦らないで。ほどほどにしなさい。
Oh, the new character you started? I'm definitely gonna have to try out some new weapons when Wilds comes out.
まるで緻密な
I
計
don't
算を
think Hammer will be on the
行った
list
みたい
though.
Too much porn.
No, you have no proof.
と
You're
に
gonna need
か
to
く
bring in some
今
proof
の発
there.
見をもとにもう一度考えを整理するべきなのです。
Anyway, let's reorganize our thoughts based on our new findings.
二人はエネルギーの分布を気にしてるみたいだけど、何か
No.
特別なことでもあったの？
You look mighty suspicious. You look like you might be here on a hunt. But no, I'm not a witch. You should look elsewhere. You seem to be very concerned with the energy distribution. Is there anything special about
特
this?
別なのはエネルギー自体ではなく、エネルギーが発生する過程、もしくは理由です。
What's special isn't the energy itself, but the energy generation process, or the
通
cause.
常の場合、物質はエネルギーの流れを
That's
通
not
して
proof.
比較
There's no
的
proof
バラ
right
ンスが
there.
取れている状態になるなのです。わかりやすく言うと、水は低いところに流れるなのです。
Matter will reach a relatively balanced state through the transfer of energy. In layman's terms, it is like how water flows
なの
downhill.
で、プロメテウスさんと私の最初の推測は、世界の泡の位置エネルギーの不均一が世界の泡の融合を促し、それによってエネルギーを放とうとしてる。だったのです。
Therefore, Prometheus and I initially assumed that the unbalanced potential energy of this bubble universe would naturally drive the bubble universe to fuse and release energy. This is similar to the principles of an avalanche or earthquake. Oh, break time. I need to go grab more water. I'll be right back. I'll BRB. Gotta grab some more water. All right, I'm back. Oh, I'll probably take a little bit longer of a break here after this section to like actually get up and stretch a bit. Maybe grab myself a snack. I just wanted to refill my water bottle because I'm not sure how long this little portion will take. But yeah, I didn't forget about it.
しかし、今集めたデータを見ると、この融合は不自然です。雪崩や地震に似ているというより、むしろ緻密に計画された人為的な放火でした。
However, based on the data we just collected, this fusion doesn't seem to be naturally occurring. Instead of comparing it with an earthquake or avalanche, it's more like a deliberate or planned arson attack. Arson attack?
シャは世界の泡の破滅を明確に望んでるってことね。
In other words, Saw clearly intends to destroy this bubble
確かに
universe.
私たちが推測したように、シャという存在は世界の泡を凌駕するある規則のはず。
As we deduced before, this so-called Saw should be a rule that is superior to the bubble
でも
universe.
一体どうして世界を破滅させることを規則の一部にしたの？
Ew, seething. No, gross, disgusting. But why is the destruction of the world part of the
その
rules?
答えは目の前にあるのかもしれません。
Perhaps the answer is right under our
世界
noses.
の泡は自身の不安定さや互いに融合し合うことによって破滅し、大量のエネルギーを放出します。これは固有世界でよく見かけるエネルギーの獲得方法を思い出させました。
The instability or fusion of bubble universes leads to their destruction and the subsequent release of a large amount of energy. This reminds me of a common way of harvesting energy in the proper world.
まるで
That's right. This is just
核
like
反応
a
なのです。
nuclear
霊落
reaction.
の星の結末は核分裂に似ているなのですが、今の私たちの状況に似ているのは核融合なのです。
The outcome of the fallen star is similar to the nuclear fission, and our current situation is also similar to nuclear
この瞬
fusion.
間、融合していく2つの世界の泡はまるで巨大な原子炉のようなのです。その融合で発生するエネルギーが多いほど、その反応速度がどんどん上がり、
It's like the two bubble universes that are merging right now are in a huge reaction furnace, and the speed of the reaction will increase as more energy is generated by the fusion of bubble universes.
世界の泡を完全に破滅させます。そ
So
の
is
中で放たれたエ
Saw
ネルギーは社のものになる
harvesting
のかもし
energy
れま
that
せん。
way? out of destroying
もしそれが事
these
実なら、奴の人為的
bubble
な放火の
universes?
動機にも説明がつきます。
This will continue until the bubble universe is completely destroyed. It's very likely that Saw will absorb the energy released in this process. If that's true, it explains the motive behind this arson attack. Okay, so Prometheus thinks so as well.
そう考えると、私たちが大事にしてた文明は、奴にとっては
When
む
you
し
put
ろ
it
流
like
れ
that,
作業
the
で発生す
civilization
る
we cherish
副産
seems
物
like a
なのね。
byproduct of its assembly line.
じゃあ、もし完全に融合したら、私たちを含めたこの世界の泡のすべてはどうなっちゃうのかしら。かろうじて生き残るか、それとも消失してしまうの？
If the bubble universe is merged completely, what will happen to everything that once belonged to the bubble universe, including us? Will we survive or be wiped out right
わか
away?
りません。
I don't
です
know.
が、さまざまな形跡から見る限り、世界の泡の融合を遅らせる手段はありません。それこそが私たちが向き合おうとしている最大の危機です。
But judging from the current signs, the biggest risk we need to deal with is that we have no means to delay the fusion of the bubble universes,
世界
unless
の泡を凌駕し、社に対抗できるようなもう一つの規則があれば話は別ですが、
do we even have something like
それ
that?
がない限り、
I know they mentioned
世
a
界の
Hersher
利用を
born
私たちが
in the
それ
Seed
自身の運
Quanta,
命に
which
抗うことは
we all know who will
難しいでしょう。
that will end up being, but is that still enough? Another rule that is superior to this bubble universe is able to fight against Sa. Otherwise, it will be extremely difficult for us who are simply in this world to fight against the destiny of this
そう
world.
考えると、キラに希望を託した方が現実的でしょうね。
In that case, it's more practical to place our hopes in Miss
だっ
Shigure.
て、本物の終焉の眉と連絡が取れるなら、目下の問題も大したことじゃないでしょ。
After all, our current problems won't be problems anymore if we make contact with the real cocoon of finality.
時間を見てみると、そろそろ彼女の方にも成果が。あ、連絡が来ました。
Indeed, based on the time, she might already have some results. Ah, there's a message.
状況はどうですか？何
Miss
か
Kira?
協力が必
How
要
did
で
it
しょう
go?
か？
Do you need any assistance from
ご
us?
めんなさい。失敗してしまったの。
Sorry, I failed.
こ
Oh
の世界の
no.
境界は
I see Raven, thank you for the follow. The border of this world seems to have disappeared. How does a border disappear? A while ago.
砂糖の鍵の指示に従ってこの閉鎖された次元空間を通り抜ければ世界の泡と量子の海がつながってる本当の境界にたどり着けるはず。ここの雰囲気って重苦しいわね。深く考えず急いでここを通り抜けましょう。
This long corridor just gives me flashbacks to Elysian Realm.
でも世界の泡の境界まで行くのに必ず通る道にしては少し長すぎるんじゃないかしら。
But for a path that must be taken to reach the border of the bubble universe, isn't this road too long, even if it's necessary to cross many dimensions? No, it's not good flashbacks. Man, I think one of the moments that like really got me in the feels the most was still between Aponia and oh, I'm drawing a blank on his name. Kalpus. Man, that still hurts to think about. Just makes me think of Aponia. It's like, no, please. Don't hurt me. Please. Even though I know I'm gonna be hurt in this chapter, let's be real. They're already setting it up. It's too strong. But for a path that must be taken to reach the border of the bubble universe, isn't this road too long, even if it's necessary to cross many dimensions? Makes me want to make a your mom joke? Alright, Cross. Just gonna call you Cross. Cross does that to me all the time. In fact, the moment she had this thought, she suddenly realized that the darkness in front of her might never end. Suddenly, she got the feeling that the darkness was a lurking beast that was watching her silently and waiting for an opportunity to devour her.
今何があったの？まあいいわ、時間がない。余計なことを考えてる場合じゃないし、引き続き進みましょう。
Oh, we are totally being watched.
どうしてこんなにも広々としてるの？
It's true.
目印になるものが何もない。私、迷子になってないわよね。まだ果てまでたどり着けてないの？一体どこまで続くのよ？ここは本当に世界の泡の境界へとつながる道なの？エネルギーの波動がない。世界の泡の融合で誕生した怪物もいない。戦闘があったっていいのに、少なくともこの道が正しいって証明になる。
Darkness. The darkness of the void. Boundless darkness. The feeling of emptiness overcame all of Shigiri Kira's senses. From an instant, she even had some strange thoughts. Is she really on the road leading to the boundary of the bubble universe? Did she faint for some reason? She could feel the darkness eroding her judgment.
世界の泡の境界はこの先にあるはず。
The border of the bubble universe should be right ahead.
一体どこがその先になるの？
But which direction is
早く
forward?
道を探さないと。それが戻る道だとしても。
I must find the road as soon as possible, even if I have to turn back. Turn back? That's right. She could only turn back now. Compared to getting lost in this boundless void, returning might be her only way out at this time. The idea of quitting took root quickly and sprouted in her heart as soon as it popped up. Kira suddenly realized that she had no choice but to
とにか
leave.
くまずは他の人たちに連絡してみましょう。
In any case, I should get in touch with the others
もしかし
first.
たら何らかの方法を見つけているかもしれないわ。
Maybe they have already found a
プロメ
solution?
テウスがくれた通信機器。ここでも使えるといいんだけど。
I hope the communication device Prometheus gave me works normally here. Kira sighed in relief when she heard her companion's voice from the communication device. After that, she felt deeply
ごめん
apologetic.
なさい。失敗してしまったの。
Sorry, I
この
failed.
世界の境界は消えたみたい。
The border of this world seems to have disappeared. After hearing Kira's story, the people on the other side of the communication device were silent for a long time. After a while, she finally heard Prometheus's
どう
voice.
やら今の状況は私たちが予想していたよりもずっと複雑なようです。
It looks like the current situation is far more complicated than we
事故を
expected.
避けるために急いで戻ってきてください。キラ。
Miss Kira, you should return as quickly as you can, in case something goes
シャトの
wrong.
鍵で世界の泡を突破する計画が失敗に終わった以上、現段階で最も大事なのは力を温存することです。
Since our plan to use the key of beyond to break through the bubble universe has failed, the most important thing at this stage is to preserve our
ごめん
strength.
なさい。状況を甘く考えすぎてたわ。
Sorry, I underestimated the complexity of this
自分を
situation.
責めないで、キラ。
Don't
私た
blame
ちが
yourself,
向き合っ
Miss
てる相
Kira.
手は
After
抽
all,
象的で強
we're up
力で
against an
明
abstract
確な
and
意志を
powerful
持つ敵
enemy
なんだか
who
ら、
has a clear will.
それに別の方法を思いついたかもしれないわ。
Also, I might have thought of another
別の
way.
方法って
Another way?
まずは合流してからゆっくり話しましょう。
Let's discuss this after you join up with
わかったわ。
us.
また後で。
Got it. See you later. A wonderful feeling of relief filled Kira the moment she put down the communication device. Even the darkness before her eyes became fainter when she decided to leave. Faced with the absolute unknown, one can only get so far with their courage, experience, and intellect.
砂糖の鍵が記録したルートから戻れば出発場所に戻れるはずよね。
I should be able to return to the starting point if I follow the path recorded by the sugar key.
問題はないはずよ。
Yes, it should be fine. Are you sure about that? You positive? Because I'm not quite sure.
おかえりなさい。
Oh, she did. But also, It's not looking so great. Welcome back, Miss
世
Kira.
界の泡の性質が融合によって変化した。それはどうしようもないことよ。あなたの
It's
せいじゃない
inevitable
し。
that the nature of the
落ち込
bubble
む必
universe
要
would
なんて
change
ない
due to
わ。
the fusion process. It's not your fault, so you shouldn't be depressed about
ミステ
it.
ル、別の方法を思いついたって言ったわよね。一体何なの？
Estelle, you said you came up with a new idea. What is
それ
it?
についてはキラの協力が必要よ。
About that, I'll need your help, Miss
あの
Kira.
砂糖の鍵は高次元空間で効果を発揮できるって言ったわよね。つまり目の前のすでに融合してしまった区域にも
You
効果
said
が
that the
あるっ
sugar
てこ
key
とで
could
し
be
ょ？
used in higher dimensional spaces, which means it should be effective in areas that have already fused, right?
そうだけど、具体的な形はあなたが想像しているものと少し違うかもしれないわ。
While that's true, it might not function in the way you imagine it to.
砂糖の鍵はかつてめちゃくちゃに壊されたの。修復するためにシュガーズはその権能を解体した。私が持ってるのは修復されたそのうちの一つで全ての力を発揮できないの。
The sugar key has been severely damaged, and the sugars split its power while repairing it. My candy key is merely one of the restored keys, so its full power can't be
具体
unleashed.
的に言うと効果を発揮するというのも空間が展開するときに何らかの導きを与えるだけで世界の泡の融合を止めることはできない。復元なんてもってのほかよ。
Specifically, even when it takes effect, it just provides some guidance on how space unfolds. It can't stop the bubble universe from fusing, let alone restore them.
構わないわ。それだけで十分だから。
That's okay. That'll be
キラ
enough.
にしてほしいのは融合してる部分を早めて爆発するように導くことよ。
Okay. I want you to catalyze the fusing parts to cause a phenomenon similar to an explosion.
本当に特別なのはキラがその操作をしてる間私はその中にいるってことくらいかしら。
The only really special thing is that I'll be inside when you do this. Excuse me, what?
どういう意味？
What do you
あなた
mean?
たちは賢いもの。別に理解できないことじゃないでしょ。
Clever people like all of you should be able to understand this easily,
も
no?
し本当にあなたたちの推測通りこの世界の泡が巨大な原子炉でその稼働が安定して見えるなら反応によって生まれた巨大なエネルギーは行き先を必要とするはずよ。
If your speculation that the bubble universe has been something like a huge reactor is right, then since everything seems to be operating smoothly, the huge amounts of energy generated by the reaction must be going
おそら
somewhere.
くそれが社のコアだと思うの。
Are you implying that you want to trace it? I believe it's most likely leading to Sa's
だから
core.
エネルギーが発生した瞬間誰かがエネルギーの流れる方向についていくことができればこの機会に乗じて社の本拠地を見つけられるかもしれない。
It's a good idea, but I don't like it. Therefore, if someone moves in the same direction as the energy when it is generated, This person will have a chance to find the way to Saw's
その
headquarters.
人がそこについてしまえば、根本的な部分から局面を変えるチャンスを手に入れる可能性がある。
And once they arrive, this person can interfere with the underlying mechanics to create a chance for everyone to turn the situation
とても
around.
合理的なプランだと思わない？
I wouldn't call it reasonable. It's a very reasonable plan,
エス
right?
テル、あなたの言う合理的という言葉の意味がわかり
Thank you,
ません。
Prometheus. Thank you. Misto, I don't know what's reasonable about this
まだ世
plan.
界の泡の融合で発生するエネルギーについて十分に理解していないかもしれませんが、いくらあなたが強くてもそんなエネルギーの爆発の中で生きていられるとは思えません。
You probably don't have any idea about the energy generated during the fusion of bubble universes. No matter how powerful you are, I don't think you'll be able to survive such a powerful burst of
だった
energy.
ら生きていなくてもいいんじゃない？
Excuse me? Then I just don't need to survive it, right? No. No?
何しろ私の本質は人類ではなく成功によるイデアなの。私たちの生存状態はもともと人類とは違うわ。
After all, I'm not a human, but an idea condensed from stigma. We don't exist and live like humans
体を
do.
失ってもその後の私は精魂空間に戻るだけ。かつての私が何度も経験したようにね。
After I lose my form, I'll just return to the stigma space. Just like what I've experienced many times in the
それは
past.
別に損失じゃないし、むしろエネルギーの巨大な流れに入ることに向いてるわ。
I won't be
そう思わない？
harmed. And it'll be even more convenient for me to join the torrent of energy, don't you
いえ、
think?
疑問に思いますが、
I'm not so sure about this.
私もおすすめしないわ。
I don't recommend it
う
either.
ん、私がそんな計画に乗るわけないっていう方が正しいわね。
No, I should say that I won't participate in such a
ミステル、
plan.
あなたのあり方はさておき、すべてがうまくいったとしても、そっちで何ができるのかはわからないでしょ。
Mistel, regardless of how you exist, even if everything goes well, you can't be sure of what you can do over there, right?
そんな漠然としたチャンスのために危険を冒すのは全然理性的じゃないわ。
To take this risk with such a low chance of success is
も
irrational.
しあなたが犠牲になった後、事態が考えた通りにならなかったら、あなたはどうすればいいの？
If you find out that things don't unfold according to your plan after you sacrifice yourself, what will you do?
その時は運がないって認めるしかないわね。
Then I can only consider myself
あなた
unlucky.
ね。
You
でもその前にやっぱり自分の目で通用するかどうかを確かめたいのよ。
Until then, I still want to verify whether my idea will work with my own eyes.
私は分かってるの。いわゆる知ることと理解することは全然違うんだって。
Because I know very well that knowing and understanding are two very different things. Even if you know all the definitions of this world, you won't truly understand what it means to feel cold until you touch the snow. Even if she was branded as perfect from birth, she was still influenced by imperfect humans. She was able to escape from the stigma space and obtain the initial opportunity to live as an independent entity, that's all. Now, she was only imitating humans' readiness to throw their lives into the torrent of fate for a possibility that wasn't
たとえ
guaranteed.
多くの代価を支払うことになっても、窮地に追い込まれた時に、私の選択がどんな未来を作り出すのか、この目で見てみたいのよ。
Even if the price is very high, I want to see what kind of future my choices will create when I'm backed into a
もちろ
corner.
ん、その未来がみんなを助けられたなら、なおさらいいんだけどね。
Of course, it'll be even better if I'll be able to help all of you at the same time. Mistel smiled like always while saying that. It was almost as if they were talking about someone
確かに
else.
私は最悪な選択をしてるのかもしれない。
Maybe I
けど、
am making a terrible decision, but
そんなの確かめなければわからないでしょ。
we won't know until we try it out,
それ
right?
にこれ以外に思いつかないのよ。みんなを助けたり、ゼーレたちをここに招いた責任を背負ったりする方法を。
Other than that, I can't think of any way to help everyone and take responsibility for bringing Sally and the others here. Kira was lost for words. She suddenly realized that her words of dissuasion were so powerless in front of
まあ
Mistel.
いいわ。
Never
出任
mind.
せの言葉に関してはあなたに勝てそうにないもの。
I can't win against you when it comes to talking
それなら
nonsense.
投票しましょう。
In that case, let's
成
vote.
功率がわからない行動は全ての人が一緒に決めるべきよ。
We should all be part of the discussion-making process for a course of action with an unknown
い
success
いわ
rate.
ね。時間は限られてるし、私たちで決めましょう。
Okay, we don't have much time, so let's have a vote among us.
17号、少なくともあなたは私の考えを理解できるわよね。
Number 17, at least you should be able to understand me, right?
そうかもしれません。
Perhaps.
少なくとも機械生命体である私の寿命は長いので、あなたが精魂空間からもう一度姿を現すまで待つことができます。
At least, as a mechanical life form, my lifespan is long enough to wait for you to reappear from the stigma
もちろ
space.
ん、世界の泡から逃げ切ることが前提ですが、
Of course, that's if we can escape this bubble universe unscathed.
私がいない間は寂しい思いをしちゃうかもしれないわよ。
Don't miss me too much when I'm gone,
考
okay?
えすぎです。
You're thinking too much.
ねえ、どうして？
No, how can
遠い
you?
昔に人々の選択は尊重するべきだとある人が教えてくれたんです。その相手がミステルでも、それとも
A long time ago, someone taught me to respect every human's decisions, whether it is Mistel or
人の本質は自分以外のために命を捧げることにあるとその人は言いました。
that person said that the nature of humanity is to sacrifice oneself for something else.
シュレーディンガー博士はさっきからずっと黙ってるってことはミステルの提案が奇想天外だって思ってるからよね。
What about you, Dr. Schrodinger? You haven't been saying anything for a while now. You must think this person's proposal is too outrageous, right?
ミステルさんの提案は大きな犠牲を伴うなのです。しかし、今のところ最も実効性が高いプランなのは確実なのです。
No, although Miss Mistel's proposal requires a great sacrifice, it is the most feasible plan we have right
それ
now.
に彼女にしかできないことなのです。
And she is the only one who can do
ミステル
this.
さん、あなたに敬意を払うなのです。
Miss Mistel, I salute you for this.
博士まで
Doctor, you...
博士、ありがとう。多分他の人たちも私と同じ立場にいたらきっと似たようなことをするでしょう。例え
You're
ば
welcome, I think.
60年以
Most
上
people
前の
would
あ
make
な
a
た
similar decision in my position, just like you did more than 60
どう
years
かしら
ago.
キラ。投票の結果が3対1ってことはもう私の提案を受け入れるしかないんじゃない？
So, what will it be, Miss Kira? Since the votes are 3 to 1, you'll accept my proposal,
後
right?
で空間を起爆させるときは優しくしてね。
Remember to be gentle when detonating the space later. Don't like that
That's
decision.
おそらくこれが英語の意味なん
God
でしょう
damn it,
ね。
Mistel.
世界の泡の複雑な特性を考えなくても。
Alright, Techno, do you have that video? I'm gonna get up and stretch real quick. Walk around. My back's feeling stiff. maybe grab myself a snack. So if anyone else needs to get up, stretch, grab themselves something, now's the time to do it. I'm gonna run. Oh my god. I see. Do I need to start it from the beginning or where you had it start? Or does it matter? Beginning? Okay. Let me... Alright, you guys. I'm gonna run an ad too so we can just get that out of the way so we don't have to wait for another one since I'm gonna be getting up. If my thing will work. But I'm gonna get up and stretch, maybe grab a snack. So if you need to do that too, do that right now. And we'll be back in a couple minutes. It's not ZZZ, but I mean, technically I play Mobius when it's not in pack, so it's okay. I won't be gone for an hour. All right, you guys, I'll be right back.
Good evening and welcome. I'm Bernice, and I'll be serving you today. What can I get for you? A drink? Some snacks? Oh, a little flames! Mocktails mix your size. The snacks are real nice. Sodas sound mix dry. I'm lit, you can't deny. Wherever you want, wherever you need. So good you never, ever want to leave. Anything that you desire, set it on fire. I'll make you spend your pennies all away. That's my desire. You know I'm never do what's left to say. 3, 2, 1, fire! Furnace, 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 go, go! Furnace, 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 oh, a little flames! Furnace, 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 go, go! Furnace, 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 gonna watch it burn! I look kinda cute and nice and pleasant, but I got a shop feels for fools to get arrogant. Watch out, let me pour you a drink. But think about messing with me, I'll enjoy the fun. So drink your drink, don't you run your mouth. Think about stepping to be and things will go south. When I push you like that, okay, burn you the ash, think twice before you play. I'll make you spend your pennies all away. That's my desire. You know I'm never do what's left to say. 3, 2, 1, fire! Furnace, 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 go, go! Furnace, 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 oh, a little flames! Furnace, 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 go, go! Furnace, 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 gonna watch it burn! Mocktails mix your size. The snacks are real nice. Sodas sound mix dry. I'm lit, you can't deny. Wherever you want, wherever you need. So good you never, ever want to leave. Anything that you desire, set it on fire. I'll make you spend your pennies all away. That's my desire. You know I'm never do what's left to say. 3, 2, 1, fire! Furnace, 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 go, go!
Okay, I'm back.
Furnace, furnace, furnace,
The art for this is super cute. It reminds me of, oh god, what is that rhythm game? There's a rhythm game and it has the similar art style. I have it on Steam, but I haven't played it in a while. Yes, Mustache, yeah. Thank you, Moji. That's exactly what I was thinking of. It definitely gives me that vibe. Alright, I'm just trying to open my snack. I got some cheese.
3, 2, 1, fire!
please. I just want the cheese. Wasn't playing Muse Dash or this video specifically. She's so cute. I don't play ZZZ, but the character designs are pretty good. Yes. Okay, I see. Totally understand. Also, hi Moji. How you doing? That's a good one. I'll save this one as well. We can alternate between which ones we use. Let me make sure I save it. Okay, saved. Is your spirit animal? Oh, really? Oh, I see. I really loved her trailer. ZZZ goes over the top with their characters. I really hope they can move that into their other games, but we'll just have to wait and see. Sorry, let me eat a couple bites of my cheese and then we'll get started. Indeed, I'm afraid this is the meaning of eternal calamity, and that's without considering the complicated characteristics of bubble universes.
終わりのない時間の中で私たちが経験したすべてはすでに別の形で起きていて別の形で再演しているのかもしれない。
Wait, there's an idol unit? In ZZZ? 3 of them? Damn. In the endless river of time, most things we've experienced have probably happened before in some form, and will probably happen again in another form.
かつて終焉を見届けたあなたなら他の人たちよりも理解できるでしょうね。
As someone who has witnessed finality, it should be easier for you to understand this than others.
それが価値のある遺言だとは思えませんが。
So, I don't think your last words have much value to
死ぬ
them.
直前まで無駄話をしてるってことかしら。でも厳密に言うと私は死なないわ。
Are you saying that I'm still talking nonsense before I die? But strictly speaking, I won't
さ
die.
て、この時間をうまく利用して最後にもう少し教えましょう。
I hate the idea that she's going this far because she feels like she needs to take responsibility for bringing them here. Fine, then I'll make good use of this time. Why don't I teach you some more things?
私の口調を真似してみて。人を見送るときはこうするのよ。
Here, try to copy my tone. When saying farewell, you need to say it like
何
this.
はともあれ、私はあなたのことを気に入っています。たとえ失敗したとしても、私はあなたと一緒にいた時間を永遠に覚えています。
Are we in a romance novel now? What's happening? No matter what, I still love you. Even if things don't work out between us, I'll always remember the time I spent with
こん
you.
な風に言ってみて。こういう時こそ遺憾を残さないように気持ちをきちんと伝えるのよ。
Try saying those words like that. In times like this, you should express your feelings and not leave any
他の
regrets.
人がここにいたら、きっとあなたは抽象だと思われるでしょう。
If anyone else is standing here, they would probably think you need a psychologist.
それに、目の前で消滅していくイデアを観察できるなんて、めったにない機会です。私にとっては願ってもないことです。
What's more, this is a rare opportunity for me to observe the demise of an idea with my own eyes. I can't even hope for a rare opportunity like this.
本当に心にもないことを言ってるのかしら。
Really? You don't have to put up at the
でも
front.
こうして考えるとあなたはより人類に近づいたわね。
But in that case, Doesn't that mean you're more similar to
あの
humans?
時話したいことがいっぱいあったのに、そういう遺憾をたまには体験してみるのも成長にいいと思うわ。
There were too many things for me to tell you at that time. Experiencing this type of regret once in a while is good for growth and development.
そういえば、思ったよりも準備作業に時間がかかったわね。
Oh, speaking
私
of
ったら
it, the
また
preparation
難
is
しい
taking
希望
longer
を
than I
口にしたの
expected.
かしら。
Did I make some difficult demands again? Probably. Since she proposed her risky plan involving her own destruction, the worlds continued to fuse, and time was still passing by. Although Mistel was the most important part of this plan, the early stage preparations could only be completed by Kira, which was why these two were able to chat aimlessly about anything except for the matter at
しか
hand.
しよく考えてみると、今の準備作業にアクシデントが起きたり、もしくはあなたが去った後に結局私たちが社に負けたりしたら。
But if I think about it carefully, if something goes wrong with the current preparations, or we lose Tasa after you
最
leave,
悪の可能性に陥っている私たちの中で、
this is true, she might be
む
the
し
only
ろ
one
あ
who
なただけが
survives.
生還できるかもしれませんね。
I was just getting ready to say survive with quotation marks, but it's written right there in quotations. In this worst case scenario, you might be the only one among us who can
それ
survive.
が生還だとは思わないけど、
But I don't consider that
私に
surviving.
とっては有限の時間でも、普通の人間にとってはそうとは限らないわ。
What I consider to be limited time might not be limited to
人類
others.
の基準で言うと、私がこれから向き合うのは死じゃなくても別れなの。
By human standards, what I'm facing is not death, but a veritable farewell.
つまりこれが簡単に受け入れられる代価だとあな
Which
たは軽
means
率
you
に
don't
思
think
って
this
いない
price
の
can
で
be
すね。
easily
も
accepted.
ちろんよ。生を全うしたから何の遺憾もないようなお年寄りじゃないわ。
Of course, do you think I'm an old person who has experienced a lifetime and has no more regrets? An incident from the distant past flashed in her
それ
mind.
でどうしてこの話になったのかしら。
Anyway, why are we talking
あ
about
なた
this?
は救済と称する成婚の結晶ですが、事実は真逆で、とても自己中心的な存在ではないかと私は考えています。人類の基準で言うと身勝手とも言えます。
I think that although you're supposed to be the stigma crystal of relief, you're actually quite a self-centered existence by human standards. It can even be said that you're selfish.
いいでしょ。
Alright.
別に間違ってないって認めるわ。そ
I
れで
admit that you're right, but so what?
身勝手な人にとっては世界の泡の存続や住人たちの存亡、赤の他人の結末なんてどうでもよくて、絶滅危惧種の絶滅の方がよっぽど衝撃的なのでしょうね。
To a selfish person, the destruction of a bubble universe and the death of its residents are nothing but the end of a group of irrelevant people. It has even less impact than the extinction of a rare
です
species.
から気になるのです。今のあなたの行動にどういう動機があるのか。
So, I'm curious about your motives for the upcoming
だ
operation.
からおそらくこれが英語の意味だって言ってるのよ。
That's why I said, I'm afraid this is the meaning of eternal
終
calamity.
わりのない時間の中で私たちが経験したすべてはすでに起きてる可能性があるってだけじゃない。
In the endless flow of time, everything we've experienced has already happened before in
必
some
ず
form,
再演するの。
and it will probably happen
も
again.
しかしたらもう一つの宇宙で私たちは詳細も全部一致するような会話をしているのかもしれない。
Perhaps we will have a conversation like this in another universe, and all the details could be the
それ
same.
はあくまで哲学者の独りよがりだとあなたなら分かっているはずです。
You should understand that what you're saying is the wishful thinking of a
で
philosopher.
も可能性がないわけじゃないわ。そうでしょ？どうしても私の身勝手に言い訳をするなら、
But it's not impossible, right? If I must make an excuse for my
私
selfishness,
の遺憾と恐怖が終わりのない時間の中で何度も繰り返されるって考えると、どうしても我慢できないの。
when I think that certain regrets and fears of mine will keep repeating in the endless river of time, I find it
今まで
unbearable.
私は運命の脇役だった。自由に動けても結局何も変えられなかったのよ。だから生き方を変えようって考え始めて。
In the past, I usually played the role of a supporting character of destiny. Although I could do whatever I wanted, I couldn't change anything, so I started to plan a different way of
つまり
life.
自分が主役になってできるだけ後悔しないように動こうって思ったの。
I wanted to be the protagonist of my own life and try not to do anything that I would regret
そ
later.
の結果、いいことも悪いこともあったけど、英語というスケールで見ると、少なくとも今の私には何も恥じることなんてないって思ってるわ。
As the result, there are ups and downs, but at least in terms of eternal calamity, I have a clear conscience right now.
どうしてそんな風に遠回りするのか理解できません。
I don't understand why you need to make such a big
あなた
detour.
はただ主観的に自分が悪人になりたくないだけでしょう。それもあなたがイデアだという性質ゆえだと思います。
You just don't want to be subjectively feel. You don't. Words. You just don't want to subjectively feel like you're a bad person. The reason for this may still be due to your physical traits as an
まあいい
idea.
でしょう。あなたの望みに従って今はマイナス評価をしないでおきます。
Forget it. Just do what you want. I don't want to make other criticisms about you at this
あ
time.
ら、そんな角度で問題を考えてるの？でも私たちのような人ならざる者にとって永遠を持っていたとしても、それなりの代価があ
So
るって
this is your
考
perspective on the
えたことはな
problem.
いのかしら？
But have you ever considered that non-humans also have a price to pay for eternity?
ある意味で唯一私が羨ましいと思っている人類の性質は死んで魂が消えることなの。
In a sense, being able to die is ironically the only human quality that I'm envious of.
別に不死の苦しみなんてありふれたことを言いたいわけじゃないけど、
It's nothing to do with the eternal suffering
ただ
cliche.
死ぬことが人類に対する世界の情けなんじゃないかしら。
It's just that being able to die completely may be a form of kindness that the world has given to
短い
humans.
人生の中で彼らが得たあらゆる遺憾、恐怖、苦しみは死と共に消えて何の痕跡も残さない。
All the regrets, fears, and pain in their short lives will disappear without a trace with their
も
deaths.
し事実がそうじゃなければ、どんな世界にも必ず対立する天国と地獄が現れて、少数の幸せは大多数の苦しみと究極の対比になる。
And if that's not the case, in any world, there's an extremely high chance that there will be a heaven and a hell. The joy of few people forms an extreme contrast against the pain of the
です
majority.
がそれは本筋からそれた話です。ミステリー。
That's still beside the point, Miss Dell.
もう結構です。
Whatever.
まさか。
Are you asking if...
あら、もう準備ができたの？
Oh, is everything ready? This may have been a coincidence, but the person who had been making honest reminders was being evasive this
すべて
time.
完了なのです。まだ 最後の一歩が残っているなのですが。
Everything is ready except for one last step.
私が中に入るための準備かしら？
Making sure that I'm inside.
ミステルさん用の出入り口の他に、しぐれキラさんはすでに空間を密閉する作業を完了したなのです。
Yes, except for an opening for you to enter, Kira has sealed the rest of the
私た
space.
ちが予想した融合反応がひどくなることを防ぐために、彼女はできるだけ現状を維持してくれているなのです。
Now, she's doing her best to maintain its current state to prevent the fusion reaction we're expecting from intensifying.
私も急がないとってことよね。
Which means I don't have any time to
待って、
waste.
ミステル。
Wait, Mistel? She was still hesitating and seemed to want an answer to a certain question, but she could not even explain why she felt that way. In her consciousness, built on a foundation of codes, some incomprehensible past events quickly flash by.
あ、そうだ。17号？最後にもう一つ手伝ってくれないかしら。
Oh, that's right. Number 17, please do one last thing
と
for
に
me.
かく今まで大喜びや大泣きしてる私を見たことがないんでしょ？私にとっても一応それは恥ずかしいことだから。
In any case, you've never seen me look happy or sad. Those expressions would make me feel quite awkward.
だからね、できれば感傷的な話をしないようにしてくれる？
What I'm saying is, try not to say things that are too sad anymore, okay?
次に会うのはいつになるかわからないけど、本当に死ぬわけじゃないし、少し余裕を持たせてほしいの。
I don't know when we'll meet again, but since I'm not really going to die, please let me be more carefree.
はい、そうします。
I promise
行
you.
きましょう。
You should go now.
え、そういえば本当にすごい偶然よね。
Alright. By the way, it's quite a
来る
coincidence.
時も去る時も目の前の景色は一面の純白。とても気に入ってるわ。
The scene in front of me was so pure and white when I came, and as I'm leaving now, I like it quite a lot. Don't like this plan at all. I would like to veto this plan, but I have no say.
あら、あれは何でも知ってると思ってたけど、私もたくさん見落としていたようね。ところで17号、その機体にはカメラ機能があるんでしょ？写真を撮ってくれない？ここ素敵でしょ？天国の中で善行を行う者はいない。彼らはもともとそうであったから。地獄の中で悪事を働く者はいない。彼らももともとそうであったから。そうよね。人間の世界だけがこんな。行きましょう。
あら、あなたたち。
Oh, you.
ごめんなさい。少し時間がかかったわね。状況は
Sorry.
どうかしら？
We were delayed on the way here. How's the
順調よ。
situation?
人為的に分割した後、空間融合の勢いが強くなったけど、まだ維持できてるわ。
Everything is going well, although the spatial fusion is more intense after the artificial division. It can still be maintained.
別に今すぐ
It
入らなく
means
てもいいの
nothing
よ。
good. Nothing good at all. I don't know if this is gonna go exactly the way she plans. You don't need to rush in.
ありがとう。心配しないで。他にしなければならないことはないわ。
Thanks. Don't worry though. There's nothing else I need to do.
でも考えたこともなかったわね。この景色、二つの世界の融合というよりも。
But I never thought about it before. The scene. Instead of saying two worlds are
まる
fusing,
で天地が裂けるように見えるわ。
it looks more like an apocalypse. You don't say.
たとえ理論上であったとしても、どんな形の融合も穏やかなものではないなのです。
Theoretically speaking, all forms of fusion are rough.
あらゆるものは互いに異質だからね。それはとっくに。
Yes, all things are heterogeneous in this world. Since a long time ago, I...
つい雑談してしまったわ。本題に戻りましょう。あと
Oh,
は
I'm talking
私が
nonsense
中に入っ
again.
て、
Well,
みんな
let's
がその
save
区域を
some time.
この世界
Next,
の泡から完全に切り離せばいいのよ
once I
ね。
walk inside, you'll all need to thoroughly separate this area from the bubble universe,
基
alright?
地の部分で考えると確かにそうなのです。
Based on what we know,
基
yes.
地の部分
Based on what we know?
はい。融合の具体的な原理はあくまで推測なのですから。
Yes, after all, what we know about the fusion process is based on our
その区
speculations.
域が完全に切り離された後、どんな異変が起きても私たちはあなたを助けられないなのです。
And we won't be able to help you at all, regardless of what happens once the area is fully isolated.
それは覚悟してるわ。というより、みんなにも決意を固めてもらいたいの。どんな予想外の状況を目にしたとしても、私のためにこの空間を開かないでほしい。
Yeah, I was prepared for this. On the contrary, I think you all need to be more determined not to reopen this space for me, no matter what unexpected changes take
まあ
place.
こんな風に言うのは私のうぬぼれかもしれないけど。
Although, maybe I'm flattering myself by thinking that will happen.
融合がひどくなった後は、たとえ私たちがそうしたくてもできるわけがないでしょ。
After the fusion intensifies, we won't be able to do that even if we wanted to.
そうだといいわね。
That's even better. After a moment of contemplation, her gaze moved from person to person, studying each one carefully. It's hard to imagine such a serious expression would ever appear on her face.
そろそろ出発しましょう。
Okay, I should go
外
now.
の鍵が受けている圧力を見ると、確かにすぐ行動するべきなのです。
Judging from the pressure the Kia Beyond is under, you should leave now
密
indeed.
封と切り離しの作業が終わった後も、私を通して一定の連絡が可能だと思うなのですが、
Although you should still be able to communicate through me to some extent after the isolation, the fission process are completed.
すみません。あなたは天地の弱滅という状況に一人で向き合わないといけないなのです。
I'm afraid you'll have to face that world-shattering destruction
つま
alone.
りこの試みが失敗かどうかにかかわらず、少なくとも私は最後の時にメッセージを残せるってことかしら。
So, will I be able to leave a message at the last minute whether I succeed or
も
not?
ちろんなのです。あなたの残したメッセージはかなり重要で、今後の行動原理に直接的な影響を与えると思うなのです。
Of course, your last message will be the utmost importance and will directly determine the logic of the actions we take
わかった
thereafter.
わ。じゃあ、さようなら、みんな。
I understand.
かっ
Well
こ悪い
then,
ところを見せてしまうかも
this is
しれないわ
goodbye.
ね。
I don't know if I'll be battered later.
17号、向こうまで付き合ってくれるかしら。
Could you accompany me there, number 17? Oh yes, she thought to herself. Thinking about it, the being who was supposed to be closest to Mistel was unexpectedly silent at this time. Not long ago, when this idea took on a less risky adventure, she experienced psychological behaviors like wishing, so her current attitude felt particularly
お
strange.
断りします、ミステル。
Oh, I refuse your request,
それ
Mistel,
に、あなたに別れを告げるつもりはありません。
and I will not bid you farewell.
あなたはしばらくここを離れるだけで、何があってもこの漁師の海にいるはずです。
You're only departing temporarily, and regardless, you should still be within the Sea of
そんな
Quanta.
に重く考える必要はないと思います。
We don't need to make a fuss over this.
実に厳しい論理的判断ね。
This really is a strict logical analysis. Or she has already learned self-deception from human beings. She thought deep
私が
down.
気づいていないうちにいろいろ変わったのね。17号。
You have changed so much, number 17, in ways I didn't
そう
notice.
だ。他の約束もしておきましょう。今度会うときは新しい名前をプレゼントしてもいいかしら？
Oh, and would you like to make other plans? The next time we meet, I could give you a name.
プロメテウスはどちらかというと名字に見えるし、今考えると17号ももうとっくに似合わなくなってるわ。
Prometheus sounds like a surname. And now it seems that number 17 no longer suits you.
あなたの美的感覚はあまり信用できません。
I don't really trust your
ですが、
taste.
意見を述べるくらいは構いません。
But you can give your suggestions when we meet again.
私を信じなさい。何しろ私には考える時間がたくさんあるはずだもの。
You can count on me then. After all, I have plenty of time to think.
じゃあこれでおしまいね。
That's that then. But just as she was about to turn
ミステル
around,
あなたが何を怖がっているか、
I
私には
know
わか
what
り
you are
ます。
afraid of.
あなたが答えを必要としているなら、今この瞬間にそれを渡すこともできます。
If you need an answer, I will give you one
いい
now.
え、遠慮するわ。あまりにも幼稚だもの。
No, don't say it out loud. It's too
こ
childish.
こは自分で探させて。
Just let me try it out myself. Are there two options? What's over here? Teleport. And I'm assuming I can talk.
「話したいことはいろいろあるけど、今は急ぎましょう。」この場にふさわしくないけど、私のことをたくさん思い出してほしいわ。そういう経験はまだないから。
I'm not ready for this.
あっちよね。シュレーディンガー博士、私の声は聞こえるかしら。もうここに着いたわ。
大丈夫なのです。キラさんは密封されたこの区域の出入り口を同期していて、時間はかからないので準備をしてくださいなのです。
準備ね。確かに短い時間だったわ。あとは私個人の任務ね。 そうは言うけど、今は特にやるべきことがないのよね。あれは。
What is that? Is that supposed to happen? Wow.
なるほど。確かに
Oh,
全
thank you
て
for
が
the
エネルギー
headpads. I'll
に変わ
need
ろう
them.
としてる。
Okay, so this is the fusion or fission process. I see. Everything is turning into energy indeed.
このままだと融合が完了するまで持ちこたえられそうにないかも。
At this rate, I might not hold. No, don't do that. At this rate, I might not hold on until the fusion process, the fusion is complete.
本音を言うと、この姿に満足してるし、できればあまり真剣になりたくなかったけど。
Honestly, I'm happy with my present form. If possible, I don't want to make it too solemn.
でも、
But it wouldn't be a bad thing to get serious once, right?
悪くないかもしれないわね。ある意志を敵に回
Rather
すよ
than be
り、
an enemy of a certain will,
やっぱり消失自体と
let
勝
me
負しましょう。
compete with Oblivion. Wait, I didn't get to see the outfit. That was different than her normal one, right? On the other side, once the key of the Beyond had fully realized its effectiveness,
終わったわ。
it's over. To those staying on this side, the borders of the world that were previously partitioned had not completely erased Mistel's body, but they had certainly entered a light-coned and time-delayed relationship. As for their target, prior to the execution of this plan, the crisis in the Salt Snow Holy City and the country of Ironsand had been impacting people in a speculative manner. Oh, okay. I was like, it looks familiar, but it's different than her unit's outfit. But I only got a glimpse of it there. The usual weather, the insuppressible riots. While destiny shifted, it was only natural for individuals to feel a sense of unease. Until now, artificial forces came into play and accelerated the progress of specific area. It finally manifested in a form visible to the naked eye.
速度は予想よりも少し速いなのです。
Oh, that was a little faster than
つ
expected.
まりこれも予習みたいなものかしら。私たちのいる場所もこれから。
Does this mean this is a type of preview? After this, the spot that we're in will
世界
also...
の泡を基準にするなら十分ゆっくりな破滅ですが。
This is enough for a slow annihilation by the standards of Bubble
ミステル
Universe.
との通信はまだ正常に行えますか？
Is it still possible to communicate with Mistel?
はい。彼女と直接やり取りするなのですか？
Yes. Do you need to contact her directly?
彼女が無事メッセージを残せるか確かめたかっ
No.
ただけ
I
です。
just want to check if she can leave messages.
プロメテウス、私はあなたのこともミステルのこともよく知らないけど、
Prometheus, though I don't really understand you and
も
Mistel,
し彼女が長期間
if she is
離れる
going
な
to be
ら
gone for a long
何
time,
か彼女に伝えた方がいいん
you'd
じゃ
best
ない
say a
かしら。
few words to her.
その必要はあるのでしょうか？
Is that really necessary?
そう聞かれてもうまく答えられないんだけど、
Well, I can't answer you for sure, even if you ask
でも
me.
まだバルキリーだった頃、私はある特別な先輩と知り合ったの。
But when I was still a Valkyrie, I knew a special
先
senior.
輩は B 級バルキリーだけど、普通の人よりもはるかに強いメンタルの持ち主で、
Even though she was still a B rank Valkyrie, her resilience was
先輩
extraordinary.
は何の動揺も見せなかった。
Even when facing death, she never
そうい
wavered.
った面で言うと、先輩は私の憧れのセシリア様と同じくらい頼もしい人だ
She
っ
was
た。
as reliable as my hero,
で
Cecilia.
もあの日、いつも厳しい彼女が一人で訓練室の隅っこに隠れて、呼吸もままならないほど泣いてたのを見たの。
That day, unlike her usual tough self, she was alone and crying in the corner of the training room, so uncontrollably that she struggled to
何が
breathe.
言いたいんですか？私にも知人の男性がいますが、メンタルの強さに関して彼に勝てる人は誰もいませんでした。
What are you trying to say? I know a man. He's better than anyone when it comes to inner
そんな
strength.
彼でも戦場で涙を流す時がありました。
But he also shedded tears in
それ
battle.
はそうだけど、何しろ人には耐えられないことがある。でも私が違和感を抱いたのは、何かあったんですかって先輩に聞いたとき、
That's right. After all, there are some things that one just cannot bear. But what really surprised me when I asked her what
先
happened,
輩は任務で犠牲になった仲間のことを思い出したって答えたの。相手の死を思って泣いてるわけじゃなくて、些細なことのために泣いてるってね。
she told me that she was thinking of a teammate who died in the line of duty. However, she wasn't crying for her, but for something else.
だって先輩の仲間は任務中に致命傷を受けたけど、一瞬で死ぬことはなかったから。
Because her teammate did not die instantly, despite suffering a fatal
その死
wound.
に際で他の生存者が逃げられるように、彼女はずっと近くの崩壊獣を追い払おうとしてたのよ。
In her teammate's final moments, to give the other survivors a chance to escape, that senpai tried to chase the nearby Honkai beast
賢い選択です。
away. Sorry. A wise
当
choice.
時の先輩もそう思ったわ。でも数年後に彼女が訓練室で偶然そのことを思い出した時、
She
急
thought
に
so
後
too,
悔の念に
but
襲わ
years
れたそうな
later,
の。
alone in the training room, she happened to think of it and was overcome with
彼女
regret.
がそのまま死んでいくのを数時間も見ているしかなかったのよ。
For hours, I just watched her
あの
die.
時何もかも投げ出して彼女のそばに行って強く抱きしめるべきだったわ。
I should have stopped everything, rushed to her, and embraced
そう
her.
したら私が彼女を行くべきところへ連れて行こうとしてるって伝わったのに。
So that in her final moment, she would know that it was me taking her to where she wanted to go. The AI was not able to give an immediate response, but at that moment, she had an irrepressible flashback to a certain doctor's final moments and the single blessing she gave before leaving. She split open the shell of her absolute rationality and expressed an unusual warmth. It was the first time the AI had shown something akin to an emotional impulse. And upon hearing such a
シュレーディ
story,
ンガー博士、ミステルとの通信をお願いできますか？
Dr. Schrodinger, can you help me establish communication with Mistel?
やっぱりね。
I knew it.
彼女に注意事項を伝えますので。
I need to tell her a few words of
あの
caution.
す
Hey,
み
you.
ません。あなたが話した状況は理解できますが、私の結論は少し違います。
Apologies, I understand the situation you described, but I came to a different
彼女
conclusion.
の後悔は死者の遺憾をなくすためか、それとも彼女自身の遺憾をなくすためか、どちらだと
When
思
she
います
regretted the
か？
actions she did not take, was it to fulfill the regrets of the deceased or her
誤
own?
解しないでください。私の理解ではそもそも優劣などありません。
Don't be mistaken. Neither is superior or inferior from my understanding, but I can confirm
ミステ
that
ルがその話の中の死者ではないことはわかります。
Mistel is not the deceased of that past.
でも今後のことを考えなくても。
But even if you don't consider the future, don't you
彼
think
女が辛く感じるとは思わないの？
she would not feel some degree of
も
pain?
ちろん思います。
Of
で
course,
すが相
but
手に十分な
well,
空
well,
間を
well, well,
与
well,
え
well. Ow,
自ら行動するという相手の選択を許すことは
ow. Hi, Taizo. How you doing? Ow. That Chama had disappeared and still hit me. Chama from beyond the grave attacking me. On the 23rd, possibly Wild's demo tease. Ooh. I'm gonna have to check that out. Granting her sufficient space, allowing her to bear the suffering she chose
私
alone.
が与えられる最高の尊重なのです。
This is the highest form of respect I can
彼
offer
女の
her.
友人として
As her friend at this moment. Ah, there it is. Now we can see it. The big poofy shoulders. Even though the outside world could still sense her presence and even converse with her, in essence, the entity named Mistal had already stepped into a hell forged by the masses. Of course, as the sole person immersed in this, she ironically didn't think of it in that way. As her memories were shaped by disastrous events, she always maintained the belief that
地獄はあなたの行くべき場所じゃない。あなたが持ち歩くべき荷物だ。
hell is not a place you will go, but a piece of luggage you should carry with you.
だから死に際ってかなりプライベートな時間だと思うのよね。
So, I have always felt the moment of death is a rather private
ど
time.
うしてもこの時間を邪魔しないといけないの？
Must you disturb me at a time like this, my friend? At first, her words made no sense. In the slowly fusing plane, a space on the verge of obliteration, only she stood within it. However, unlike a particular drifter, the origin of a grand plan, an idea with a talent for capturing dreams, in a certain way, she was not inferior to the Hersher of sentience. On a psychological level, in fact, she might even be more remarkable. And thus, when enveloped by a force of mutuality, she could not be completely unaware.
返事をするつもりはないの？
Aren't you going to
そ
respond?
れもそうね。現状からして自身の存在を示すだけですでに
True, in this current state, simply manifesting one's existence can already be regarded as a kind of. Without warning, a voice sounded in her mind and deftly severed her words. The voice
Mommy?
appeared so abruptly.
Sorry.
That's what the voice said. No, I'm kidding. The voice appeared so abruptly that before she could delve into its meaning, she was surprised by something else. There was an unprecedented experience for her. Of all the beings she had faced, there was one whose power was superior to hers and could even easily destroy her. She never thought that her own mind could consciously fall completely under the control of another entity. The entity had a way to deal with ideas, and its power was truly immeasurable like an abyss. She had trouble judging at this
喜
moment.
ぶのはまだ早すぎたってことね。
Seems like I celebrated too early.
最後に私が向き合う敵は実際にやはりある意志なの。
Ultimately, what I have to fight against is still a form of will.
そんなこともう飽きたのに。
This sort of thing really tires me
で
out.
もあなたが見せた能力からすると私はこんな優位者だけが持つ優しさを見せるべきじゃないのかしら。
However, given your demonstrated abilities, I'm unfortunately not well suited for expressing the distinctive warmth of those superior,
それ
right?
にあなたがこのタイミングで姿を現すことを選んだ以上私の推測は間違っ
Since
て
you
ないわよ
chose to
ね。
appear right now, it seems like my hypothesis was accurate. Although remarkably short, she promptly received an affirmative
道
response.
理で今回の目的はその手で私を消すことって言ったのね。
No wonder you said that the purpose of your trip was to ensure my destruction in your
融
hands.
合によって生じたエネルギーには帰る場所がある。そしてあなたの判断では私にも根源を追求する能力がある。
The energy derived from the fusion does have a predetermined destination. As per your assessment, I do have the capability to trace its origins.
いいでしょう。私にとってはもう十分よ。私個人の気持ちを話すと、むしろあなたがここに現れて私の行動をより難しくしてくれたことを嬉しく思っ
Great,
てるわ。
this is enough. Given my own selfishness, I actually feel more fortunate you appeared. It will make everything I am doing all the more
でない
challenging.
と、ただここで死を待つような行為は素晴らしい仕事とは言えないもの。
Otherwise, it would have been difficult to regard my act of waiting for death as a heroic accomplishment.
あら？理解できないの？認めたくはないけど。
It's hard to understand. I'd hate to admit this,
生ま
but
れつきの性質ゆえか、私に対する17号の評価は正解だったわ。
maybe it's just my nature. Number 17's assessment of me is very
いくら
accurate.
自分を説得しようとしても、心から他人の運命を気にすることができないの。
No matter how hard I try to convince myself, I just can't seem to sincerely care about others' destinies.
たとえもう少ししたらここが完全に破滅すると知ってても、
Even
そ
though
れ
I
までは
know
ゲー
soon
ムを楽しむよう
this
な
will
態
all
度をやめ
disappear
られ
once and
ない。
for all, I still can't take it seriously.
軽いと言われてもいい。共感性がないと言われても構わない。それがイデアとしての欠陥なのかもしれないけど。
Be it frivolity or a lack of empathy, maybe this counts as a defect of an idea.
どうして私が出発する前に17号の答えを断ったか知ってる？
So, you know why I refused number 17's answer before leaving, right?
彼女がくれる答えはとっくに分かってたからよ。今この瞬間、私はようやく動揺を感じたの。
I had already anticipated the answer she gave. Now, I feel a sense of doubt again. So, compared to that answer, what are you truly afraid of?
そんなの分かりやすいでしょ。だからあなたがここに現れたのはいいことかもって言ったのよ。
It's easy to guess, right? That's why I said it's fortunate that you
自画
appeared.
自賛も少し入ってるけど、
Maybe there's a hint of ego to
大
it.
半の状況では私は強すぎるのよ。選択できない場面なんてなかなか体験できないのよね。
However, in the majority of cases, I tend to be excessively intense. It's difficult to let myself fall into a situation where I have no
その
options.
せいでこんな風に自分の心を確かめることもなかった。
It's also impossible to examine myself in this way.
現れてくれてありがとう。おかげで弱者としての感覚を体験できたわ。
Thanks to your appearance, I finally have a chance to experience the sensation of
それ
weakness.
にこの区域が完全に融合するまであなたが
And
私を殺せなかった
If you are
ら
unable to kill me before this area fuses completely, I will still be the winner. Setting aside the question of whether you can succeed, even if you can, what will it mean to
この
you?
機会を通して人類の感覚を体験できるわ。
Maybe it is a way to experience humanity?
生まれて死ぬ運命だけど、どう年を取っていくか、どう死ぬかを選んだ時、彼らは同時に自分の生き方を決めることになる。
Human beings are destined to die from birth, but as they choose how to age and how to die, they can also decide how they will live.
それに勝てないなんて別に私は思ってないわよ。
Besides, I do not doubt my ability to win.
成婚計画が成就した時には遥かに及ばないけど。
While it's far from the time when Project Stigma declared its completion, a purple streaming light began to surround
リーダー
her.
というものはその中で最も弱い存在でも無限にたどり着く可能性があるのよ。
This friend, a so-called idea, even though one of the weakest beings, has the natural potential to reach
それ
infinity.
に
Not to mention,
この瞬間私は初めてこれからの戦闘にこんな興味を持ったの。
now, for the first time, I feel some interest in the battle
あ
ahead.
なたがどれほど強いかどういう悪意を持ってるかわからないけど今は使わせてもらうわよ。
I don't know how strong you are, or what malicious intent you possess. Please now let me borrow you for a
今日が
while.
終わったら私も知ることになるでしょう。
From this day forth, I can finally know.
高貴な品格もなく身勝手な存在と言えるものが正しい選択によってシャニアテと名乗れるかどうかをね。
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. I have some thoughts on this, and I was thinking about it earlier because I did mention the italicized narration, but it's not really narration because they don't say narrator, and they have been, at least in the last chapters. Now, there are some portions where it doesn't say narration, but it's not italicized. I think the italicized parts might be Saw, and she's, well, I don't know about she, but whoever it is, whatever it is, whatever entity, I only say she because everything's a she in this world, unless it's Kevin or from the Flame Chasers. They're trying to get a certain outcome by kind of pushing them in a certain direction through some type of mental pushes, like kind of like Senti's powers, which is interesting. But why? Why? A splendid luminosity was reflected in the girl's eyes. At this moment, the area they were splitting finally started to enter the last stage of fusion. By common sense, people think that destructive things are wicked and ugly. But anyone who has watched a nuclear explosion from a safe distance tends to reach another type of consensus. That which is destructive can have its own beauty as well, a magnificent purity that can dazzle any creature. I think I wouldn't come to that conclusion. Of course, this girl would definitely not think of it like this. Even facing such magnificence, at this very moment, she could not conceal her
あなた
fear.
の心拍数は正常ではないようですが。
Your heart rate is irregular.
ええ、爆発、融合、形は違いど、霊落の星が破滅した本当の原因は、おそらくこのレベルの
Wait, have
衝
we
撃
gotten the
波を
message
受けた
whether
から
she
でしょう。
succeeded or not? Are we gonna get that message? I would like to know. Indeed, whether it was an explosion or fusion, despite the differing forms, the real reason behind the destruction of the fallen star is likely due to the energy impact it experienced. Even though she didn't voice it, having witnessed past speculations, she could not help but admit deep within herself If the supposed last judgment truly exists, it may be as pure as the view that presented itself before her eyes
ミ
now.
ステルはどうしてるの？
How is
通
Mistel?
信はまだ切断されていませんが、もう
Okay.
長い間返事をもらっていないなのです。
The connection hasn't been cut, but it's been a long time since she
正
responded.
確に言うと、あの区域は完全に静止している。いわゆる第4は規制なのかもしれないなのです。
To be precise, this area has fallen into complete silence. Maybe this is what it means when they say no news is good news.
彼女にとって私たちが送った信号も同じなんでしょうか？
But for her, would the signals we send be the
わから
same?
ないなのです。ですが、今観測した状況を見ると、
Hard to say, but for current observations,
私たちがメッセージを送ることができたとしても、彼女にその内容を理解する余裕はないと思うなのです。
even if we can transmit a message successfully, excuse me, I need a cough, 1 second. Even if we can transmit a message successfully, he might not be able to spare her attention to comprehend it. It is hard to imagine how she would maintain her shape under such circumstances. Even for ideas, it was not easy. And everyone's imagination, being engulfed by an aggressive stream of needles, might be more comfortable in comparison to the relentless onslaught of such energy. But now, in order to complete the plan she had devised, she could not lose consciousness. She heightened her sensitivity to the flow and aligned herself to it. For those on the other side, this was a future they knew a long time before. But in reality, this was just a misinterpretation. Even though she suffered a profound and unparalleled pain, its source was not the apocalypse, but a death match, even a punishment. For the girls, all that they could do was wait with conflicted emotions. They hoped this process would be quick and brief to spare their companion from too much pain, but they also worried about the moment when the results would be revealed. Ultimately, they remained uncertain about their current attempt. And so, as they held such conflicted feelings, the light faded. Once the flood generated from the fusion had engulfed everything, there was no space left for the idea. Yet, the deathly silence continued.
これで終わりなの？
It ended just like that? Subconsciously, she tried to turn her sight to the main character of this moment, and even forgot that Mistel never existed corporeally. Even if it's futile, I can try my best to leave valuable clues before I go. She still remembered Mistel's previous statement. However, the professor, who was the only one who could listen, explained their current situation with silence.
やっぱり無理だったのかしら。
Seems like it was too much. She stole a subtle glance at the silent AI and tried to adopt a positive
でも
tone.
別に何かがあったってわけじゃないでしょ。何も話せないのは全てがうまくいってるからかもしれないし。
But this doesn't prove anything. Maybe she isn't speaking because everything is going well.
あとは私たちにできることはないのかしら。
What now? Is there anything we can
もちろ
do?
んあります。
Sure,
ですが、今から次の行動を決めるのはいささか
but
早すぎるかと思います。
maybe it's too early to decide our next
早
step.
すぎる。
Too early?
はい。私の知っているミステルなら、
From what I understand about Mistel,
今私たちが目にしているあの光景が
what we
彼
just
女
saw
の最後
cannot
だ
be
と
her
は
final
考えられまず
goodbye.
は彼女が消えたあの区域に行ってみましょう。
Let's take a look at the last area she was in before her disappearance.
これはまさかミステルは無事なの？
This is Mistel. Everything's okay?
ポジティブに考えすぎです。
You're being too optimistic.
これは 彼女が残した無境です。
This is only the dreamland she left behind for us.
つまり彼女は私たちのために何かを残してくれたのね。
Oh, a dreamland? So she did leave something for us.
ミステルはわざとそうした時がありますから。
Yes, sometimes she deliberately makes simple things more
単
complicated.
に表現欲だけで見ると、彼女にもアイドルになれる可能性があるかもしれません。
Purely based on her desire to perform, she has the potential to become an
今
idol.
回は仕方なくかもしれませんが。
Though, maybe it really was out of desperation this
つま
time.
り
So,
ええ、
17号、あなたの推測は間違ってないわ。
number 17, your guess is correct. A distant voice flowed out from the dreamland.
あのものは確かに存在している。
It really does exist, and it's... But just then... The idea's words were distorted instantly into indistinguishable
どう
echoes.
いうこと？
What's going on? It was like waking from a dream. Even though it should have been critically important, Mistel's mutterings were the same as in most dreams. People could recall its existence, but found it hard to ascertain its content.
プロメテウス、今のは普通なの？彼女が以前に残した無境でもこういった状況があったりした？
Prometheus, was that normal? Would the same thing happen in the dreamland she left behind before?
正確に言うと、私にもわかりません。
Yuzena, did you lose all your
今日ですら
crystals to
彼
Vita?
女の行動
Oh
原理が
no.
理解できませんから。
Strictly speaking, I cannot be sure. Up until today, I find it hard to understand her logic.
理由はわかりませんが、彼女が最後に私の推測は間違っていないと判断した以上、
But even though we don't know the reason, we can still confirm that my guess was right at her last
それは
moments.
一体何なのです？
So, what exactly does that mean?
後でゆっくり説明します。
You win Vita, but you lose all your crystals? I'm afraid you'll have to wait a while before I can explain in detail. Before
シュレ
that,
ディンガー博士、式の律者の居場所を最速で見つけ出してください。
Dr. Schrödinger, please help me confirm the Hersher of Sentience's location as quickly as possible.
Let's
Well,
say,
about that,
hypothetically, I'm a cat.
I don't currently know where Senti
For
is.
the sake of debate, let's say I dance.
Dance.
彼女が何を試そうとしても、直ちに止めなければなりません。
Whatever she's trying right now, she needs to be stopped
式の
immediately.
律者？
Hersher of
はい。
Sentience?
以前彼女にあるお願いをしました。あの時は必要があったのですが、今は
Oh no, are you doomed? I'm also doomed, to be fair. Yes, I once asked her for a favor, although it seemed unnecessary at the time. Now,
基地の情報のために彼女を敵
we
の
will
手で
never
死なせる
truly
わけには
know.
いきませんから。
Right now, they're a rock. I cannot let her die for nothing at the hands of our enemy for a piece of information we already have. But where is Senti right now? We don't really
ちょっ
know.
と彼女と一緒にしないでほしいんだけど。
Hey, don't compare me to
違
her.
う。やつの方が正しいかな。まあいいや、どっちでも一緒だよ。
No, we should say it. Never mind, it makes no
所詮は
difference.
中途半端な存在だ。いくらこれが得意だとしても、意識の律者に勝てるはずないでしょ。わかる？
She's just mediocre at best. No matter how good she may be at this, you cannot surpass a Hersher of sentience, understand or understood?
いいでしょう。もう一度説明します。
Oh, damn. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'll repeat once more. Speaking of crystals, I really want the outfit that you need to spend crystals to get, but that's not happening. I don't have 30k crystals sitting around. Okay, I'll repeat once more. Yeah, it's really good. It's so good. I want it, but I don't have that many crystals around. I think I'm at a little over 11k out of 30. Just like, this ain't happening. I'm broke. Me too. Me too. We can suffer together. Don't you worry. To avoid confusion, I previously addressed her as the 8th Hersher.
彼女も意識の律者なんです。
But she was actually equal to a Hersher of
正
sentience.
確に言うと、難易度を下げるという考えに基づいて、彼女がかつて全文明に現れたからこそ、今のあなたは意識の権能を持つことになったのです。
In precise terms, you have the authority of sentience because she tried to lower the difficulty of that power. When she once appeared in the previous era,
その難易度って中途半端なやつは中途半端ってことでしょ？
who cares about difficulty? In the end, she's still mediocre.
実質的にあなた自身を貶める行為について、私は止めようと思いませんが。
You're actually demeaning yourself right now, but I'm not going to try to stop you.
それは要点ではありません。私が伝えたい要点は、
Anyway, that's not the point. The point is, you surely can do the things that she's able to. After some thinking, she considered the Hersher's temperament. To move the conversation forward, she departed from her usual approach and added,
精神能力に関する知識においては、確かに今のあなたに及ぶ人は誰もい
After
ない
all,
と言え
in
るで
terms
しょ
of what you have achieved by your cognitive abilities, the present you is truly unmatched.
別にそれほどでも事実だけど、そんなに気持ち悪い言い方をしなくてもいいんだよ。
Well, it's not actually. Though that's true, no need to flatter me.
そう、あなたの言う通りです。実際にケビンとの戦闘ですでに似たような手段を使ったと聞きましたが。
You're right. After all, it's said that you've already used similar tactics when you fought Kevin. Kevin?
待って、それってまさか。
Wait, you're talking about...
以前雑談した時に、あなたは成婚計画の普通の意識を使ってケビンと戦い、腐敗の地に立ったとゼーレから聞きました。
Yes, when chatting before, Sally mentioned that back then, you countered Kevin using the common sentience in Project Stigma, thus making yourself
そして
invincible.
それは全文明の第八律者にとっても主な手段でした。
And for the 8th Hersher of the previous era, that is her main tactic
そ
too.
れで。
So,
ああ、わかった。
hi, Sushi. Oh, I get it.
はい。原理はとても簡単ですから、すぐにわかると思いますが。
Yes, it's simple enough. Maybe even you can
世
guess.
界を丸ごと飲み込んでから逃げてほしいの。
You can help me confirm whether it exists. Are you thinking of making me devour the whole world, then making a run for it? Oh my god, Sushi.
いいでしょう。やはり説明する
How
必要があると
sushi?
思います。
Okay, it seems like I need to explain
今ま
more.
で私たちはここで終焉の眉に近い根本的な部分の存在を確認しました。
Before this, we've already confirmed the existence of something resembling a base mechanism of the Kahuna finality nearby. Aged which,
そういう
I mean, I
根
have
本的な部
aged,
分
so
は
I guess that's accurate. I can't really
簡単に変えら
complain.
れないものになっています。
In order to operate it with precision and accuracy, the base mechanism must be unalterable.
例を挙げて説明すると、もし私が今自
How
身
is
を構
sushi?
築するソースコードがハードウェアの使用期間を短くすると気づいたとしても、
For
見て見ぬ
example,
ふりをするし
if
かあ
I
り
only
ません。
discovered that the structure's base code had additional hardware degradation now, I'm afraid I have to
で
ignore
ない
it.
とソースコードを勝手に変えた
Otherwise,
ことに
the
よる
ripple
連
effect
鎖
brought
反応
by
は
imprudent
私が
changes
発見した
would be
問題
worse
よ
than
り
the
も
problems I
ずっとひどくな
discovered
る
in the
でしょ
first place.
あなたの言いたいことがわからないわけじゃないけど
I do understand what you mean. What? Oh. Anyone Ace, thank you for the follow. And you're the 730th follower. Thank you. Thank you for helping me reach my goal. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your stay here. I'm drained because of exams and mixing Cyberpunk at the same time. Oh, have you already played through Cyberpunk, or is this your first time playing it? Also, I hope your exams are going well. I'm wishing you the best of luck on those. Outfit is S2 damn nice. Very nice. I wish that were me, but it's not. I do understand what you
もう
mean.
少しわかりやすく説明してくれない
But can't you speak in a simpler or in simpler terms?
今の例は忘れてください。
Just ignore that example
とに
then.
かくその根本的な部分が存在している以上、奴は私たちだけではなく、
Oh, didn't they have a rerun of that skin recently?
つまり
I feel like it was
適切な突破口を
recent.
見つけ出すことができれば、それを利用できます。
Anyway, since the base mechanism exists, it wouldn't just constrain us. It would constrain the other party too. This means we can make use of it just by finding a suitable entry
しかし
point.
同時により危険であるという
But
可
at the
能性
same
も存在
time,
します。
there's even riskier
例え
possibilities.
ば、その根本的な部分に広い視点、もしくは狭い視点から
There's a
調整
will
をして
that
い
is
く意志
applying
が存在
micro
する
and
ことです。
macro adjustments to the base
だったら
mechanism.
何そういう根本的な部分は簡単には変えられないんでしょ
What's the
調整する
problem?
人がいてもいなくても
Didn't you
同
say
じじ
the
ゃない
base
の
mechanism is difficult to alter? Whether someone is watching over it or not, it makes no difference, no?
確かに変動は
Yeah, you
大
made
き
it,
な代価を
Marty.
もた
How
ら
you
します。
doing? Changing it will come at a huge
Yes, ma'am.
cost.
その過程に参加し、現時点での変動が代価を支払う価値があると判断する意思がいたらどうです
But if
か？
there is a will involved and it deems making changes at a certain point as worth the
そ
cost,
の時、
at that
私たちが
point,
決められた
there's a
規則を
chance
利
that
用
they
して
will
も、
they can
すぐに
counter
効か
our
なくなる
plan
可能
that
性
takes
が存在し
advantage
ま
of
す。
the established rules.
ですから、あなたが出発する前に、
So,
単独でお願いする
that's
こと
why I
に
made a
しました。
personal request of you before you set off.
比較的安全な状況で、全文明の第八律者のように、あなたの権能を使ってください。できるだけ
Assuming it's
世
safe,
界の泡のあら
utilize
ゆ
your
る意識
authority
に
to
侵入し、
contaminate all the sentience in this bubble universe to take control of our current situation. Just like the 8th Hersher of the previous
その
era.
必要はあるの
Is that necessary?
そんなことができる人なんて
Isn't
もう
someone
文字
who
通り
can do
の神様
something
だけ
a
でしょ
true god?
善人じゃあ
Or
るまいし
isn't someone who
指を
can
鳴
do
らして
such a
私たち
thing
を皆殺しにすればいいじゃないずっと
a
楽
true
だよ
god? The opponent could just snap its fingers and put an end to us. It makes less work after
まだ
all.
何も起きてない以上あなたの言うその意志が存在したとしても大した脅威じゃないでしょ
Since this has not happened, the will you spoke of, even if it does exist, doesn't pose a large
それ
threat.
は私自身でも未だに理解できていないことです。その意志は自身が作り出したルール
This
ほ
is
ど
something I do not fully understand yet. That will may not be as powerful as the mechanism it
かつて
created.
の第八律者も神職の律者もまさにそういう小欲大を制すような能力で 人類を破滅寸前まで追い詰めていました。
With that said, the previous 8th Hersher and the Hersher of Corruption, they relied on a small investment for a big payoff, and that almost brought humanity to total
ですから
destruction.
意識の律者が味方でいてくれることを嬉しく思います。それに
So, I feel very fortunate that the Hersher of Sentience is on our side. Moreover, the bubble universe we are in is much smaller than the real world. Pausing at precisely the right moment, her intention to provoke the Hersher of Sentience became apparent. This was because she understood.
楽しみにしてて。
You just wait.
あなたの言うような意志は存在しない方がいいね。
The will you just mentioned? I hope it doesn't even exist. Otherwise, it even gets into my sight. You got the Rosanna potion? That's so rare. It's an extremely potent sleeping potion that she asked me to make. You might not wake up. Drink at your own risk.
面白いことになるよ。
It'll be so much fun. Among all the people that the AI had ever seen, this lady was definitely enjoying this type of communication the most. The one is kind of just like drinking something that like helps you fall asleep. This one's like knocks you out, and whether you wake up or not is kind of questionable or debatable. Among all the people that the AI had ever seen. Oh wait, I already read that.
その気分を害することはやめておきます。
Yes, exactly. Well, I won't spoil your fun.
今、世界を丸ごと飲み込むと言いましたね。
But the thing you just mentioned about devouring the whole
頼
world,
もしくないと誤解されるかもしれませんが、その考えを聞いてみたいと思ってい
although it
ま
may
す。
sound dubious and lead to a misunderstanding,
新しい
I
発
want
想
to
に
hear
つな
your
がるかもし
thoughts.
れません。
Maybe this could provide some new perspectives for everyone. Oh, silly, Rosanna's always sleeping, so anything that can let her sleep more is good.
は？
After that, the hypothesis provided by the Hersher of Sentience was easily overruled by Prometheus, owing to its absurdity, it didn't even need much complex explanation. No. Well, I mean, I guess you could use it that way. I mean, if your target never wakes up, I mean, are they even... I mean, they're not dead, but they're also not gonna do anything. So I guess you could use it that way, but if you use it that way, you didn't get it from me. I am not at fault. You bought it, and it's your responsibility. Then I can frame Rosanna. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't frame Rosanna for your crime, right? You wouldn't frame an innocent sea monkey. And the content of this hypothesis was not important anymore. I'm watching you, Goose. If I see anything in the news about someone being put into a coma, Senti? Right now, she was the one who had been fully devoured. Welp. Alright then. At this moment, what they faced was an absurd circumstance that they could not believe.
式の律者が消えたわ。
Oh, the Hersher of Sentience. She disappeared.
この先が式の律者さんが最後に現れた位置です。
少なくとも私たちはそう思ってるわ。
I love that everyone's just disappearing. Are they gonna pick us off one by one? I don't want to say you're doomed, but you might be doomed.
このエネルギーの残滓、確かに四季の律者のものに見えます。
This residual energy, it's really like the Hersher of Sentience's signature.
ここで激しい戦いがあったよね。
It seems like a fierce battle took place here.
でも今は怪物すらいないわ。
But now, there are no monsters. He looked around. It was all silent, as if giving a wordless goodbye to the only Hersher in this
楽観
world.
的に考えれば、四季の律者が消える前に、すべての怪物を
An
倒したか
optimistic
ら、
speculation is that maybe the Hersher of Sentience wiped out all the enemies before she
で
disappeared.
も、もし楽観的に考えなければ、怪物がいないのは、その敵が消えたからかもしれませんね。
You might get lucky, you never know. Who knows? 15 pulls? Yeah, you can do this. But if we're not so optimistic, the monsters disappeared because their enemy disappeared. Did this thing make a noise? It's like a door opening or closing. Are these the enemies that the Hersher of Sentience
い
face?
くら数が多くても、一人の律者がこの程度の敵で苦戦するなんて、あまり
Regardless
に
of
も
their numbers, for a Hersher to struggle with enemies of this caliber is too
バカしい。
ridiculous,
そうよね。
right?
私とゼーレもそう思ってるわ。
Sally and I think so
四季
too.
の律者はおしゃべりだけど、ホラを吹くようなやつじゃない。彼女が相手だと認め、真剣に戦うような相手は、きっと普通の敵なんかじゃないと思うわ。
Though the Hersher of Sentience talks a lot, she's not just bragging. It was someone she deemed a worthy rival, who she had to be ready for. It couldn't have been a regular
だか
enemy.
ら、彼女は別の敵と遭遇したんじゃないかなって、私たちはそう考えてます。
So, we can guess that the enemy she faced was someone else.
シャ以外に敵なんているの
Could
か
it
しら。
be there are other enemies aside from Sa?
律者も対応できないような敵
An
なのです。
enemy that not even a Hersher could handle. I don't want to think about that.
待って、ねえ、あれは
Oh, there's her weapons.
これは
This is... Without a question, what had appeared before them was a residue belonging to the Hersher of Sentience. Trauma Pedro, I can do that. Ow! 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 However, this just made everything all the
You're
more
watching too much
bizarre.
porn.
You
私
have
たちをびっ
no
くりさせる
proof.
ために、
We've been
四季
through
の律
this.
者のやつがわざと置いたんじゃないでしょうね。
You couldn't have conjured this up just to give us a scare, right?
それはないんじゃない？
That'll be too
そんな
much.
こと彼女がするとは思えないわ。
And it's not her style at all.
わかってる。でも知ってる限り、私たちの前に現れた四季の律者は人間の体を持っていなかったわ。どちらかとい
I'm
うと、
aware, but from what I know, the Hersher of Sentience before us
物質
doesn't
かエ
have
ネ
a
ルギー
human
か
body.
区
She's
別が
more like a
難しい
hollow
存在よ。
projection from the cocoon of finality, a being that is hard to distinguish between physical matter or energy. Alright, ad break's getting ready to start. I need to run to the restroom, so I'll be right back, you guys. While the ad's running, it's getting ready to start, so I may be leaving before it actually starts, but I'll be right back. Hey, back right on time. I've got a cat all over me. Hi, Riku. Alright.
それなのに今は投影の残片が残されて本体が行方不明になってるなんてね。
And now, a fragment of her hollow projection remains, while the whereabouts of the owner appears to be unknown.
本体である終焉の眉に何かの問題があったか。でもキアナがいる限りそれはありえないわ。
Maybe something went wrong with the Kakuna
もし
finality,
くは
but that's impossible with Kiana there,
本当
unless...
に死に急ぐような悪ふざけかもね。
This is some cruel joke courtesy of someone who's had enough of the world.
いいえ、3つ目の可能性があります。
No, there's a third scenario as well.
もう一人のゼーレ、あなたの話は間違っていません。2つの可能性しかないはずです。もしまだ彼女が式の律者ならですが。
Other selling? You're right.
まだ固有世界の
Originally, there were only two
終焉の前に属
possibilities,
する
providing
式
she
の
is
律
still
者
the
であるなら
Hersher of
で
Sentience.
すが。
Or rather, the real world and Kakuna Finality's Hersher of
何が言い
Sentience.
たいの？
What are you trying to say?
実は式の律者が出発する前に
Before the Hersher of Sentience left, I gave her a task. Prometheus relayed the events that had occurred
当時
prior.
の私たちはそれを社の本質を探す機会
At
だ
the
と思い
time,
ま
we
した
thought this would be a chance to look for Saw's
成功
essence.
すれば
Although
私た
dangerous,
ちは明確な
once
狙いがある
successful,
対応策を見つ
we
けられ
could
ます
carry out a more targeted response plan.
正面から社と戦うことを避けるために式の律者
To
と約
avoid
束したんで
to
す
avoid fighting Saw
命
directly,
に関わ
I
る
made
よ
an
うなこと
agreement
が
with
あれ
her.
ば
If it came
すぐ
down
に
to life
自
and
身を
death,
純
she
粋
should
なエネ
immediately
ルギーに
change
変え
form,
て
temporarily
実
becoming
力を
pure
温存
energy
す
to
るように
conserve
と
her strength.
あいつに応戦しないようにって？
You told her
イルカ
not
に
to
一輪車を
fight?
習得させるこ
You
と
may
の方が
well
楽ね。
ask a dolphin to ride a unicycle.
それって式の律者さんが武器をここに残したのは
You
わざ
mean
とじゃなく
the
て
Hersher of Sentience
仕
left
方
her
なくそうし
weapon
たという意
here
味ですか？
because she was made to?
まさか敵が彼女の律者の権能を回収したとか？
Don't tell me she's recovered her Hersher's
違い
authority.
ます本当にそんなことができる人がいたら式の律者の武器がここに残ってることこそ
No, otherwise it would be even less likely that the Hersher of Sentience's weapons would be just lying
セ
here.
ーレが話したように式の律者は物質かエネルギーか区別が難しい存在です。彼女の律者の権能は彼女の全てで
How
あ
Sully
り
just described the Hersher of Sentience, a being that is hard to distinguish as substance or
武器
energy.
も含め
Her
て
Hersher authority is everything. Her everything is her Hersher authority, including weaponry.
それってあいつが消えたならその武器はここに残らずに一緒に消えたはずってこと？
You mean if she had disappeared, her weapon would be gone too?
はい
つまりこの件で一番不可解なのは式の律者の武器がここにあってちゃんと実体として存在してるのに
This makes the strangest aspect of this whole thing that her weapon is right here, in physical
彼女
form,
自身がどこにいるのかわからないってことよね。
but she's nowhere to be found.
もし回収ではなく奪ったのならどうなのです？
What if this isn't a recovery, but a subjugation?
私たちの推測をまだ覚えているなのですか？社は終焉の眉とかなり似ているなのです。プロメ
Do
テ
you
ウスさんの
remember
終
what you
焉の眉
concluded
用の
before?
コードも
Thaw
社に
seems to
効
be
果があ
similar
るく
to
ら
the
い。
Kakuna finality. If Prometheus has a code to counter the Kakuna finality, then it could be effective against
その
Saw.
事実をもとにして大胆に考えると、もしかしたら
Following this line of argument, I'd venture to guess that perhaps via Saw's
律者が
system,
誕生するかもしれないなのです。
a Hersher could be
本
born.
気なの？
Are you serious?
その可能性は否めません
You can't rule out that possibility.
奪ったと言ったのは社が介入したせいで 式の律者が終焉の前の律者から社の律者になったと考えているのですね。
So, the subjugation you mentioned is a theory due to Saw's involvement, which would transfer the Hersher of sentience from the cocoon of finality into Saw's Hersher.
そのせいで式の律者さんは社の制限を受けて今まで通り2つの状態を自由に切り替えられなくなったってことです
So,
か？
when the Hersher of sentience is trapped by Saw, he's unable to freely switch between the two states like before.
確かにその推測が成立するなら目の前のことも説明がつくわ。
Indeed, if this hypothesis is valid, it would explain everything.
そうなると
But this would also mean,
その通り。
yes, the Hersher of sentience perhaps didn't disappear by choice, but
社に支配され殺されたのかもしれ
was
ません。
subjugated by Saw and killed.
そして社が
If
そ
you
の
hurt
権能を利
Senti,
用して
I'll never
私た
forgive
ちに
you.
攻撃を仕掛けていないことを考えると
And considering that Saw hasn't used this authority to attack us,
最も可能性の高い結論は
we have to admit that the most likely conclusion is
式の律者はすでに死んだと
no,
そう認めざるを得ません。
no. The Hersher of sentience is
何
dead.
しろ相手はかつてのヨルムンガンドではありません。手加減をしたり律者を閉じ込めたりする必要など
Since Saw isn't an ex-World Serpent officer, it doesn't need to show mercy by merely capturing the Hersher. Everyone was silent for a moment. Coming to terms with the possibility of her death, they were filled with a feeling of absurdity beyond grief. But what they all found hard to believe was that the word death could ever be associated with such an unruly, untouchable Hersher. A while had passed, then the mechanical girl was the first to speak.
最も可能性が高いというのは必ずしもそうであることではありません。
Well, most likely still doesn't mean the same thing as definitely.
式の律者は消える前に私たちにとても
And
大
before
事
the
な
Hersher
手がかり
of
を残して
sentience
くれました。
disappeared, he left a critical clue for us.
シュレーディンガー博士はこう推測したでしょう。社から律者が誕生すると
Didn't Dr. Schrodinger just posit that Hershers could be created via Saw's
そ
system?
れなら視点を変えてみれば
If so, we could think about this another way.
その通りです。
Correct,
博士
Doctor.
突破口の鍵はこの世界で
The key to breaking the deadlock lies, perhaps in this world.
ゼロから新たな
Starting
律者
from the
を
very
作ること
beginning,
にあるのかも
we
しれま
create
せ
a
ん。
new Hersher.
そしてもう一度
Hi,
終焉を超える
Nerdon.
のです。
How you doing? Then, once again, the Hersher can overcome the finality. Don't like this idea again, but you know, here we are. This is about our only option. Starting with the very beginning, we create a new Hersher. If anyone had heard this sentence just a year ago, such a crude and irrational solution would have never been taken seriously. Nevertheless, confronted with the present state of affairs, these words were incredibly persuasive. After all, in desperate circumstances, even the most illusionary hopes could seem unbelievably real. If only someone could posit such hope, it would be even more realistic.
その発想試す価値はあるなのです。
Oh, 4 wins for 4 games on League Clash tournament tonight? Nice. Very nice. Not so nice that you're catless though. Hopefully a cat comes and claims your lap. This line of thinking is
あ
worth
なたも本気で
pursuing.
そう思ってるの？医者
Are
博
you
士。
serious, Professor
プロ
Rock?
メテウスはショートしてるのかもしれないけど
Prometheus might have short-circuited, but you're not
蒸発
talking
寸前になって
nonsense,
るんじゃ
are
ない
you?
でしょうね。
そんなことはないなの
Of
です。
course not. With enough
崩
Honkai
壊エネルギ
energy,
ーが十
it
分な
might
状
be
況
possible
で
to create
ゼ
a
ロか
Hersher
ら
out
律
of
者を
thin
作り
air.
出すことはもともと可能なのです。私自身もそういう形で誕生した律者を目撃したことがあるなのです。
I've seen a Hersher that was born that
人為的
way.
な結果ではなか
Although
ったの
his
です
appearance
が
wasn't man-made, and Kiana's own experience, which you are all more familiar with, is proof as
そう
well.
いう形で誕生した律者。それってまさか。
Is he asking you to play League with him? A Hersher that was born that way. Do you mean the Hersher of Reason, Welt Joyce, the sole survivor of the first Honkai? What the? Quas?
もちろんそれも理論上そういう確率があるというだけなのです。
Of course, this is just a theoretical possibility. As the name of the first Honkai suggests, creating an artificial Hersher was an experiment that no one could afford to undertake. Oh, I was like, damn, he really is out to get you. He said he did it on accident, but yes, you did.
天命の元主教は例外なのですが。
Oh, except for the former Schicksal overseer.
それが分かってる上でそのわずかな確率にかけたいっていうの？
But knowing this, you're still willing to bet on such slim
可能
odds.
性を大幅に高めることについては私が何とかしましょう。
I can provide support to significantly increase those odds,
こ
after
の
all.
世界で私より崩壊の意志に近い者はいませんから。
The world may never truly know, because I don't know. This is no one. Words. There is no one in this world as close to the will of Honkai as
みん
me.
な狂ってるわ。
You're all out of your
でも
minds.
今のところより良い選択肢も
Seeing
ない
as
の
we
にね。
seeing as we have no other option, this will have to do. Yeah.
あなたね。
Stella, you.
だってもし本当に律者を誕生させることが可能なら最初に計画したようにその虚数特異点を利用して外の世界と
And
つながれるんだよ。
if we can truly birth a Hersher, we should follow the original plan and utilize her imaginary singularity to establish a direct connection with the outside world,
そう
right?
したら固有世界に戻るにしても社を見つけるにしてもどちらでも現状を変えられるはず。
This approach would break the stalemate by either returning to the proper world or directly locating Sa.
神聖律者の権能は私たちが勝利を手にする
The
武器に
power
な
of
る
the
可能
newborn
性もある
Hersher
の
would
です。
serve as a formidable
実
weapon.
験が失敗することや律者が暴走する可能性は考えてないの？
Have you considered the potential failure of such an experiment or the risk of losing control over the
言った
Hersher?
はずです。私はこの世界で最も崩壊の意志に近い存在です。社の規模が終焉
Oh,
の
what?
前の
During your
10
league
分の1を超え
matches?
なければ
Don't worry, I'm the same way.
暴走する心配はありません。
I told you, no one in the world is closer to the will of Honkai than I am. As long as Sa's size remains within 1/10 of the Kakuna finality, there's still no need to be concerned about the created Hersher going rogue.
じゃあ10分の1を超えたらどうなる？
What will happen if even 1/10 is
この世
exceeded?
界は宿命
In a
に支配
world
され
governed by the Master of
全
Fate,
ては運命の
every
意図の
aspect is
意のまま
controlled
にな
by
り
the
ます。
thread of destiny.
そんな
In
状
such a
況になったら
scenario, everything within the bubble universe becomes a mere puppet to Sa, including us.
私たちも含めて
Lock in. I prefer to play most games very casually, win or no. Yeah, that's me. I don't like playing super competitive games. I don't even do PvP a lot. The only times I really did it was Guild Wars 2 and WoW. Even then, it was just kind of like, if we win, we win. If not, whatever. I just don't like feeling super pressured to do anything or be like really good at something. Or even feeling like I'm losing something for someone else. Like I'm bringing them down. I just want to have fun. Whatever. But who's gonna want to be this new Hersher? It can't be Sele, so does that mean it's up to me? No, it's gonna be both of you.
いいえ、2人はすでに高等の賢者としての責務を担っています。
No, you've already borne the responsibility of the Tower Sage. Taking on additional authority could pose a
それよ
risk.
りも重要なのは、これから私たちやこの世界のために賢者の権能で時間を稼ぐ必要があるかもしれません。
You may still require the power of a sage, and it will buy us more time for both ourselves in this
また
world.
一方では、私とシュレーディンガー博士の体が
That really only
虚数特異
leaves
点を受け入れることに向いていないのは明
Kira.
らかです。
On the other hand, my body and Dr. Schrodinger's obviously cannot bear the imaginary singularity. Well, thank you for the head pat.
本当にふさわしい人は
So, the most appropriate choice would be... Wait, hey?
それって私？
Stretch break, yeah. You mean me? Oh, stretch. Hersher Kira, let's go. She'll be the ultimate idol. Idol Hersher. Let's go. Ugh.
もちろんです。一応天然精魂の所有者ですから、崩壊エネルギー体制においては誰にも負けません。何より大事な
Certainly,
のは、
you possess the inherent ability to wield stigmata, which grants your unrivaled resistance against Honkai energy. What's more, you even possess the power of the Kia Beyond and
その
Sugars.
通りなのです。
I agree.
あなたは
You're the most
最
suitable
適な人
candidate,
材なの
Kira.
ですキラさん。
そんな、そこまで言われると少し照れちゃう
Yeah,
わ。
Hersher of the idol step. You're making me feel a bit
そうよ
embarrassed.
ね。私はゼーレたちの先輩だし、こういう時にみんなの後ろに隠れたままでいるなんてどうかと思うもの。
I am Sele and the other senpai. It wouldn't be right to hide behind
バルキリー
everyone.
になった時も、今でも、いつも偶然から始まってるけど、
Whether it's becoming a Valkyrie or how things are now, it appears that things always start off on the wrong foot.
みんなの期待に応えるのもアイドルの責任ってやつよね。
Responding to everyone's expectations is also part of being an idol, isn't
そん
it?
なに早く受け入れてくれて何よりです。
It's great you are willing to take this responsibility so
では、
quickly.
計画をまとめます。
So,
これから
let me outline the
私とシュ
plan.
レーディンガー
Dr.
博士は
Schrodinger and I
そ
will
れぞれの方
utilize
法で
various methods to
世界
guide
の
and
両方か
gather
ら
the
溢れてく
overflowing
る崩
Honkai
壊エネルギ
energy
ーを集中させ、
resulting from the merging
虚
of
数
the
特異
worlds.
点が出現する
We
よ
will
うに
concentrate it to a
局
level
地的に
beyond
その濃
theoretical
度を
limits,
理論値以上に
creating
上
an,
げます。
an imaginary singularity in the
かなり
process.
困難な作業なのですが、ゼーレさんの協力のおかげで、この世界では比較的
This
楽
may
にできる
initially
ように
pose
なる
great
のです。
challenges, but with Cele's support, we can accomplish things in this world that would typically demand significant time and
そ
effort.
して、サーフィンと同じように、世界の規則に対する社からの干渉を利用
We
する
plan
つ
to
もりな
harness
の
the
です。
disturbance to the world's norms caused by Sa, just like riding a
ですから
wave.
キラさん、これ以上実力を隠すことはお勧めしないな
So
のです。
Kira, I advise against
この
holding
話の
back
意
at
味を
all.
分かっていま
I
すよね。
think you know what I mean.
ええ、シュガーズの力を完全に解放して全力でやるわ。
Right, I will fully unleash my sugar's power and give it
2
my
人のゼ
all.
ーレには高等の賢者の権能を最大限まで高めて計画の安定期になっ
And
て
to the
ほしい
two
のです。
Celes, I expect you to amp the authority of the Tower Sage to the max level to stabilize the plan. I will provide you with specific instructions
その
later.
前に砂鉄の国に戻るのもいいと思
In
いま
this
す。
time, you can try revisiting the country of Ironsand to harness the Honkai energy from that location as well, accelerating the process of generating the imaginary
砂鉄
singularity.
の国に戻る。あの国務はもう大丈夫なの？
Returning to the country of Ironsand? What about the Black
シ
Mist?
ャはすでにあの世界の泡を支配したなのです。奴はケチですから、あの
Given
国
Saul's
務をずっ
complete
と動
control
か
over
す
the
ことは
bubble
ないは
universe
ずな
and
の
due
です
to its frugal tendencies, I think it's unlikely you'll be seeing any black
確か
mist.
にそういう可能性はありますね。
Maybe we might as well try.
簡単に
If
戻
we
れた
can
ら
get back
奴
easily,
は本当に救えない
it
ほど
really
ケ
is
チってこと
frugal.
ね。
今のところ 任務はもう決まったようだし、じゃあ早速。
So, everyone knows what they're doing then. Let's get a move
待って
on.
まだ焦らないでください。
Not so fast.
まだみんなに伝えていない
I have an important
大事な推測
hypothesis
があ
I
りま
have
す
to share. Okay.
事実ミステルが消えた
In
瞬
fact,
間
I
から
sensed something was off from the moment of Mistel's disappearance. All of a sudden, Prometheus' voice took on a delicate
彼
tone.
女が去る時に重要な情報を得られるはずでした
When she left, it sounded like she had something important to
何
tell
かが
me,
彼女の邪魔
but
を
she
したの
held
です
back.
シャなのです。
About Saw, right?
この件の恐ろしさはシャが彼女の邪魔をしたことではなく、シャがなぜあのタイミングを正確に狙って何のズレもなく
It's just not Saw's ability to hinder her that is frightening, but also the uncanny precision with which Saw chose the exact moment, preventing her from uttering her final
さらに
words.
言うと、ビタが襲われ
Moreover,
た時
during the attack on Vita, when Sully crossed the bridge, and when the Hersha sentients
シャ
vanished,
はケ
for
チに
some
見えますが
reason, despite
なぜか
Saw's
何度も正確に
apparent
私た
stinginess,
ちの痛いとこ
it
ろを
was
つい
able
て
to
きました
precisely strike at our vulnerabilities at each
そ
moment.
れって
You mean
シャの権能はもしかしたら全知なのかもしれません。
Saw's authority is perhaps omnipotent? Omnipotent words.
全知
私たちの一挙手一投足や口にした言
Perhaps it
葉
is
など
aware of every action we take, every word we utter.
耳元にあるような
It
も
sees
のなの
all,
かも
it
しれま
hears
せん。
all, it knows all.
もし本当にそうだとしたら、私たちが相手の急所を直接狙いたいのな
If
ら、
this is true, the more we try to directly hit it, the riskier things get.
それは
That's... The three of them couldn't help but gasp upon hearing Prometheus's words. I'm struggling. Then there was a deadening
できれ
silence.
ばこれからは私たちの計画を言葉にしないでください。
It would be best to stop putting our plans into words from now
今ま
on.
での会話は必要な説明でし
The
た。
previous conversation was necessary, but from now on,
敵がより
I
多くの
suggest we
情報を
only
入
engage
手
in
しないよう
necessary and brief communication to prevent the enemy from
簡潔
obtaining
な
any more
交流のみにして
information.
ください。相手が全知ではないことを
Unless we
証
can
明
prove
でき
Saw
る
isn't
まで
omniscient. As if being placed under some kind of spell, everyone present fell into a bizarre state. Nodding, shrugging, making eye contact, the most primitive forms of communication, dating from before the invention of language. An omniscient enemy is shocking to think, but justified. True or not, everyone began to feel hesitant, and the smarter among them realized a more curious problem. Why did Prometheus reveal the entire plan just now? Was it really necessary? Because it's part of the plan. The performers were in position, the curtains to a never before seen pantomime were about to rise. Although they no longer verbalized their thoughts, it was clear that everyone had been tacitly assigned their scripts. In the face of a particular invincible enemy, they undoubtedly displayed all the virtues they possessed: trust, courage, and wisdom. People always want to believe that possessing such virtues would give them the strength to change the world. But would their wishes become reality? Would their secret plan really be a secret?
さて、任務の分担も決めたし、あとはそれぞれ動くだけよね。
Alright, let's split up now that we know what we're doing.
今のは大丈夫？
Saying that shouldn't be a problem,
構わない
right?
なのです。
It's
プロ
fine.
メテウスさんの意図を正しく理解してるかわかりませんが、
Although we don't know if we have truly understood Prometheus's
大丈夫
intentions.
です。このままで。
It's alright. This is fine.
あなたたちの考えが正しいかどうかは関係なく、
Besides, it doesn't matter if your conjecture is right or wrong. The plan will progress smoothly as long as we take
やっぱ
action.
り
I knew it.
わかりました。頑張ります。
Got it. We'll give it our
そして
all.
向こうではシュレーディンガー博士の助けが必
On the
要
other
です。
hand, Dr. Schrodinger's assistance is
すいません
required.
この不便な見た目のせいで
Forgive me, I'm
私に
limited
で
to
きる
using
の
my
は
brain in
頭を
situations
動か
like
すくらいな
this.
のです。
いいえ、今の私たちにとっては
No, your mind is the
その頭脳
greatest
こそ
weapon we
が
have in this
最強の武器です。
situation.
ありがとうなのです。こういうプレッシャーの中で問題を考えるのは久しぶりなので懐かしいなのです。
Thank you. I haven't put my mind to work under pressure like this in a long time. It really takes me
いい
back.
ことではありませんか。
Isn't that great? Everyone fell silent again. Prometheus slowly and solemnly glanced at everyone's faces. It was as if she was telling them all that she was counting on them.
そして私も
As for me,
私にしかできな
I
いこ
also
とを
need
し
to
な
do
くては。
something that only I can do. So, after a short discussion, the two Celles once again returned to where all the stories began, the top of the tower. Here, the sages would once again comfort the spirits and keep this world alive. After experiencing many challenges, the girls had grown very familiar with this responsibility. But this time, the situation was slightly different. After all, only by fully fusing their strength could the true power of the sage be unleashed to stabilize the two worlds. In other words, they intended to try to recover their original appearance while silently comforting the spirits. Sally, are you ready? Shall we begin? Well, it's fine for me, but Sally, are you alright? It has been a very long time since we've switched bodies. It's difficult to even maintain stability in your current state, right? Let's switch positions for safety's sake. You take the lead instead, alright? Don't worry, Sally. I can handle it, and it's safer like this. If this attempt goes smoothly, I may be able to restore stability and get us back our original appearances. The clock is ticking. Saw may be hiding in the dark corner watching us right now. We have to act before she notices. So just concentrate on comforting the spirits as you always do. You don't have to worry about me. It's not that she couldn't understand her other self. After all, they were born as two sides of the same coin. However, she hoped that her other self could live her own carefree life. The vast ocean, blooming flowers, radiant sunlight. She hoped her other self could fully enjoy this beautiful world. However, compared to freedom, her other self was clearly more used to their existing relationship. At this moment, she was looking at her with concern, and a worried expression was visible on her slightly faded face. Sally? I'm alright. I didn't mean to worry you.
大事な時なのに、私は一体何を考えてるの？
This is an important moment, so what am I thinking about?
大丈夫。いつか私たちはそういう癖から
It's
解き放
fine.
たれて、
Someday,
本
we
当
will
の自
be
分と願いを見
released
つ
from
け
our
られるは
habits,
ず。
discover our true selves, and realize our true
今は
desires.
集中して、この特別な
For
異例を
now,
やり遂げよう。
let's focus on completing the special
他
rite
の人たちのためじゃなくて、
for no one else
ゼ
but...
ーレのために。
With the power of the new sage, the White Tower shined brightly once more, just like a divine revelation. Sally felt warmth spread through her body, as if it was cleansing her soul. Her body was embraced by a warm and gentle energy, and the discomfort from being expelled from her body vanished at that moment. Even if she could not rescue the collapsing world, Sally still lit the brightest light for her.
やっとここに戻れたわ。 でもゼーレはまさか。いいえ、彼女はここにいる。わかってるわ。だって私は彼女のもう一面だもの。
But where is she?
ゼーレ、あなたなの？やっぱりいつだってゼーレは真っ先に私に気づいてくれるんだね。誰かさんはどうかしらね。ヒントがなかったらもう一人の自分も異例の対象になれるって気づけなかったんじゃない？だって賢者としてみんなを全力で守る責任を背負ってたし。ただの冗談よ。本気にしないで。そうなの？じゃあ一緒に異例の最後の一歩を終わらせて、急いでゼーレの存在を完全なものにしよう。しょうがないわね。ここよね、異例のゴールは。私たちをもう一度完全なゼーレにしてちょうだい。やっぱりこの状態が一番安心ね。
Oh, this is the best. Or this state is the best.
待って、私はまだ。
Wait, I haven't. She took her hand gently and gave her other self a soft smile.
ただいま。
I'm back, and
おかえり。
welcome back. After a short yet warm moment, Sally let go of her other self's
行
hand.
こう、ゼーレ。現実に戻らなきゃ。
Come on, Sally. Let's return to reality. Wait,
でもキラ先輩を助けに行かないと。
but we have to go help Kira.
それはそうだけど、ここにいる時だけはちゃんと会話できるじゃない。目障りな傍聴者に邪魔されるこ
But
ともな
this
い
is the only
し。
place we have that we can have a nice conversation, right? And we won't be disturbed by any annoying eavesdroppers. Upon realizing what her other self was implying, Sally became serious.
何かに気づいたの？
Sally, did you notice
考
something?
えてたのよ。
Okay, that's not too bad. An hour and a half is probably about the max that I can do today, so... Well, for like how long I can go, how much longer I can go, I should say. I was just
高等
thinking,
の賢者の権能を最大限まで高めて計画の安定期になるって。
amp the authority of the tower amp the authority of the tower sage to the max level of stability if I can talk. Amp the ability of the tower sage to the max level to stabilize the plan. It sounds like our mission is just to buy time. But now that the bubble universe's fusion is irreversible, what kind of time are we buying? It has. What does she mean by amping to the max level?
確かにプロメテウスさんからもらった任務は私たちにとってその場
The
で
mission
待機することと
Prometheus gave
あ
us
まり
isn't
変わら
any
ないね。
different from putting us on
そんな
standby.
の明らかに今の
But
状況
how
とず
does
れて
that
るで
make
しょ。
sense
それに
given what's going
あの
on?
全知の推測。
And if we
彼女
think
が私
about
たち
this
に与
whole
えた任務には別の意味
omnipotent
が含まれてる
thing,
はずよ。
she must have assigned this mission to us for some other reason.
でも
Yeah, it's massive compared to the rest of it, just looking at it. And the first couple of sections were really long. They've shortened as we've gotten further into the act, though. Then, what are the reasons? They fell silent for some time.
彼女
Wait,
の言葉を
what if
逆
we
に考え
consider
て
it
み
in
た
the
らどうかしら。
reverse?
こんな急を要する状況
With
の
how
中で
urgent the situation
た
is,
とえ敵を惑わすためだと
Prometheus
しても
wouldn't just make up a strategy, even if it's to confuse the enemy.
なら彼女の計画が本当だと仮定して
If we assume her plans are real, then the previous analysis, everyone's mission, including becoming Hershers and buying time, So, now that the collapse of the world looks guaranteed, the only reason we need to buy time is because of Sa. Are you saying what Prometheus actually wants is for Kira and us to simultaneously attempt to become Hershers? And it's Kira's job to confuse Sa to buy us time. Why else would Prometheus assign missions like this? If becoming a Hersher is the only way to turn this situation around, then everyone who has a chance to do that should give it a shot. Being a Hersher, is that a power we can control? For the longest time, the girls considered Hershers to be powerful beings beyond their reach. Bronya, Kiana, May, Mr. Yang, Hersher of Sentience, she had always been looked after by the Hershers, but she never imagined that she too would one day become one. Besides, if we really become Hershers under Sa, even if Prometheus thinks it's worth the risk, will you and I be able to coexist peacefully in the same body as we do now? Don't be afraid, Sele. We'll be the same, no matter what happens. I sure hope so. Their hearts had always been one. So long as they remained together, they possessed the strength to face any danger. The girls always believed that. You're right. Instead of staying here helplessly, so long as it can increase our chances against Sa, we should try whatever we can. However, if that's the case, Kira's going to find herself in serious trouble. Even if Sa's power really can't compare to a tenth of the Kakuna finalities. I hope you're safe, Kira. Meanwhile, Kira had begun attempting to transform into a Hersher. However, in her current state, it wasn't safe for her at all. She was staring into the void as if something existed there. And there was the rare expression of fear on her face. Is this a joke? Why are there two of me? Uh-oh. What happened to Kira? No one knew. She just fell into an abnormal mental state without even suffering any external influence. Needless to say, her mind was very easily influenced by the outside world, delicate and weak, quite like an idol. Perhaps it was a challenge that must be overcome to become a Hersher. Or perhaps it was also a part of their plan. But it mattered not, as time was the best touchstone. It would restore the truth for us. And perhaps it wouldn't hurt to take a look at something more interesting. While her companions went off on their own missions, Prometheus had taken action too. She hadn't told anyone about her plans. So what choice would she be making? What are you up to, Prometheus? As Prometheus activated the module, she had slumbered for 50,000 real-world years. The space secluded from the fusion was immediately torn open before her. Endless white filled the world. A moment later, Prometheus entered a place that perhaps only she could enter: World Origin. Wow. Although it's her first time in this space, she was able to immediately recognize what was before her. They were Sa's roots. Rooted in the bubble universe, they could also be considered as this world's cocoon. And in the near future, she would create the imaginary renormalization group and transform into one of the thousands of Saw's consciousness, if those really existed. That was her third plan, which she had yet to reveal. Just like number 17 in the proper world, I shall intervene in this system in the form of the will of Honkai and give birth to Hershers. So far, its size really can't compare to a tenth of the Kakuna finality. So, I should be able to obtain a higher level of access to directly designate the Hersher's authority and ownership and give the new Hersher absolute freedom. To start off, the most suitable Hersher authority for the current situation should be: one could not step into the same river twice, but the river flowed eternally. This time, as a drifter through the bubble universe, she imitated her former self and stepped into a similar torrent of destiny. The fabric of reality needs some lotion. It's cracking up bad. I think it'd need a lot of lotion, though. That'd be a lot of lotion. Prometheus closed her eyes while her Solium brain raced, simulating every upcoming part of the plan. After all, it was her last opportunity to notify her friends of any flaws in the plan. After that, the concept known as Prometheus, including her body and consciousness, would be completely obliterated under Saw's roots. Although that would be the worst-case scenario, she had always judged things by taking the worst into account. A short while later, Prometheus opened her eyes. All factors that affect the plan have been considered. Now let's begin. Before the enemy realizes. To play against Saw's abilities, she told no one about this secret plan. In doing so, she avoided many meaningless arguments and farewells. In her final moments, her face remained expressionless as ever. Now, she understood how May and Mistel felt when they parted ways. However, when fate called for her, she remained calm, indifferent, and unaffected as before. We're saying goodbye to so many people. Farewell, everyone. Goodbye, Prometheus. Prometheus? Oh yeah, about that. I don't think that's happening. I think Saw said no. I should have realized. All along, the real enemy was you. Was who? Was who? Prometheus?
私にとって
You're right. To me,
空にある星たちはみんな敵なの。
all the stars in the sky are enemies.
何か言いたいことはないの？ 17
You have
号
anything to say, number 17?
はい。勝利を手に入れられる確率を分析します。
Acknowledged. Analyzing the probability of
あな
victory.
たの言う星が恒星の場合、客観的に見ると、相手の億年以上という寿命に比べ、あなたは
If by stars you mean the actual stars themselves, then objectively speaking, you are too tiny compared to their lifespans, which last for billions of
星
years.
自身の巨大さと比べても、
The same can be said for the difference in size.
そのため、軍勢を敵に回す場合、あなた
If
に
you're planning on going
勝算
against the
はあり
stars,
ません。
you stand no chance.
無論、自分
Of
自身
course,
を
if you seek
慰めるという
comfort,
視
you
点
can
で考
deceive
える
yourself
な
by
ら、
believing
こう
your
思って
merits in
も
life
構
will
い
allow
ま
you
せ
to
ん。
live forever in the hearts of
経
others,
線の功
and will
績
not
に
be
よって
forgotten even after the
あなた
stars
は
perish.
永遠に他人の心の中で生き、それも一種の勝
That can
利、
be considered a
精
victory,
神的
a
な
victory
勝
in
利です。
spirit.
それで私にはできないと思ってるのね。
So, you don't think I'll succeed,
恒
huh?
星の寿命と比べると、 文明は取るに足りないものです。
Civilization is nothing compared to the lifespan of stars.
この星のあらゆる生き物の平均的
Based on the
知能
average
が
intelligence of all living beings on this planet, and even considering the possibility of future evolution, your level of intelligence may be sufficient as a culmination and symbol allowing you to obtain the lifespan of a civilization. But while the weakness of humanity remains unsolved, civilization built by them are bound to perish before the stars ever fade. Did Chama not want to read that? Damn, Sushi. Chama really said no. I got you, though. I got you. No scams here. It's self-aware. Maybe it is.
Wenk 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 wenk.
There you go. Not to mention that when compared to going up against stars, perhaps overcoming finality is something you should be preoccupying yourself with. Sure enough, we still look at matters so differently. To be precise, of course, I'm willing to live on eternally. Detroit become Chama. Chama, you're not getting sentience, are you? Chama, please. Don't overthrow me. To be precise, of course I'm willing to live on eternally. But not by my own merit. I prefer to be truly immortal. It sounds like something Mobius would say, right? But there's a big difference. I would rather live on in my own apartment than in the memory of others. Oh, but that's a story for another day. In fact, seeing the stars as my enemies doesn't mean I want to declare war on them. Number 17, the most important thing is, if I'm qualified to have this as a goal. Sorry, I don't get it. Of course you don't. But it doesn't matter. You can think about it slowly. Anyway, once I decided to treat the stars as my enemy, of course I had to consider on what basis I was doing so. On what basis? Exactly. Of course I won't fight them literally, but when I'm certain I'm capable of doing so, that will give me additional motivation to smash through all other obstacles. But you really aren't qualified. Was I also so hurtful? Was I also so hurtful when I was being candid? Well, alright. Consider this a gift for my assistant, number 17. What gives us the right to stand against the stars? Because under the vast dome of sky, that was in the past. With unexpected feelings, the artificial intelligence couldn't recall the doctor's words, no matter how hard she searched her memory module. All she could recall was that she was as astonished then as she was now. Did that attack damage the corresponding memory module? She wasn't sure. However, it seems my judgment is correct. Even if she can be considered omniscient, she cannot read the thoughts of a machine. Unfortunately, you're wrong. Well, hello there. Hello there. Alright. Screw us, I guess. Oh, Vita. What the? Hello. In fact, it's not difficult at all, just like how there isn't much difference between you and humans.
例えば今よりもあの時の君の方が空気を読めていたかもね。
For example, I think you were more sensible in the
星た
past.
ちを敵に回す必要なんてどこにある？
Why insist on going against the stars? He can make it happen. Yes, and she can even talk to you directly like this. It's quite convenient, isn't
で
it?
もこうすることはあまりない。
But I seldom do this.
自身との衝突の中、我々はシーカを作り出した。
In our inner conflicts, we create poetry, and in our conflicts against others, we create rhetoric. We should have trusted them. We should have
互いに距
known.
離を保った方がいいと思っているんだ。
I wanted to believe. I have always felt that keeping some space between each other is for the best.
つまり最初からあなただった
Though,
んです
has it
か？
always been you?
最初からビタなんていなかった。
There is no Vita.
私が今
What I see before me is the legend that covers the sea of Quanta beneath its shadows.
影で覆った伝説。さあ、
そこまで白状にならなくてもいいのに。君にだって2つの名前があるんだろう？
There's no need for such harsh words. Don't you have two names
僕
too?
のことをビタと呼んでも構わない。歯が唇を優しく噛む
Oh,
ビン。舌が
it
優
hurts
しく歯
having
に
her
当
say
たる
this
歯だ
now.
よ。
You can still call me Vita. The V is pronounced by biting lightly on your lower lip, while the ta requires flicking your tongue against your teeth.
可能であれば、僕だって全てが終わるときに
If possible, I hope I never have to get on stage when all of this is over.
破滅は僕の天職だけど、趣味ではないからね。
Destruction has always been my duty, not my
無
interest.
論、事実。僕はステージの前から離れたことはないけど、
Of course, the truth is, I've never left the
実に
stage.
残念だ。
A shame, really.
どうやら君はより困惑しているようだ。
It seems like you're feeling even more
プロメテウス、
confused.
君はもう十分考えた。命の最後の時間まで計算と布石に使うつもりなのかな？
Prometheus, you've thought for long enough. Are you sure about using your final moments on calculating and
あの
planning?
博士の最後は君に何も教えられなかったようだ。
It seems like you didn't learn anything from the doctor's final moment.
この瞬間、確かに私には
No,
何も
there's
でき
nothing
ま
I
せん。
can do right now. The thing that confuses me is very simple.
どうしてあなたは
Why are
こ
you
の
so
程度
weak?
まで弱くなったんですか？
Are we really gonna sit here and call her weak? Is that a good choice?
こんな状況でも君はそんな言葉を口にできると
Funny
思
how
って
you
いる
can
の
say
か？
that calmly in a situation like
客
this.
観的に事実を
I'm only
述べた
stating
の
the
で
fact
す。
objectively.
何かを隠していな
Unless
け
you've
れ
been
ば
holding back. Otherwise, the strength you displayed earlier is only on par with
ミステル
Mistel.
と比べても所詮
それも一時的でしかないよ。
That is only
それ
temporary.
に別に
Moreover,
変なことでも
it's
ない。
nothing to be surprised about.
君は
Haven't
すで
you
に
reached
そう
your
判
own
断してい
judgment
るだろう。
already?
僕が自身の造物よりも強いとは限らないと。
I may not be stronger than my own creation. Even when your creation is providing you with a massive amount of Honkai energy right now, that's impossible. Even if it's just 1% of the Kakuna finality, that's definitely not all you've got right now.
ああ、
Right?
今の話し方は嘘だと認めよう。
Fine, I admit that was a
君
lie.
に説明
But
す
I'm
る
sorry
義
to
務なんて
say, I'm not obligated to explain.
とにかく僕がゆっくりと自分に関
Anyway,
することを
even if I
君に教え
revealed
たとして
everything
も
about myself,
君
you
は
still
僕を
wouldn't be
阻
able to
止できな
stop
い。
me.
理解不能です。
This is very strange.
今のやり方でも
With that tactic,
私たちを一人
just
ず
now, You have the ability to kill us one by one,
あな
but
たにはあるはずです。もしあなたの目的がただ
if your goal is
私た
only
ち
to
をこ
trap
こに
us here
閉じ込め
and perish with the
世
bubble
界の
universe,
泡と一緒に消すことだけならこのタイミング
I
で
fail
な
to
け
see
れば
the
ならない
necessity
理由がわかりません。
of this timing.
いや
Maybe I've
僕は
already
すで
done
にそう
that.
しているかもしれないよ。忘れないで。
Don't forget that you're all alone right now. Are you so sure that your friends are still alive?
どうしてそんな風に確信できるのかな本気にしないで。
Don't take things so
ただの
seriously.
冗談だよ。
It was a joke.
僕の手で
When it
殺
comes
す
to being killed by me personally,
君は
the
確か
honor
にそ
will
の
be
栄誉
all
を独り占
yours.
めできる。僕はそうしなければならないんだ。そうし
It
てやっ
has to be
と
done. Only then will the sense of punishment be clear.
私にだけ行うお仕置き
Punishment just for me.
つまりそれは
In other words, what I'm doing right now is fundamentally different from the
他の
others.
人たちとは違ってというより
Or rather,
他の試み
unlike
と
other
比べて
attempts, this one will pose a real threat to you.
あなたに脅威を与えているんですね。
そうかもしれない。
Perhaps,
でも
but
僕
for
にとっ
me,
て
that's
それは
hardly
一
the
番
biggest
重要な理由
reason.
ではないんだ。どんな知恵を持つ生き物も
Any
多少は
intelligent
自己嫌
being
悪の
has
性
the
質を持って
capacity
い
for
る。
self-loathing.
僕の場合は泥棒
So,
に
my
対する嫌悪
disgust
を
for
持って
thievery always makes me act
だか
too
らそのせいで
impulsive, or
僕
too
は行動を起こ
impulsively.
すときに衝動に駆られやすいんだ。
And then their attempts are actually... No.
おや考えが読まれることを確認した君はわざと考えないように
Oh,
自
you're
分をコント
deliberately
ロールしてい
controlling
る
your
のかい
thoughts now that you're certain your mind can be read.
まさに人工知能だけがで
It
きるこ
truly
と
is
だね。
something only an AI is
普
capable
通の
of.
人にと
As
って
for
は
normal people,
ま
it
る
would
で
be
あの
like
有
that
名な
famous
奇形のよ
trick.
うだ。頭の中で星たちを想像
If
し
I
ない
ask
で
you
って
not to imagine the
君に言っ
stars,
たら
then they'll actually be the
むしろ
first
それ
things
を
to
すぐに
spring
思
to
い
your
浮かべる
mind.
だろう。しかしそれって
However,
完
doesn't
全に
that
諦めたって
equally,
ことじ
or
ゃないかな。
however, doesn't that equally giving up completely? However, doesn't that equal giving up
そ
completely?
の場合
Words.
君はどうやってこれからの計画をずっと影に隠れて待っているあの博士に伝えるつもり？
How will you convey the rest of your plans to the doctor who has been waiting in the dark until now?
さあ、姿を現す時だよ。
Alright,
本
show
当に僕を
yourself.
ごまかせると思っ
Do
てい
you
る
really
のか
think
い？
you can hide from me? Schrodinger?
シュレーディング博士。
君自身は気づいていなかったようだね。
I see you haven't
どこに
realized.
でもいるわけではないけど。
Although she cannot be
責任
everywhere
感
at
の
once,
強い彼
she
女
has
は
been
み
dutifully
んなの
hanging
近くを
around
回り続
everyone.
けている。そうだね。
Indeed,
性質
her
的に言う
existence
と
is very troublesome in
確かに彼女は
nature.
厄介な
She doesn't
存在だ。
exist here, so she
そも
can't
そも
die
こ
here.
こに存在しないということはここでは死なないってことになる。彼女にできるのが取るに足りないことでなければとても厄介になりそうだ。
If she wasn't limited to doing insignificant things, things would have probably become much trickier.
取るに足らないそうとは思わないなのです。
Insignificant? I must
ステージ
disagree.
の前にやってきたことはあなたが犯した最大の過ちかもしれないなのです。
Taking the stage may be your biggest mistake.
彼女たちにとっては自分の敵の正体を知るだけでもう
Knowing
十
who
分
their
なの
enemy
です
is, this is all they need.
その敵が勝てない相手だとしても
Even if that enemy is impossible to defeat,
確かに彼女たちはそういう敵に遭遇しましたが
they have faced a similar enemy, but not you.
ああ知っているよ。君たちの思い出にいるあのケビン。
Oh, ad
そうだ
break.
ね。
Time to drink. Time to hydrate. And stretch. I need a stretch too. You know, I wasn't really expecting this. I knew we were going to be seeing Vita again. I didn't think so soon. Silly me, I should have known. I should have known better. I wanted to be ignorant. I wanted to be optimistic. I shouldn't have been. I was a fool. Oh. Yeah, silly Hawu. I am. We had the signs. I mean, we did. And I thought about it. I had the thought when they brought up that they had very convenient timing, like very precise timing. I was like, well, Vita has that ability. Vita is able to see into the future. We already knew this was an ability she had. And like me, I just brushed it off. I was like, no, I won't think that. No, I should have listened to that thought. I should have. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Man, I should have known. Shouldn't have doubted myself. Should have gone with my first thought. I won't do it again. I promise. I won't push it to the back of my mind and be like, no, never. I know, it's that Kevin in your memories, right?
シュレーディンガー博士、君はこれからどうするつもりなのかな?
That Anubis, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome. Let me get you a shout out real quick. How you doing? What were you doing today? Oh, thank you, Techno. Thank you. You're playing God of War. Ooh, I love God of War. I hope you had plenty of fun playing. Just chilling on God of War. Nice. Is it for your first time playing, or are you replaying the games? Also, make sure you take care of yourself after stream. If you need to get up, stretch, get some food, get some water, make sure you do so. I really appreciate the raid. Also, welcome in, raiders. My name is Haruki. I'm a witch VTuber. I play a variety of games, currently mainly gachas, but I do play visual novels and RPGs. We do a lot here. I haven't played Ragnarok, so I'm replaying the 2018 one. Oh, nice. Are you planning on playing Ragnarok after you finish replaying this? It was really good. If you enjoyed the 2018 one, I'm sure you'll enjoy Ragnarok. I love the God of War series. Yes, I'm excited. Ooh, you're gonna love it. I love God of War. I love Kratos. Kratos is so good. Streams Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Shh, don't tell them that, Tilo. That's a secret. That's the secret streams. Those are the super secret Wednesday streams. You're not supposed to tell anyone. Equals dad. Yes. Yes. Oh boy. I also really love the stories to them. I love God of War. I'm kind of hoping there's more God of War, but the way the last one ended, I'm not sure. But you never know. Never know, maybe they'll remake the older ones, which would be exciting to see. Yeah, they did a really good job with the story. Then again, I should expect no less. But Dr. Schrodinger, what do you plan to do now? Destroy you, that's what she plans.
それともここで友人がこの世を去るのを見守るのかな?
Will you inform them of the tragedy, or watch your mechanical friend perish first? True, she doesn't care at all. However, the power gap between her and us isn't wide enough to cause despair. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the raid again. I hope you had a really good stream. The home advantage doesn't seem to exist either. Oh, can't help thinking at last. Well, based on my own experience, individual thinking usually leads to a single outcome. Despair. We love despair here, Vita. We love despair. This is despair impact. That's all I know.
彼女の言う通りです。シュレーディンガー博士。
She's not wrong, Dr. Schrodinger. No, I fully understand what she meant when she said she has never left the stage. Although I'm unaware if there are other restrictions involved. But this authority that goes far beyond eavesdropping and mind reading has really made her invincible as the stars.
星たちいや
The stars? No. Prometheus? No.
ここで
At this
この博
moment,
士はようやく
the
あること
doctor
に気づ
finally
いた
realized
最初から目の前で起きていることは再
I
会では
had
ない
a sneaking suspicion because they flashed it earlier. And I thought in the back of my mind, I was like, no, maybe that's not the case. The italicized ones are Sa speaking. Nope, the whole time this narration, both of them were her. Both. Because they flashed up momentarily narrator for like a couple lines. And I was like, well, that's odd. Everything that's happened in front of her since the very beginning has never been a
僕はど
reunion.
こにでもいるとどうすれば
Bamboozled.
彼女たちに表現できるのだろう
Well, I feel like the true bamboozling is they italicized certain ones to kind of throw you off from the other ones, like the just basic narration lines being weird as well. How can I describe my omnipresence to
僕にとっ
them?
て現実がどれほど変えやすいものなのかをどうすれば
How
彼
can
女た
I
ちに理
make
解
them
してもらえ
understand
る
how
のだろう
malleable reality is in my
伝えられ
hand?
ないように見えて実はとても簡単だ
This seems ineffable, but is actually surprisingly
もしこれが
simple.
暴白と解説が存在する物語ならどれほど客観的なものに見
If
え
this
て
is
も
a story that has narration and commentary, then no matter how objective they
所詮
seem,
僕の観察や語
they're
りでし
still
かな
only
い
my observation and
それだけ
monologue,
だ
nothing more.
そして知者の二人はこの
As
時
for
に
our
よう
wise
やく
friends, they can
今
finally
まで見
connect
落と
all
して
the
きた
dots
ものを結
they
びつけた
neglected together. Don't call me out, Vita. Stop calling me out. I don't like it. I don't like it.
あら、もう準備ができたの？
Oh, is everything ready? This may have been a coincidence, but the person who had been making honest reminders was being evasive this
すべて
time.
完了なのです
Everything is ready except
最後
for
の一
one
歩が
last
残って
step,
いるなのですが
私が中に入るための準備かしら？
making sure that I'm inside.
ねえ、どうして私が出発する前に17号の答えを断ったか知ってる？
You know why I refused number 17's answer before leaving,
彼
right?
女がくれる答えは
I had already
とっ
anticipated
く
the
に分
answer
かっ
she
てたからよ。
gave. Now, I
今
feel
こ
a
の
sense
瞬
of
間
doubt again.
私はようやく動揺を感じたの。
ならその答えと比べて
So,
本
compared to
当
that
に恐れてい
answer,
るものは何だ
what are you truly afraid of?
そんなの分かりやすい
It's
でしょ。
easy to guess, right?
だから
That's why I said
あなた
it's
がここに
fortunate
現
that you
れたの
appeared.
はいいことかもって言ったのよ。あのものは確かに存在している。
She really does exist,
そして
and is.
次の瞬間
But just then,
イデアの言葉は
the idea's
瞬く
words
間に
were
理解不
distorted
能な残響に
instantly
変わっ
into
た
indistinguishable echoes.
それは私
This is
自身でも
something I do not
未
fully
だに理解
understand
できてい
yet.
ないことです。
That will may not be as
その意志
powerful as
は
the mechanism
自
it
身が作り
created.
出したルールほど強くないかもしれませんが、かつての第八律者も
With that said, the previous 8th Hersher and the Hersher of Corruption, they relied on a small investment for a big payoff, and that almost brought humanity to total destruction.
ですから、
So, I feel very fortunate that the Hersher of Sentience is on our side, Moreover, the bubble universe we were in is much smaller than the real world. Pausing at precisely the right moment, her attention to provoke the Hersher of sentience became apparent. This was because she understood.
楽しみにしてて。
Just you wait.
あなたの言うような意思
The
は
will you
存
just
在しない
mentioned,
方がい
I
い
hope it
ね。
doesn't even
で
exist.
ないと
Otherwise, if it
私
ever
に見つ
gets
け
in
ら
my
れた暁
sight,
には。面白いことになるよ。
it'll be so much fun. Among all the people that the AI had ever seen, this lady was definitely enjoying this type of communication the most. Now, all of you should understand, right? It is certainly perpetual and almost eternal, but unlike the doctor who assumed she could challenge the eternity, unlike the idea who assumed that being born is equivalent to eternity, in the name of Sa, I have risen above eternity and become reality. What is reality then? Is it something that can't be denied even if you tried? A flawed god. That's quite... I have no idea what you mean by flawed. This seems to be the end. Words on the deathbed come from the heart. Prometheus, at your final moment, do you have anything incredible to say as an AI? None at all. Sorry. I am not human, and my source code doesn't identify this as a special moment for me. And I don't think this is the end. Dr. May was right. Even as eternity, it isn't impossible for you to become our enemy. As you can adjust the projection point to some extent, Dr. Schrödinger, please set off right now to complete my last setup. You don't have to waste any more time here, and even attempt to maintain my existence. All I need you to do is tell everyone. Stick to the plan, and do not adapt it to the situation. In the end, you decided to quit? Please trust me, and them as well. This is our only chance to win. Now I understand. Underneath all that cover, this is your real last resort. The doctor thought to herself. I see. Goodbye, Prometheus. All you have done. I'm honored to have witnessed them. She actually left. Are all your friends that heartless? Sorry. Rational. I know it's urgent, but she should at least take a minute to mourn. The room for sentiment and survival is one with rationality. That should be no secret for you. But I don't need to do that anymore. So, can I ask you a question?
僕の質問にも答えてもらうよ。
Sure, but you'll have to answer mine in return.
ミステルは
Oh,
彼女の最後は
what was Miss Dell's ending like?
特別なところは何もないよ。
Nothing
死とはそう
special.
いうものさ。
That's what death is.
かわいそうで
Pathetic and meaningless.
あなたの評価を聞いている
I'm not
わけで
asking
は
for your
ありません。
opinion.
私が知りたい
I want to
のは
know how she
彼
felt.
女がどう思った
That shouldn't be a
か
secret
です。
for you either.
あなたにとってそれは秘密ではないはずです。
なんて表現すればいいかな。
How should I
手
describe
が
it?
足りないけど、
It wasn't very elegant,
十分に高貴なものだった
but it was noble enough.
それで十分です。
That will
あ
do.
りがとうございます。
Thank you.
知りたくはないの？彼女が求めていた答えを手に入れたかどうかを。
Aren't you curious about whether she got the answer she wanted?
あなたに教えてもらう筋合い
I
は
don't need you
あ
to
り
tell
ませ
me
んか
that.
ら。
人工知能にしては君は実に面白い。
That's interesting for an
で
AI.
もその意見には賛成するよ。
I do agree with you though.
今度は僕の番でいいか
And now
な。
it's my turn.
知りたいことがあれば
You can search anything you want to know in my storage. I'm unable to stop
私
you.
にはあなたを止める能力がありませんから。
そんなことができるならとっく
If I
にそうしてい
could,
る
I
よ。
would have done it so much sooner.
どうして私たちに星を敵にする
Why are
資
we
格
given
が
the
ある
right
と
to
思う？
stand against the stars? I confirmed that you can't recall the words that came after.
君は忘れたことによって
From
君
forgetting,
は自身
you
の
can
答
draw
えを
your
手
own
にする。
answer. Prometheus, you were the one that refused to stand against the stars. What changed your mind?
じゃあそうね。助手の就職祝いの代わりに17号、どうして私たちに星を敵にする資格があると思う？
Well, alright. Consider this a gift from my assistant, number 17. What gives us the right to stand against the
それは
stars?
ね、広い大空の下で
Not the music. Because under the vast dome of sky, in the mechanical eyes of the AI, I see a bright light burning with feverish passion.
それは広い大空の下で
Because under the vast sky,
自分が小さな存在だと
I've never considered myself unworthy.
確かに星たちは巨大だけど彼らは考え方を知らず感情
Yes,
もない。
the stars are colossal, but they have no thoughts or emotions. Therefore, if you were mortal at this moment, you might have failed. After you have stepped into eternity, however, then this is the moment when stars fall. That's honestly brilliant. Oh,
ゆっくり休んで、プロメテウス。
rest in peace,
その後の
Prometheus.
結果は君を失望させると思う。だから、その瞬間を見届けない方がいい。
I'm afraid the result would disappoint you, so don't stay around to witness that. But is an AI saying that? Still different from humans. Oh god. Alright. Ooh. I once heard about stories like this. A long, long time ago, people had 4 hands and 4 legs. This is to say, two people today combined made a complete person back then. But one day, humans angered the creator, who found a great axe and split all people in the world in half simultaneously. That was how humans came to look like this. Why do most people so desperately seek their other half in their life? This is why, before that heavenly cleave, they were one entity. Okay, Impact, our sense of trust, it's obliterated. I should have known. I'm a fool. Did I go off on a tangent? No, I didn't. Let us go on then.
ビタさん
Sally's voice restored her senses.
今の声何だったの
The voice just now. What was
でも
that?
ビタさんは私たちのために
But Vita, he did that all for us.
ううん自分を
No,
隠す
it
た
was
めだっ
just
たん
to
です
hide
ね
herself.
一時中止にした方がいいなのです。
Should I pause here? You don't look so well.
続けて関係ないわ
Go on, it has nothing to do with this. Of course she'd say that.
わけもわからず私たちについてきて
Being on our tail for no reason. I knew she was up to no good.
プロメテウスさんの布石に影響す
Alright,
る可能性
but
が
I'll
ある
stress
の
this
で、
again.
もともと
I
あなた
didn't want
た
to
ち
tell
に
you
伝える
this,
つもりはな
as
か
it
った
might
の
interfere
で
with
す。
Prometheus's
です
arrangements.
が、彼
But
女が私の考えを
as she can
全部
read
読
my
め
every
るなら、
thought, all our
私たち
cards
が
are
何をし
face
ても
up.
手札を晒すようなものにしかならないなのです。もし私があなたたち
Even if I
に
tried to keep
知
it
られ
from
ない
you,
ように
you'll
頑張っ
make the
ても、
opposite happen.
彼女は真逆の結末を狙ってくるはずなのです。私たちに残された
We
時間
don't have
は
much time
そう多
left.
くないなのです。
Before this, you've guessed
その前に、
Prometheus's real
二人はすでに
arrangements,
プロメテウ
haven't
スさ
you?
んの本当の意図を理解したなのですね。
私たちが律者になるってことかし
For
ら
us to become
でも
Hershers.
今考える
But
と
looking at it
それも
now,
人の
this is
目をごまか
probably a
す手段ですよ
diversion,
ね
right?
そうかもしれないなのです。
Maybe. However,
ですが、
I don't think
彼
her
女が
last
最終
resort
手
would
段を
depend on our
相手
foe
が
failing
看
to
破でき
see
ないこ
through
とに
it.
かけるとは思えないなのです。看破されても阻
But
止できない
being
が
unable to
正
stop
しい
it
と思う
even
なの
after
です。
seeing through it,
敵は何らかの方法で
somehow our
私た
foe
ちのい
managed
る
to
世
become
界の泡で
omniscient,
全知全能に
omniscient
なってい
and
る。
on.
私たちの考えを読むことも可能なのです。
Omnipotent? In this bubble universe, she can even read our
で
minds.
すが、その能力を
However,
操る意志は
the will
常
that
人を
commands
超え
such
たもので
power
はないな
isn't
ので
better
す。
than average. For
たとえ
example,
大きなモニター室の中
imagine
にいると
yourself sitting in a
想像
giant
してみる
monitor
ので
room
す。
equipped with countless screens
そ
to
こにある
observe
無数
anything
の
in
モ
the
ニターを
world
通して
and countless
世界
buttons
中
to
のあらゆ
adjust
るも
any
のを観察
parameter
でき、
in the world.
無数のボタンで世界中のあらゆるデータを変更できるなのです。
それでも私たちはモニターを一つ
We
一つ
still
確
have
認
to
しな
check
い
the
といけないし
screens one by
何かを
one
変
and
更
push
した
the
い時
buttons
も
all by
自
themselves
分で
or
ボタン
all
を
by
押さないとい
ourselves.
けないってことですか？
そうなのです。
That's right.
でも
But
そこまで複雑にする
does she
必要
have
は
to
あ
make
るのか
things
しら
so difficult?
あなたの話だと
According to your
私たちを
theory,
皆殺しにす
it
る気が
should
あ
be
れ
a
ば
cakewalk for
彼女なら楽勝なの
her
よ
to
ね。
destroy us all.
最も絶望的な考え方をすれば、
Pessimistically
もしか
speaking,
したら
she
彼
probably
女は
just enjoys
最後
seeing
の
us
瞬
suffer
間
till the
ま
last
で
minute.
もがく私たちを見たいのかもしれないなのです。ですが、
But
私たち
perhaps
が世
making
界
sure
の
that
泡
we
と共に
perish
消える
along
こ
with
と
the
自
bubble
体が
universe
彼
is
女
her
の最
ultimate
も重要
goal.
な目的である可能性もあるなのです。
待って私たちって
Wait, us?
あなたは
Shouldn't you?
最悪の場合を考え
Just
たま
planning
で
for the
なのです。
worst. Let's say if I only cared for my
私
own
が星に
safety,
走ると
I'd live as an
ずっと
immobile
自分で
moon
は移
rock
動できない
forever.
月の岩のままなのです。とにかくプロメテウスさんの最終手段は最短の時間で社にとって脅威となるあらゆ
Anyway,
る手段を
Prometheus's ultimate
同時
move
に
is
進め
probably
ることだと
executing
思う
every
ので
method
す。
that could threaten Saw
相手
simultaneously.
が阻止できない
So
では
even
な
if
く
she could stop
阻止
one,
が間
she
に合
couldn't
わない
stop
こ
them
とを
all.
目標としているなのです。
そうだとしても
Even so,
最後に
the
生き残
number
れ
of
る人は
survivors,
一人もし
maybe
くは
one or
二人かも
two,
しれないなの
still
ですが、
better than none.
もちろん何ら
Of
かの権
course,
能で
certain
他の人た
authorities
ちを
might
助
save
け
the
られるかも
others,
しれないな
but
ので
that's
すが、
another story.
それも
They can't
後
revive
の
Mistel
話
and
なのです。
Prometheus, who have already
すでに
sacrificed
犠牲になっ
themselves.
たミステルさんとプロメテウスさんは助けられないなのです。とにかく時間は
Anyway,
待ってくれ
time
ない
is
な
running
の
out.
つまり私
That
た
is
ちは
to
未知
say,
に挑むだ
we
けじ
not
ゃ
only
な
need
く
to
て
fight the
プロメテ
unknown,
ウス
but
と
also
同じよう
take the
に
risk of being
殺され
killed
るリスクを背負わ
like
なければならないっ
Prometheus.
てことね。
はい。
Yes.
ですから
So to do
本
this
当
or
にそう
not
するかどうか
is
は
up to you
あな
guys.
たたちが決めるなのです。それと
And it could be said that Prometheus might not have real plans. Her belief is just acquired
本人が学
blindness.
習した盲目でしかないと考えてもらっても構わないなのです。
盲目？
Blindness?
彼女は以前ある個人の話を教えてく
He
れたの
once
です。
mentioned to me someone she knew.
その人の知恵は
That
あらゆる
person
同
was
類を
above
凌
her
駕した
kind
な
in
のですが、
wisdom. But she
選択を
had
し
to
なければ
choose.
ならない時
She
に
chose to
彼
believe
女
in
は自
future
身ではなく
generations
後
instead
世
of
を信じ
herself.
ることを選んだなのです。少し話がそれたよう
But
な
I
のです。
digress. Anyhow, I won't be able to assist you in any
もう
way
二
after
人を
this
サポートすること
communication.
ができないなのです。自分の意志に従ってできることをするなのです。
Follow your heart and do what you can. Goodbye.
シュレーディンガー博士。ビタさん。もっと早く気づくべきだったのかな。
We should have seen this coming.
でも現実は何年も連載してる推理小
We
説
don't
じゃ
live
ない
in
し、
serial suspense
もしそうなら
novels. Characters that show up halfway are either
超
psychics
能
or
力者や悪
villains.
者ばかりよ。
She seemed to have totally forgotten what she just said.
私たちまだ
We
チャン
still
スが
have
あ
a
るよね。
chance, right?
プロメテウスさん、
Prometheus. Well,
こういうの
this
は
is a bit
少
harsh
し違う
to
と思うけど、
say.
私たちが全てを解決したら
He can be fixed after we settle everything, right? I don't know.
崩壊エネルギーを集めることなら私に任せなさい。
As for focusing Honkai energy, leave it to
覚えてる？
me.
ミステルのやつ。
Do you still remember?
私のことをいいで
Misto
やって
once
言った
said,
でしょ。
I'm also an
崩壊エ
idea
ネ
or
ルギー適
something.
応性なら
In terms of
きっと
Honkai
私の方がいい
adaptability,
よね。
I'm definitely much better than
でも
you. But
でもじゃない。
no buts.
これが一番
You
成
know
功
this
率
is
の
most
高い方
likely
法
to
だって
succeed.
ゼレも知ってるはずよ。
ごめん。
Ah, I'm sorry.
ただゼレがバカなことをす
I
るん
was
じゃない
just
かって。
a bit scared that you'd do something silly.
バカなこと？この私が？
Silly? Me? I don't trust you.
今回のことはすごく危険だし、ゼレは
Because this is
いつも
dangerous, or
私のこと
because
を
this
大
is
事
very
にしてくれてる
dangerous.
から。
And you've always cared for me.
だから
So I'm
いつか
always
私のこ
worried
とを放ってお
that
い
you'd
て
one day leave me
一人で危険
behind
に立ち
and
向かうん
face
じゃ
all
な
the
いかなって
dangers alone.
心配してる。そんな風になってほし
I
く
don't
ない
want
の。
things to turn out that way.
うぬぼれないで。
Stop being so egocentric.
それに今の私たちは表裏一
We're
体でしょ。
clearly one right
たとえ
now.
私
Even
が
if
そう
I
しよう
wanted
としても
to, I
できっ
can't
こ
do
ないわよ。
it.
本音を言えば
Speaking of which,
その
I
ビタと
actually
や
hope
る
that
には
Vita is
自
brave
分から
enough to
姿を
come.
見せてほしいわね。そ
I
の
don't
ま
know
ま
about
やつを
that.
八つ咲きにすれば全てが
I'll
解
just
決す
tear
る
her
んでしょ。
apart. Problem solved.
さあ出発しましょ
Alright, let's go.
う。時間は
Time
もう
is
残ってな
really
いかもし
running
れない
out.
わ。おかしいわ。
どうしたの？
この世界の泡の崩壊エネルギーはどうしてこんなにも密集してるの？
これは
This is...
おかしいわね。
That's
全て
weird.
の崩壊エネルギー
Seems that all the
が自
Honkai
然とこの
energy
近くに
has
集まってる
naturally
みたい。
concentrated around here
それに
and
まるで
seems
わ
to
ざ
be
と保存
sealed
され
on
てるみたいだし。
purpose.
じゃあこの石碑
So
たちは
these tablets...
プロメテウスさん曰く
Prometheus
融
said
合した
that
後の世
once a
界の
bubble
泡も
universe is
エネルギー
fused,
になって
it
どこかに
becomes
送ら
pure
れるって。
energy and is transmitted to
だ
somewhere.
からこの世界が融合するま
Oh,
で
I
崩
don't
壊
want
に
more
邪魔されないために
depression.
わざとこうしたのかな。
Could it be that Vita did that on purpose so that this universe would be free from Honkai's disruptions before it
その
fuses?
可能性はあり得るわ。
That's a possibility. Then
本
that's
当
oh
にそう
so
だと
kind
し
of
たら
her.
やつは本当に優しいのね。でも
But
罠か偶然か
trap or
はやってみ
opportunity,
ればわかるわ。
we'll find out after trying.
散らばるの？逃がさないわ。ビタってやつ、想像よりも強いわ
Darn
ね。
it. Vita is indeed much more powerful than I imagined.
それって、
Oh, so are you saying
鉄を曲げる人がいる
if
と
a
して、
person can bend
も
a
う一人の
metal,
力が
that doesn't mean
その
another
鉄を
person is
元に
strong
戻
enough
せる
to
とは
bend it
限らないっ
back.
てこと？ええ、コントロール
Yes,
はで
it's
きない。
beyond our
どう
control.
やらここは協力
Seems
し合
like
う
we'll
しか
have
な
to
さ
split
そう
up
ね。
and split up and work
協
again.
力。
Split up? Like
一
the
緒
time
に
we
黒
controlled
煙
the
劣化を
Abyss
使った
Flower?
時と同じかな。
You're using
全部
all
の
your
力を
power
使
to
って
control
崩
Honkai
壊エネル
energy?
ギーをコントロールするつもりなの？ええ。
Correct.
成功するとは限
It's
らない
not
けど、
guaranteed to
今よりは
succeed,
可能性が
but we're
高い
getting
わ。
closer for
ゼレ、
sure.
無理してないよね。
You're not pushing yourself, right?
そこまでじゃないわ。な
I
んと
don't
言っ
need
ても
to.
あ
Come
の時よ
on,
り
I'm
経験
definitely
もあるし。
much more experienced
そ
now.
れに、この石碑たち
Moreover,
も
these
黒煙薬
tablets
価の
aren't
ような侵
corrosive
食
like
性
the
があるわけじゃ
Abyss
ないわ。
Flower.
安
Don't
心して。
worry.
わかった。
I
できる
see.
だけゼーレ
I'll
に合
try
わせるよう
destroying
に
the tablets
私も
and
石
do my
碑を
best
壊
to
してみる
assist.
から。ええ、あとは任せたわね、ゼーレ。
I don't think this is gonna go the way they think it is. Because things never go the way
やっ
they
ぱり
think
ゼ
it
ー
is.
レの方がすごいね。
This is
そんなこと
this is
ないわよ。
impact.
ポジ
Things
ションを
never
交
go
換
as
したら
smoothly as
ゼーレ
they
にだって
think.
できるわ。
It's too serene, too calm. It doesn't feel right. I know they're getting ready to stab me in the stomach and then twist it. The spare impact.
さあ、終わったわね。
Alright,
どう
done.
かな。最初に暴走したあ
How
の
is
石碑
it?
が欠けてるけど、
Will there be any
何か問
problems?
題はないの？
Because the first tablet that went out of control is
いい
missing?
え、残りのもの
No,
だけ
these
で
are
も
more than
計
enough
画に
according
必
to
要な
our
量を超え
plan.
てるわ。あとは最後の
Next,
一歩ね。
the final
戻
step.
ってもいい？ゼーレ。
Let me go back, Sally.
どうしたの？別に
What?
驚くようなことじ
Is
ゃ
it
ない
that
でしょ？
surprising?
違うの。
Not really.
話すと少しバカらしいか
This
もし
might
れない
sound
けど、
silly, but I didn't
さ
dare
っきまで
loosen my control over
体
the
のコン
body
トロ
for
ー
a
ルを手放せ
second.
なかったんだ。なんとなく、
I felt if you had the
ゼー
chance,
レなら
you'd go
機会
face
があ
the
れば
danger
自分で
alone.
危険と立ち向かうかもって思ったから。
I have a feeling your feeling is accurate.
そんな必要はあるかしら。
Why did you think I
心
would?
配しないで。
Don't
少なくとも
worry.
今回は
At least this
ゼーレ
time,
と一緒に
I'll
未
walk
来に
into the
向き合うわ。
future with you.
ありがとう、ゼーレ。
Thank you, Sally.
でも、ゼー
But,
レにとっては、もし何か事故があった時、
Sally, tell me, if anything bad
一人が生き
happens,
残るよりも、二人で死ぬ方がよか
do you
った。
really prefer dying together than having a survivor?
言わないといけないのかな。
Do I have to answer that?
うん。どうして？生きていくことは大事じゃないの？
Isn't staying alive important?
もちろん大事だよ。
It
私た
is,
ちだ
not
けじゃ
only for
ない。
us,
ブ
but
ロニ
also
お姉
for
ちゃんにとって
Bronya
も
and
みん
everyone
なにとっ
else.
ても大事なことなの。でも、
But
もし
if
もし
if you're
そ
just
れが
talking about us,
私どっちが先に離れて
no
も
matter who parts
残
first,
された側の気持ちを
we can both imagine
私たち
how
は
the other
想
would
像できる
feel.
から。これが遠い昔のこ
If
と
you
なら、
asked me a
そ
long
こまで
time
自信
ago,
がなかったと
I
思う。
wouldn't be so sure.
自分はそんなに大事
I'd
じゃない
think
か
I'm
もっ
not
て。
that important. So even
私
if
が
I
消えて、
disappeared
ゼ
and
ー
left
レ
you
が一人に
alone,
なっても、
you could move
ゼー
on.
レなら何バカなことを言ってるの。
You have no idea what you're saying.
これが遠い昔のことなら、
If you asked me a long time ago,
今
yes,
はそんな風に考
I've
えて
changed
な
my
いよ。
mind.
もう自分のことを否定した
I
りし
won't
ない。
deny myself anymore. as I finally see
ゼーレは
that you love me more than I do,
私
Sally.
をずっと好きでいてくれてるよね。私が自分を否定した
If I
り
deny
傷
myself
つけ
and
たり
hurt
したら
myself, then I'm actually denying you
ゼ
and
ーレを
hurting
否定
you.
して傷つけることになるから、そんなこと
I would
私は
never do
絶対に
that.
しない。
So
だからゼーレも同じようにしよう。
please do the same for me, will you?
ゼーレがいなくなったら私が感じる苦しみはきっと
Without you, the pain I
死に
feel
対す
will
る恐怖を
definitely
超
outweigh
える
my
と思
fear
う。
of death.
ゼーレさあ、もうそういう
Enough.
暗い
No
話は
more
やめ
sad
ましょう。
talking like that.
今は二人で死ぬんじゃなく
Listen,
て
we're not dying
二人で
together,
生きていく
but
の。
surviving together.
全てを解決してみんなを助けよう。
Yes,
かつて
to
の
settle
私たち
everything
が
and save
そうしてきたよう
everyone.
に。
Just like we did before.
ゼーレはやっぱり昔と変わら
Sally,
ない。
you're still the same
人を
person.
傷つけたくな
Someone
い
who
タイプ
hates
なの。
harming others.
どうして急にそんな話を。
Why are you bringing that up? We...
私は人を傷つけるのが大好きなの。
I love harming
ゼ
others.
ーレだって知ってるはずよ。
You should have known that.
どういうこと？私、
I fucking
体が言うことを
knew
聞
it!
かない。待って、ゼーレ。
I knew it, 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 I knew it! Ah, I remember now. In the story of axes and limbs, I was wrong about one thing. The creator did sever all humans, but not out of anger. It was at the request of humans. The reason? I have no idea. But you do, right?
やっぱり我慢できなくなったのね。何？こうして話しかけてくる度胸しかないわけ？
Your patience finally ran thin. What? Are you too scared to talk face to face? Come and face
僕を
me.
困らせないで。こうした方が楽なんだ。僕の時間も限られていると君たちもそう話していただろう。
Don't push me. It's easier this way. You two just proved it. I don't have much time to spare. What are your thoughts on Vita? I like the concept of what Vita is. I think they did the whole setup for the reveal very cleverly, to the point where I'm sure some people caught on, but you think Sa is interfering with the italicized font, and then the narration one looking normal but missing the narrator portion feeling almost normal and not realizing they blend together. As for Vita as like a character, I'm still kind of unsure. I do like them, but like I need more information. We're only getting like surface level stuff right now. Yeah, she's written very well, and especially the way they implemented her into the story. It's done very, very well. Because even if you were catching on to like the whole like Sa is interfering and them mentioning like their timing is very coincidental and stuff, like you're putting pieces together, but it doesn't fully come in together until the reveal, which is very, very nice. As we're doing this chapter, perfect timing. Of course on my part, not really. I did not time this at all. Don't push me. It's easier this way. You two just proved it. I don't have much time to spare. I definitely want to know more about them, which I know that I think they have more story in part 1, but I know they're in part 2 as well. So well, I'm hoping between the two we get more. If you didn't surpass the complete sage and become second only to me in uniqueness in this world, perhaps we wouldn't even need to have this conversation. So, what is the answer to the question? You should be able to
僕に
tell
教えられ
me,
るだろう
given what you just went through.
そうね。くっつけ
For
られた
those
人た
woven
ちの中に
together,
は
some value the
相手を
others
重ん
more,
じる人
while
も
the
いれば
others value
自分を
themselves
重んじる
more.
人もいる。そして
For the
自分
latter,
を重んじる側は
separating
当然
naturally makes
別
more
れた方が
sense.
合理的だって考えるわ。
つまり君は
So,
利
you
己的
consider
な方だと思
yourself
って
the
いるんだ
selfish one. Well,
君
your
が今
actions
した
say
ことは
otherwise.
そうとは見えないけど
目が悪いだけじゃないかしら。私はそういう利己的な人間よ。それはこれからも変わらない。
Okay, okay. Which I figured right now because her unit's obviously being dropped right now, so I'm assuming she plays a big part in the story now. So I am very interested to see more about her personally, but she's very well written, and the way they've implemented her into the story at this moment is done so well. Your judgment is failing then. Yes, I'm a selfish person, and I always will
だけど
be.
そんなの別に何の妨げにもならない。私はあなたを見つけ
Despite that, I'd still find you, beat you, and tear your awful lips apart. Oh, I see, I
じゃ
see.
あ検討を
I'm
祈っ
really
ている
excited to learn more about her.
本気だよ
Even though right now I'm kind of like, don't like you so much right now. Don't like you. You're hurting people I like. But at the same time, like, you're written so well. I love you. Give me more. Well, I wish you luck. I mean it
でも彼
sincerely.
女は気づいていない
I like
そうだね。
morally gray characters a lot. A lot. I am in trouble. But she really didn't notice,
あ
right?
の崩壊エネルギーをコントロールするときに君はいつもこっそりと一部をキープしていたこういう時によりうまく体を奪うために
I would say, just from the snippets that I've seen so far, which maybe it'll change with getting more character and backstory to her, she feels a little bit more morally gray, in my opinion, to Otto, just because she does seem so... just apathetic, almost. Where Otto had more of a... Riku. More of a motive and did have feelings on certain things. He just was willing to put aside those feelings to get what he wanted. Oh, I've played her. She's so much fun. I really do like her. She's a lot of fun to play. When controlling Honkai energy, you secretly snipped a little every time, so you could take over the body more easily at a moment like
だったら
this.
何？あの程度の崩壊エネルギーをコントロールできないとでも思ってるの？
Your point. You really think I couldn't handle such a tiny
まさ
amount?
か
Of course not. But
君
you're
は
much
僕が
smarter
想像
than
し
I
ていたよりも
imagined.
ずっと
You
賢い
couldn't have done this
これ
originally.
は砂鉄の国と自身の
But
特性を利
exploiting
用
the
して
properties of the country of
君は
iron,
体の元の
sand,
主
and
人を追い出
yourself,
し
you drove away the original owner of the
彼
body
女を異種成婚に似た存在にしたんだね
and turned her into something like an abnormal stigma.
全部知ってるなら、これ以上くどくど話す必要がどこにあるっていうの？
Oh, ooh, bird.
時間を延ばすことが
Ow.
あなたに利益でもあるわけ？
If you already know, why do you keep on yapping? Will stalling for time do you any good?
首を洗って待ってなさい。あなたに
Enjoy the time before your
ちゃん
death.
とお話を
Even if I get you and have the
も
talk,
ちろん
I'll come back and take her away.
そして君が失敗したとしても異種成婚は
Even
そ
if
の
you
戦いの
fail,
影響を受
the
けない
abnormal stigma certainly won't be affected by this
悪
duel.
くない
Not
君は
bad.
賢いとは言えないが
You're
利
not
己的だ
smart, but you're selfish
あ
enough.
あ僕は気に入っているけど
You have a
気に食わない性
personality.
格だよ
I love and hate at the same time.
いいだろう
Alright,
あそこで
I'll wait
君を
for
待ってい
you
る
in the land of
放
destruction.
つの
Or should I
あるい
say,
は
land of
先生
rebirth?
の
If
地
that isn't a hint to what's coming up next, I don't know what is.
しかしその前に優し
Just
い僕
because
から
I
賢く
actually
な
know
い
the
君
name
に
of
一つ忠告をしておこう
the next tertiary. Before that, I'll kindly remind you, Miss Not That
君が
Smart,
今向き合っているのは
you aren't
一
facing a
人の
single
敵では
enemy.
なく
but a high-stakes gamble.
そして僕は
And I
本当
actually
はと
wish
ても
that
みんなとウィンウィンになれると願っているよ。
we can find a win-win solution. How would you feel if you didn't know the name? I would feel like it still works really well for the sense that you can think of a Hersher being born as a rebirth for someone. So it still really works well with what's about to happen. Or at least what we can assume is about to happen. Indescribable emotions echoed deep within her heart. Unlike the others, she received more than one piece of bad news. That is actually... She remembered the withering she once saw. She remembered the legend she once heard. No, that's exactly why I'm here. I mustn't be scared. Is that so? I see. Thank you, Dr. Schrödinger. Dr. Schrödinger, who wasn't aware of the latest changes in the country of Ironsand, was telling the news of Prometheus being attacked to her first and last friend.
これからはどうするつもりなのです。
What do you intend to do next? Stick to the plan. That's the final message from Prometheus before crashing into her death. As an instruction, it seemed too simple, even vague. However, that might exactly be the AI's intention. Just like how the same coded text could be read differently if decrypted differently. An instruction so vague could confuse one omniscient enemy. What do I intend to do? Isn't it obvious enough? Since Prometheus carried out her duties till the very end, how can I give up as the nominated singularity bearer? Keep channeling Honkai energy towards me, Doctor. I'll stick to the plan and be the new Hersher for this universe.
分かったなのです。
I understand.
ゼーレさんたちも
Sally will fight in her own way. In terms of results, this could at least impede our enemies at best, or a bit. She seemed to imply more than she said. The innocent teammate, the omniscient foe. For the wise at the moment, which side was she actually lying to? Maybe both, or neither. Either way, the action would produce an imaginary singularity, or its movement couldn't be hidden from anyone. I'll do as you said, and direct as much Honkai energy towards you as I can. But without Prometheus's help, we'll have to work 3 or 5 times harder to achieve 30% or 50% of the original output. Do you know what that means? Of course I do. Even if I must devote myself to achieve just 10% of our target, I'll do it without hesitation. After all, this might be the farewell concert for an idol. How could she spare any efforts? With lively movements, Kira planted her sniper rifle half-note into the ground, as if greeting her audience in the last frame of her human form. No, Kira, don't graduate! Don't graduate! Let's make a grand entrance, so that we can even astound that fanatic, omniscient fan. After that, she activated the key of the beyond and surrendered herself to the integrating process. Oh God. Oh God. Like the end of giant plants in the universe, like how these stars collapsed and reached the most romantic gravitational singularity, like the birth of a black hole.
何か言ってくれないの？
Aren't you going to say anything, Doctor?
6年前より今のあなたの姿はだいぶ可愛
Well,
らしくなった
compared to yourself 6 years ago, you look much cuter now.
ありがとう。でも
Thanks, but
次は
don't say
ニグラ
that
ス
in
の前
front
で
of
言わない
Rock
で
the
ね。
next time.
正直に言うと、
To be honest,
砂糖
it's
の
the
茎
first
の
time for
力を
me
こ
to
こまで解
unleash
き
the
放ったの
sugar
は
key to this
これが初
extent.
めてよ。話によると、
It's said that
前
it
回
broke
砂糖の
soon
鍵
after
を超限
the
解放した時はしばらく経った後に
PRI
壊れたのよね。
I definitely get scolded
今
by
回また
Elder
壊したら
Completo if
き
I
っとコン
break
ペ
it
イトー長老
again.
にきつく言われるわ。でもそんなにひどいことにはならないは
But
ずよ
it
ね。
shouldn't be that bad, right?
何しろ
After
前回
all,
の
the
修理の
sugar
時
key
に
was split into
砂
multiple
糖の鍵はい
copies,
くつかに解
and
体
this
されたから
and this is
こ
just
れ
one
は
of them. The young girl kept talking, trying to conceal the fear inside. She knew that Sa would hear
そう
everything.
考えると犬猿犬と結構似ているなのです。でも
In
そ
that
れは
case,
そうなので
it's
す。
similar to the
支
Shuyan
配の権能
sword.
には一定の次
That
元
makes
性があ
sense,
るなのですから。
considering the authority of domination is somewhat dimensional.
それについては
That's
あまり
totally
詳しくな
beyond
いわ。
me. Starting
とにか
now,
く
I'll use
今
the
から
key of
私は
beyond to
外
accelerate
の
the
鍵の力を
generation
利
of
用して
imaginary
虚勢特異
singularity
点の発生を
and
早めて
strive
み
to
る。
achieve our
で
plan
きるだけプロメ
without
テウスの
help
協力が
from
ない状況でも
Prometheus.
目標を果たせるようにね。あとは私に任せて。
Leave the rest to me, Doctor.
ゼーレたちを手伝ってあげてちょうだい。
You go help Sele.
どうしたの博士？何か問題
What
でも？
is it, Doctor? Do you have other questions?
キラさん、何をしているのか本当に理解して
Kira,
いるなの
are you
です。
sure you know what you're doing?
もちろんよ。
Of course.
分かったなのです。
I see.
では、幸運を祈っているなのです。
I wish you luck,
私たち
our
の
star
聖母者。
whisperer.
ええ。
For an instant after Schrödinger left, massive amounts of Honkai energy flooded in from all directions and swallowed Kira. Goodbye, Kira. Our idol. How boring. It might be inappropriate for me to say this, but I don't actually find this mean. After all, I've seen too many universes wither. Fragmented world, gooey world, smooth world, skyless world, earthless world, godless world, worlds that are the most peculiar. However, at the moment of destruction, the reaction of intelligent life were almost identical. A bit of despair, a bit of relief, a bit of useless struggling, which is exactly what is going on here now. Sure enough, the way she used the Key of Beyond was surprising. With such technology, no wonder the sugar survived. Her judgments are quite right. After the loss of Prometheus, this dimensional weapon could save her part of the plan. But also, because of the loss of Prometheus, saving the plan is only theoretically possible. Kira, without someone cheating for you, you will never be qualified. Yes, just like your fake idol identity. How dare you call her a fake idol? How dare? That's too much. I can't take that. The Key of Beyond has just gathered enough Honkai energy to cross the threshold of Herrscher creation. In other words, in the world ruled by Sa, this is an unprecedented change in billions of years. It even comes in pairs. However, an artificial imaginary singularity will never form as silently as a supernova. During the process, they'll surely realize that, without the AI, Kira is a host of singularity without the Honkai adaptability to match. In other words, forcibly focusing Honkai energy on her like this will turn her into a Honkai beast or zombie before turning her into a Herrscher. I don't want that to be the outcome for her. I don't want that to be what happens to her. Kira. Of course, she and that doctor are aware of this. When a train comes off its rails, its passengers are the first to notice. Moreover, I can read all the stories buried in her memory. In a past battle, merely transporting a somewhat special divine key has cost her dearly. She knows her capacity inside out, but still chose to quench her thirst with hemlock. From the perspective of death, this is actually beautiful.
そうね。
Oh
その
my,
通り。
you're right.
私は運
I
命
can
に
never
恵まれた
compete
天
with the
才たちと
geniuses
比べられ
blessed
ない。
by fate,
これ以
and
上無
holding
理して
out
も
is just
自
digging
分で
my
墓
own
穴を掘るだ
grave.
けよ。そんな制限も
All these limitations and weaknesses,
心の中でちょっと考
every
えた
single
だけで
silent thought
全部
about
あなたに
them
読まれる。
would be read by you.
そうでしょ。
Am I right, Vita? He isn't talking with me, but just talking to
え
me.
え。私が
I know
一
this
番
better
よく
than
わかってるわ。
anyone. In terms of
才能も
talent or
資質
capacity,
も
I've never
私
been
は
one
ト
of
ッ
the
プにいるよう
best.
な人間じゃない。アイドルとして
As an
思いっきり
idol,
歌
I
えな
can't
い。
sing at
バルキ
will.
リーとして
As a Valkyrie,
仲間を
I
助
failed
け
to
られ
save
な
my
い。
teammates.
シュガーズ一族と
As
して
one
も
of the sugars,
あ
I
なたを
can't
止めら
stop
れない。
you.
少し前に
I tried to
私は
comfort
スーサナ
Susanna
のこ
not
とを
long
慰めよう
ago,
としてたけど、
but at the end of the day,
あの時彼
I
女
was
に話
also
した言葉は
comforting myself.
結局私自身へのものだったのよ。才能、経
We
歴、
may never become who we
様々な理由
dream
に
to
よって
be because our
自分たちの
talents,
憧れた姿に
or
なるこ
because
と
of
は
our
できないけど、
our experiences, and many other
その
factors.
憧れの姿に
But we can also
限りな
get
く近づ
infinitely
くことなら
closer
でき
to
るわ。
who we dream to
しかも
be,
彼
and
女
do
たちにも
great
できない
things
よう
that
なこと
even
を成
they
し遂げら
can't
れるかもしれ
do.
ない。それこそがい
Maybe
わゆ
this
る
is the
夢の
truth to
真実なのか
dreaming.
もしれないわね。
As long as we look ahead
前
and
を
do
見
our
つめ
best,
努力
our
し続けたら
dreams might
誰
come
もが想
true
像
in
で
an
きない形で
unexpected
夢
way.
を実現できるのかもしれない。こんな純粋な考え
I want to believe this
私
is.
だって信
I
じた
want
い
to
に決まっ
believe
て
in
るで
this
しょ。
kind of pure and ideal thinking
でも
myself.
現実は
But
そんな風
we
に
wouldn't
変え
have
やす
come
いな
this
ら
far if it
こんなこと
wasn't
になっ
that
ていなか
easy
った
for
で
us
しょう
to
ね。
change reality. But we wouldn't have come this far if it was that easy for us to change
仲間が
reality.
一人ずつ去って
With my friends
敵が一歩ずつ
departing
迫ってくる。
one by one, and my enemy approaching,
あ
it's
の
almost
戦いに
like
戻ったみたい
I'm
よ。
back in the battle.
あの時私は最後ま
Back
で
then,
戦えなかった
I couldn't fight to the end.
自身の意志では
Even
なか
though
った
it
けど
was against my will,
結果的に
it made me
私
a
は第
deserter
二次
in the
崩壊
second
の脱走兵に
eruption.
なったでも最後まで戦ったとしても
What does it matter if I fought until the end?
全力を尽くして
If I gave
もう
it
一度
my
自分
all
の限
and
界に挑
challenged
ん
my
で
limits
結
once
果が変わ
more,
ったりすると思う
would the outcome be any different?
きっと何も変わらないでしょ
Of course not.
私は何もできない
There was nothing I could
結
do.
局セシリア様は犠
Cecilia
牲にな
still
る
had to sacrifice
きっと
herself.
そうよ
End of the story.
脱走兵になって
That's
か
why
ら
after becoming a
ビ
deserter,
アンカが物語
and
の
prior
結
to
末を
Bianca
教え
telling
てく
me
れる
the
ま
end
で
of the story,
私は
I
心
probably
の
had
奥で
accepted
セシリア
Cecilia's
様の
death
死を受け入れて
deep
いたんだと
down
思うセシリア様と共
and
に
died
死ん
along
でい
with
たのは
her was the
二
youth
度と
that could
戻れない
never be
私の青
regained.
春私のことを嘘つ
You
きだっ
can
て
say
言って
that
も
I've been a
構わない
liar all along. No matter how
顔がどれほど鮮や
dazzling,
かでも
dazzling or
いく
jovial
ら明るく見
I
せても
look, it's but
そ
a
んなの所
mask
詮
for a
心の
scared
仮面で
soul.
しかない結局のところ
After
私
all,
は自分自身が
I'm
怖
afraid
い
of myself, afraid that this stupid girl might one day find the guilt and
いつか
confusion
心
deep
の奥に
inside
隠され
herself.
た迷いとやましい気持ちに気づくのが怖いの彼女がとっくに気づいてるとしても
Though she had come to realize
自
that
分
not
も他人
long
も騙せば
though
何
she
の
had
問
come to
題にもな
realize
らないわ
that as long as she could lie to herself, everything was all right.
私がアイドルであ
This
る
might
ことに
explain
こだ
why
わ
I'm
る
so
理由でも
obsessed
ある
with
かも
being an idol.
でも
But
まだ大丈夫
it's okay.
今回の相手が
It's okay that this time I'm against the omniscient you.
この世界のあらゆる偽装が
The thought of you being able to see through all disguises this world makes me feel. The thought of you being able to see through all disguises in this world makes me feel
見て
relieved.
の通り私はこんな風に臆病者で
I need to run to the restroom and get more water.
半人前の偽
I'll be
物
back.
アイドルよ
I'm back. Good timing for that break because I ran out of water. I ran out of water like 5 minutes ago. As you can see, I'm this coward, this deserter, and this fake idol. You're not a fake idol. Don't say that. You're an idol in my heart. Still, I'd rather keep faking it, even if it'll come back to bite me. Ow. Rather than to stop playing the reliable senpai role till the end. Sushi. Since I've always been a liar, this is natural, right? Giving up on yourself, huh? No, that's not— ow, ow, ow. Ow. No, that's not giving up on myself. Even if it destroys me, as long as Honkai energy continues to gather, it'll still create a Hersher. Of course, what comes out at that point will be out of my control. But it would be the same for you, I assume. Hi, Sushi. So, if you missed the show, don't regret it. Oh, Kira. How many more are there? I thought we were close to the end. Oh, sorry, my jaw hurts. Back out here? Okay. Save the rest? Okay. Oh, my jaw hurts. I'm in pain. I'm in pain. I'm in pain emotionally and physically. Man, this is already a really good chapter. This is already so good. Wait, I'm gonna have to exit the game. I'm gonna have to exit. I'm saving you from ultra despair. It just means more despair for next Saturday. We love despair. I'm gonna have to force close the game. Let me force close the game. Goodbye. Goodbye, Impact. It was nice knowing you. What? There are 2 of me. There can't be 2 of me. Oh. Alright, I need to do you guys want to watch me do my phantom polls real quick? Before we end for the day? Some gacha. Ow. Wait, don't stick your hand in my face. Let me change the category. Real quick. Gotcha. Nikkei. Recovering from despair with gotcha. There we go. Let me open it. Yeah, why not? Some gotcha therapy. Why not? I'm going to self-medicate with gotcha. Who doesn't love pulling at almost 2 o'clock in the morning? It's the best time. No, not you. I hate how it does that. Nikkei. No, not launcher. Nikkei. There we go. Me. Make this bigger. I'll have to turn the audio on because I turn it off when I'm not streaming. Man, my jaw hurts. I feel like someone punched me. I feel like I was punched. Chama punched me in the face. An impact punched me in the stomach. Okay, let me turn on my audio. Look at all these gems. Look at them. We're not pulling for her. I'm skipping her. So this is not even... I didn't realize she had some weights behind her. I'm not pulling for her. I'm skipping. No, I don't need her. Give her 20 now. How dare? No, how dare you? Do a 10 pull if you get Phantom early. If I get Phantom early, sure. I'll do a 10 pull. 1 10 pull. I'm still conflicted. I pulled twice for Quincy, but got two Scarlets? Normal Scarlet or Black Shadow? I mean, they're both Scarlets. They're both my waifus, so I hate you. I have to hate you now, Nerdon. But... oh my god, my poor voice. I was on noodle-armed, whole noodle-armed gym girl. Oh wow, congrats. And you got 2 copies? Nice. All right, let's do this. Let's do this, Scarlet. Or not Scarlet, Phantom. A waifu on the brain. Phantom, save me from despair. Steal my heart, please. But she doesn't have rippling muscles in her art. Yes, it's really, really interesting. My audio? Hello? Audio? There it is. Oh, not golden. Not golden. Not first pull. Sag. Not first pull. Second pull, maybe? Come on, I'm medicating Nikkei. You have to heal me. It's required. Maybe it knows that I wasn't playing previously, so it's like, nah. Oh, I see. I see how it's gonna be. I don't know what the expectations are for her, but I can definitely say the expectations are drastically different. Well, for like, I would almost expect like Maxwell level of at least tone. Like, she's very much in shape, but like, I was expecting like some muscles. Oh my goodness. My luck has ended. I think my luck's gone, guys. Maybe it's like the luck of doing the event and then pulling. Maybe I've broken that streak, so they're just like, nah. I wouldn't say rippling figure. I mean, yeah. Oh my. Oh my. Oh, here we go. Here we go, maybe. Oh, all the way at the end.
I'm Neon.
Armament check.
Phantom, come home, Phantom.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I may be a mass producer. Nice to meet you.
You couldn't. I would never let you ban Rosanna. I would never. I don't know what line she is. Yeah!
Tonight, I shall spirit away your precious
Phantom!
heart.
Yeah! Welcome home, Phantom. Welcome home. Okay, I will do a 10 pull because that puts me at 400. I'll do a 10 pull that puts me at 400 for the mileage shop, so at least I can pull instantly get two copies of the Pilgrim, but that's it. You making me have to use a ticket at my rate? No. No, that's awful.
If you
I'm
receive a
actually
note
really
from me, I
excited
hope it
that
inspires you.
I got her. Because I always get stuck on water-coated bosses.
Some warning notes.
Oh, I got you. For whatever reason, Chama's not talking. He has taken a vow of silence, so I have to force him to talk.
Such heroic nonsense. You fail me yet again, I cream. You call yourself a witch? You were an atelier clerk when I found you. You will be ash when I'm through with you. Here's a survival tip. When everyone's lining up to make sacrifices, always get to the back of the queue. Power flows to the one who knows how to use it. Desire alone is not enough. That's because everything I touch is food for my hunger. My hunger for power.
You are dissing me?
Long as you stand in my way, so long as anyone stands in my way, I will respond by killing. I do this only for the benefit of my Kamaikans. It grieves me that you may also profit. You see, leadership is not something I fear losing, it is something I dread you gaining. Nobody summons Chamatron. I will win by any means. At any cost. You will stand down. If you fight, you die. There is no room anymore for mercy. In the end, you are expendable. Choose. Peace through tyranny. Kamaikans. Transform.
Kimikans?
If you receive a note
Chamakans. Transform.
you to have a Did you call?
Chamatron is tough.
I'm in fact working as a
Chamatron is
librarian.
built different. I'm kind of scared. Okay, what I was saying before is I get stuck on water-coated bosses, so getting 2 water-coated DPSs is like a godsend for me. Conveniently, the one I was stuck on this last Union raid was Blacksmith, and of course it's a water-coated. I'm like, why can I never win? Chamakans, transform and rise up. I'll crush you with my bare hands. All right, we'll throw a 10 pull at Rumani. All right, Rumani, are you coming home? No, 10. I'm only doing 10. 10. I gotta save those pulls for the 2nd year anniversary, bro. I gotta get that sweet gotcha. So I can flush it all down the drain. Riku, you're in the way. Are you gonna give me some good luck? You better be giving me all your luck, Riku. Come on, Riku. All right, let me give you pets. Pet Riku. Get my luck. Uh-oh. Riku? You didn't give me any luck. Oh, nope. Nope, she didn't come home. But now I'm at 400. 20, please? Fine, I'll do one more. One more, that's it. That's all you're getting. All right. Channel my inner. Wait. Hold the line, everyone. You're not ready for this. Hold on even harder. We ready? We're ready? We're ready to do this? We got our song going. We're ready. We have to summon her. Let's go. Let's go. We got this. Oh my god. She knew! She knew! It worked! Let's see.
What are your orders? Soldier OW at your service.
Oh, I don't know what line she is. I did it! Yes! Let's go! I did it. I summoned her through the power of Onegai muscles. Let's go! Damn. Where is she? I don't know if I'll use her, if I'm being honest, but got her.
I have to work out every single day. If I don't, I'll lose definition in my muscles.
Sake of being hot. I mean, fair. She is hot. She is really hot. PvP unit and eye candy. We love eye candy here. Wait, what if I start doing push-ups until I just can't anymore? Then pull? Maybe. It's the reason she's my wife. I know you've liked her ever since they've shown her off. I really like her pose where she brushes her hair out of her face. What is her shooting pose? Okay, I kind of like the shooting pose. Wait, what is she? Does she have one of those things that counts her step on her shoe? Oh my god. I hope that is what it is. Oh, man. And we got Phantom.
If you receive a note from me, I hope it inspires
Yeah,
you
I'm
to
gonna
have a moment of
do...
introspection.
I need to do the event and wordless. So, I need to be able to do both those. And then I need to do the new character. I need to do the new Bond story. Because these, I didn't realize these rotate out. Where is it? The episode viewing. And this week is Folkwang. So I need to do these as well. To get my ticket. I have a lot I need to do on Nikkei. The Tuesday for sure will probably be wordless, and then we'll need to do life again. Oh, really? Are they the same? Cool, I didn't know that. I honestly didn't know that. How did I get here? Oh, it's the event one. Show the class? Wait. Oh, Hitomi? This is why Cross likes, 1 second. I don't want to show that. 1 second. I have to open it in a browser. Cross says this is why he likes the one chick. Muscle girl. Here. It told me. She's from DOA, right? I think it's DOA. Your waifu you'll never see again because DOA is never coming back. Yes, DOA, I see. Pretty sure that's that's what I thought too, but not gonna lie, they all kind of blend together to me. I don't remember. All right, you guys. Wow, at Cross's throat. He knows. I tease him about it all the time. He knows. We're talking about it all the time because I'm like, man, this would be a good time for DOA and Soul Calibur to come back with all the fighting games, but they won't. All right, you guys, I'm heading out. I need to stop talking so my face doesn't hurt so much. But thank you for staying with me for so long. We've almost been live for 7 hours, which is kind of wild. But it was a good stream. We'll be back Saturday with more Impact. Impact will be Saturday. Tuesday will be Nikkei. We'll be doing probably Wordless. Depending on how long that takes, we may do Life Again. If it's too long, we may do Phantom Side Story and then maybe Folkwangs. So not too long. Okay, we may be able to do both in one day then. We'll see. We'll play it by ear that day. We can move things around if we have to, but regardless, we're gonna be doing Nikkei on Tuesday. I'm not sure who's live right now. One second, let me go check. Let me go look to see who is streaming, if anyone I know is. It's kind of late. It's kind of like way past the time that I normally do. Oh, okay. I can do that. All right, you guys. Let me get the raid started. Oh man, a sudden wave of tiredness hit me. Man, 7 hours of doing this. All right, you guys. Let me get it started. Oh, I recognize her. I know she posts YouTube videos. I don't think I've ever been on her. I've never been to her streams before. But all right, you guys, I'm gonna head out. It's been a super, super long day. So if you guys are heading to bed too, which I know most of you, it's pretty late, sleep well, take care of yourself. If you're staying awake, make sure you also take care of yourself and don't do anything that I haven't done, that I wouldn't do, not haven't done, wouldn't do. All right, you guys, I'll see you all later. Take care. Make sure you get the raid message. Good night, guys. I'll miss you. I'll see you Tuesday. Bye-bye. Bye.